rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got spare eyes, yeah, eyes, yeah, got spare eyes, yeah, eyes. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid, just to get laid, yeah, rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they got. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to spare eyes, yeah, they go to spare eyes, yeah, they go to spare eyes. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put them up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, the poor returns, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You
I guess.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep oak my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just turned to dead.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious, keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants, rabid psychopath power addicts, and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the Boule-Aid. If you're still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists. And when it comes to exposing them, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit. That germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off and say you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. Ignorant.
CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox. It's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox.
You have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah.
We the best music.
It's right, yeah.
Another one.
It's right, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles and so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, C-top are less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, they can go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve, hopped in a plane but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, you CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cockus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Globebusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globebusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hovel, piecing up the puzzle. Need to bust your bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble, got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad, cause at this fight I'm above your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shot the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is evidence and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blockbusters taking over. Bye bye, moon man and rover. That's just so mediocre. Sorry, but your body's dead. But your body's Blockbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your body's dead. But your body's
Inner World Productions.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine, or scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Humble at the dark of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up, like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Cold charge, step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching the leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off to space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise. I realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Damn it! I was on mute. I was trying to be polite. Hello?
Yo,
Alright, well, somebody was in here a second ago with a Beavis icon. I don't know who it was. Hey, y'all mind if we play a song? You guys want to talk?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm seeking help.
Oh, well, well, I apologize. I'm just going to be listening anyway, so I'm not going to stay. But you can go down below. I think it's the other or additional information tab. There is everything categorized by topic for your convenience. I mean, have you actually done any homework on the topic? Are you familiar with the old heliocentric theory? Like
No,
the
don't
model?
worry. Don't worry. I'm from the OGs here. So
Oh, you are?
yeah.
Good. Okay. My bad. Okay.
I was actually
So you're a glow
looking for.
birther?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about these kind of topics. I'm here just for. I want to find a book about gravity. So I forgot the name. That's why I'm here. If someone.
Well, I'm just going to tell you I'm not interested because you seem a little bit sus to me, like you don't want to talk, but you just want to, you don't know how to research stuff.
All right. Ask me whatever you want.
Well,
Okay.
why do you want to know about gravity? What is it that you think you know about it?
I think the density of air that causes.
I don't think that's what the scientist priests tell us that it is, so I don't know what you're on about. And so, yeah. Anyway, there's one or two people in here. I got other stuff I got to do today. It's my day off, so you guys have a good day. TTFN.
Wow.
question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. Been a wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your motor nine, or scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up, like a seamstress, you never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons, the globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons, mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose and wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your brain's obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching the leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise. I realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Toon's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Toon. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical. and it uses absolutely no assumptions. And that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations to do it. On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees. Exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees in any triangle. There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, then you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mctoon.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. This shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called The Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites. Very, very precise. Better than 1 arc-second of precision in this. In order to sight them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction does not affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are in Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these three angles from these three mountaintops, nothing more. It sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mctoon.net/SE. You can see here, 50 degrees, 50, these are arc, and it's over. So that is right there what I would ask anybody to explain. If the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Melvin. Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many, it was very like accepted even like over 2,000 years ago. And there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that the whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars. In the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere, and you see the other stars rotating around Polaris from our vantage point. Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross. And also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also see the same face of the moon wherever we are, right? And that would not be possible if we were on a flat plane. So for example, if we were on a flat plane, if the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different face of the moon than someone beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to know a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of like the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so many things that prove that the Earth is spherical. But that's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Witsit and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
And I am Witsit Gets It. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see. Can you see it?
Yep.
Exciting. All right, we put this together really fast, but the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. You know, we didn't lie about it. So anyway. So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. You know, is it when we're at 100 feet? Or 10,000 feet, or 33,000 feet, or 7,000 feet, or 128,000 feet, or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? Which one isn't the real curve? With crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it. But the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting. Of course, the Globe Earthers literally throw this guy under the bus. They act like he's a complete moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. It can't make up its mind. So very interesting. And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
Yeah.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature, according to this astrophysicist here, from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then, of course, you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up, too. Doesn't matter. We'll just throw this guy up. So here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped a flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change. Yep. You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say that the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, I'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here. This explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. As the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything. It's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which, of course, they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The Globe Earth belief system loves to handwave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
pressure gas inside the vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. There you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum. And they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, as it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with a pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about determining the brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way you can even design an aircraft is to assume the earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, where people would literally die. They don't assume that the earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it. And this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess. But we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe earth has asthma. So it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe earth math, bro. Like the earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I'll go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you can just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles. Mm-hmm. So you can see here in the chart Obviously, the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably, hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong, right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet, so it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal. Right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right? We have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have 2 black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word, they're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat Earth's not for you, bro. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's your boy.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Time.
The problem is we don't
have... That is just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Whitsitt and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times feet in height? Why didn't you look that? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that, and you didn't answer me. Don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want people to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from Andrew Young,
the subject matter expert. Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy.
That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Is this being shared? Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's where Quantum Eraser got it from. Okay, that is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young. Quantum Eraser loves this guy.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert. Excellent. So, the problem is that Quantum Eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial point of your black swan image there, is that there's no refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet, Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from Quantum Eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that Quantum Eraser likes to look at. Now,
Okay.
Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
over and
That's
over
why
again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from...
So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department.
Yes, he did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Dude, we heard it, bro. You took
that's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
My man is tripping. All right. It actually comes from geometry, Tune. It's the radius value of 3,900. That's where the number comes from. Now, of course,
but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance.
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Whitsitt.
All right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young, is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around acting as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable. Anyway, but when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating, you know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, in tune? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some really not very great images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro. No, include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so, bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
if you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say it better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how
I'm sorry. You yourself demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights. Right. So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical, actual location based on.
I didn't claim. Well, this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
So you do claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience, because some people are new to this conversation? Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering Melvin.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6 stars just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And that you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary. So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing. And then you have to invoke light rays, which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually hitting the R value.
Here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that
but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis. Go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that if there's a medium? There's a medium.
Live on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on your in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that both
can't see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so
both
stop straw manning me.
Are you
can never see it. No, I'm not, because you're straw manning me. I'm not gonna sit here and let you straw man.
You're making contradictory statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the Earth. That's what
you never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it.
So if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand, because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into that. You don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the
Yeah,
atmosphere?
you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry, you don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it, you quantify it, you figure out how it is affecting your observations, and then you include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see?
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature. But since we know that there's refraction...
You only see modified things, Austin. We stop straw manning me. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to, it's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man
identity politics, your identity politics, and what is it with his id poll? Aren't you like, what the heck?
Wow,
he's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What? No, you have to measure it with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying, and you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said with
you literally said you don't think that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is going to see see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting.
Let me know
what you're. I'm sorry. That's too funny.
Can she talk yet? Can she talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk?
Okay. It's just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: is there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value.
Of
and
course.
If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false, because we can measure refraction and we can control for so
if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there?
So we can see the curvature, but it is as you're saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and have an actual accurate measurement.
What terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to, there's a separation between Earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between Earth and sky?
Watch our PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing? Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location, like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
If it's physical.
Horizon is purely So, okay, we can see the curvature of the Earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting off the Earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that like, oh, there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the sun is disappearing behind a physical location.
And it's interesting.
But now
because
you're
it's from the
saying
bottom
that
up.
you're saying so there's the ball is a specific size and it doesn't change, right?
Correct.
It doesn't change. Okay, it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It doesn't change. But what you're saying is that we're seeing the horizon change in distance. And that can't work if the horizon is a physical location.
Do you? It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you look, when you see a horizon,
Thank you.
you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting a woman? When you see a horizon,
That was pretty funny.
when you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So it's going to be there's going to be some variables within that curve, right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception. We don't have like telescopic vision, and similarly, there are some elements. There's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we can measure those things. We can measure effects that it has on our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
it means you can control. You can control for that variable. That's what
you control. No, you can't control the atmosphere.
That's not what she's saying. Don't straw man.
One sec. All right, just to have order. Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to hear your ideas, and so we just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting. So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond, Witsit, maybe a minute or 2, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or 2 as well.
Thank you, man. So, like, what her analogy was, you don't see the tree, but you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there, hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird, okay? We're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there. We're trying to find out if it's actually there. And then you shine a flashlight on the tree. So you control for the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction's outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the GIF.
But you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand, must be happening.
Right.
So I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is.
You need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here. I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth's a ball. You are. So what the flat earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, Maktoon. So
I'm not claiming that it changes. So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the.
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Are you want to throw him under the bus?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
So the light is, the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7/6 R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. So don't straw man me by saying it's a reification.
Well,
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth. Right. I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time. Okay, so like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value,
don't straw man me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni,
which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you straw manning me again?
How am I straw manning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about him or not, it's irrelevant. We're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth, Maktoon. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took a fluctuation of the horizon, made different measurements, and came up with an average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Maktoon. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Maktoon and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates its apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead. Either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up, I think your black swan analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because you again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere. We actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
No, I understand. I'm saying, but we don't have these positive claims. We just falsify the positive claims of the globe.
Okay, so
we can never know. We can never.
You think it might be a square, or do you think it's actually flat?
No. We know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat. So you literally are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas pressure without a container.
So when you're in an airplane,
earlier when you cracked open your little soda can, you just demonstrated the second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like. All we know is that 1, it measures flat. 2, it's stationary. And 3, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. The vacuum of space cannot exist.
Do you understand that a vacuum?
Long story short, we don't have a model.
Okay. Do you understand that a vacuum doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum is just
low
nothing.
Pressure.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But you have space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective has no particles in it, right? So, but the gravity, our Earth has. Do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
yes.
Let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has
there's more
for this discussion is a force. It has a direction, and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
For science, first of all, just for science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis of science. But what you're
talking about, does gravity exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist, in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the Earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force. I'm saying it's acting as a force. Correct?
Gravity is not a force.
I understand that, but it's acting as a force. It's acting as a force.
It's not
correct.
It's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. Do you believe that there is a vector?
That there's a downward acceleration?
That has to do with some type of force-like component.
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue, is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time, which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use a scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
But we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything that you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes. Yep.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes, because helium is lighter than the air around us. Which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Right now, so right now
density.
you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying it's
no, I don't. I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we have lighter particles, those lighter particles are going to rise until they are no longer lighter than the air surrounding it.
So density disequilibrium, you agree with us?
What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you agree with us.
And when the air goes up, there's fewer particles. Therefore, it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh, okay. So you agree with us. Yeah. So downward acceleration.
No, don't straw man again. Don't straw man again. You're just straw man. Okay, that's all you have. That's all you have is straw mans.
Believe is air. What is air in your opinion? Do you think it's
what
just
is
void?
Air?
Yes. Air. Do you think
we
it's
need
just
to make
void?
it simple for you guys.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have downward acceleration on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he can't just
He can't just answer the question. It's ridiculous.
No, he can't. He just has
What
to
is air? That's your
shotgun
Do you
word
see it?
salad. Yeah.
Is it
There's a
oxygen
combination of
particles?
different gas pressures that couldn't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. Feel free to stop interrupting me.
Again, yeah, go ahead.
Now make sure you keep interrupting me. It'll make the Earth a ball. It'll make the Earth a ball, dude. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared of an observed phenomena called downward acceleration on the Earth. Now this is just an agreed upon average for intents and purposes.
It's not agreed upon. It's measured.
Is it always exactly 9.8 meters per second squared?
No, but it's measured.
Okay, it's an agreed
It's
upon
not agreed
average.
upon. It's not an agreed upon average. It's a measured average.
Okay.
You don't know what a measurement is? You don't know how to measure the downward acceleration? It's measured, not agreed upon. It's empirical.
Calm down, bro. So we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration on the Earth. That is the effects, okay, of things falling. Not everything falls, as she just enlightened you. Helium goes up, and as your teammate has said, it's because of density alone. That's her explanation.
What is air?
Another straw man.
What is air? Tell me.
They said we would know about it.
The particles. Tell me the particles. What is air composed of?
Hey, calm down, Chris. Can I finish my point, please?
Can you answer my
It was her
very
point.
simple question? It's
Air is
just
a combination of
elementary,
different
maybe in middle
gases.
school. No,
I'm sorry
particles.
that
I'm
you're-
talking about particles. I'm talking about element. The
You're out of
elements.
your league,
The table of
Chris.
elements. The table of elements. Just tell me. Okay, if I'm out of my league, then please just answer my simple question.
What a dick.
Okay, calm down.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The Earth's not a globe, but don't make it weird for a sec. Okay. So look, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters.
A measured average.
Okay, Tim, calm down. So that's just an effect. Okay, it's just an effect. Downward acceleration. Gravity claims to be the causal agent of that. So when you invoke downward acceleration, cool story, bro. No flat earther says that some things don't fall to the ground. But actually, what you guys run around acting like is as if everything falls to the ground, even though things go antithetical to the singular vector down to the relative mass of the center of the Earth, right?
Yes, they do because they're lighter than the particles.
Welcome to Flat Earth,
surrounding them.
Carissa.
No, it's welcome to 8th grade science class that we need to teach you again that you didn't pay attention to the first time.
No, see, we know that density disequilibrium results in different directionality.
Here's what you don't know. You don't know that multiple forces can act on the balloon at the same time.
No one said they
That's
couldn't
what you
in
don't
theory.
know. No,
We're
you
asking
don't
to
know
prove
that.
it. We're asking
You
to
think
prove
that
it
only
hypothetical.
you think that only one thing can act on the balloon at one time, and that
Straw man.
if it goes up, then gravity stopped acting on it. In fact,
Straw man.
both buoyancy and gravity affect it at the same time. Just that the buoyancy is larger than the gravity, then it goes up.
It's larger. Okay, so stop interrupting, my man. Okay, so we know that relative density disequilibrium result in directionality. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than the surrounding air, so they go up. That's antithetical to the singular vector of down relative to the center of mass that gravity invokes. When you have downward acceleration, as Carissa was enlightening us stupid flat earthers about, that's just an agreed upon average of an effect, right? You're claiming the causal agents, right? Now you're claiming an additional force is present that hasn't been isolated. You haven't manipulated the variable of space and time bending and warping and dilating. You presuppose it, right? You presuppose the causal agent, seeing the effect and say, look, the effect proves my cause. I don't have to prove the cause, but you do. That's what's in contention, okay? So whenever the only thing you can empirically verify is the density relationship affects directionality, and that's what we say. I can actually get much more specific, and McToon, I can guarantee you, I'm trying to give you a heads up here. You're not ready, bro. Okay, so she already handled Carissa and you very sufficiently. Would you like to acknowledge that you don't have an empirical evidence of the bending and warping of space-time, which is the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model?
Not at all. Eddington, 1915.
1915 proved space and time bend and warp? Please enlighten us.
Eddington, 1915 was the first empirical confirmation of space-time bending.
When did they isolate space-time? How do you do that?
It was an I'm sorry, I'm not playing your you don't understand science game. Okay, it's a peer-reviewed, published experiment that Eddington did in 1915.
What did he do?
Confirming the bending of space-time.
How did he do that?
What did he do?
That was the eclipse of 1915.
Wow. So he looked at the sky and proved that space and time bend and warp?
Okay, well, you go ahead. You go ahead and I'll just let you read it and.
Isn't there a difference between correlation and causation? Don't you learn that?
Almost as if most people see the Earth, most intellectuals view the Earth as being a sphere, and
appeal to majority.
No, I'm not making that as an argument. I'm saying it's been empirically proven in 99.9995 of any academic sources that are going to tell you that.
I've not seen any academic sources saying otherwise at all.
Because they're censored and people will be fired. But anyway, her turn.
So hold on. I want to get back to my point. So I'm going to explain to you and to the audience what air is. So air is a collection of elements: nitrogen, oxygen, many others. And if you look at the periodic table, you see helium, and that is one of the lightest of the elements. Therefore, there is buoyancy and there's density. When something is lighter than other things, it will rise. But when it gets to a point in time where it is so high and there's not many other particles around it, then it will not rise any longer. Because it is heavier than the void, correct? Therefore, it stops rising because of gravity. Therefore, that is why all the particles on all the gases do not go all the way into space. It is really not that hard to understand. It just is how density and buoyancy and gravity interacts. And this is literally middle school stuff. So I don't understand why you have this smugness. It's like, oh my God, I can't even tell you what air is because I'm just so buff you. When you literally can't even answer a simple question. It's so sad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
No one is disagreeing. Flat earthers do not disagree with relative density. A great example.
Then you wouldn't have given your definition in the first place with the gas going up.
Okay,
Carissa.
No one is disagreeing with relative density. And also, we are not disagreeing with the downward acceleration. What we are disagreeing with is the cause of the downward acceleration. Okay?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay? So, yes, because you weren't even educated on the
that's not how law
cause.
works.
You weren't even, guys, I haven't talked very much. It's my turn to shine. Okay? So this is the thing. You want to say that the cause is the bending and warping of space-time. The cause absolutely matters, Carissa. You weren't even educated on your own model. It's not mass.
What are you talking about? I said it acted as a force. I never said it actually was a force.
Like a straw man.
Let me finish. So, okay. The cause, establishing the cause and effect, which is the whole purpose of the scientific method, okay? And what we want to know is how they actually establish that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, McToon brought up an eclipse. And I have a question for McToon. McToon, what is the difference between correlation and causation. What is the difference?
Yeah, a correlation is not causation.
Okay, thank you. So how do we actually know then if we're observing, just observing, right? Observing, because there's no manipulation going into the eclipse, right? We're just observing. How do we actually know then? Because that's the key part of the scientific method, is manipulating the independent variable to establish causation. Just for the audience, a good example of correlation, the difference between correlation and causation is every time I see the sunrise, I hear a rooster crow. So therefore, the rooster crow is causing the sunrise, right? We're observing two things happening at the same time, but that which is correlation. But to actually know that the rooster is causing the sunrise, we would have to manipulate the rooster, right? We'd have to take the rooster out of the equation. Oh, the sun still rises. Okay, it's not a causation. So when you're just observing, how is an observation establishing causation?
It wasn't just observing. They positioned themselves and waited to the appropriate time for the sun to position itself relative to the star.
Did they observe it? Did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated
Okay, so they
their
just observed. So
Hold on, I didn't finish
Sorry, go
what I
ahead.
was
Go
telling
ahead.
you that what they were manipulating. They were manipulating their position relative to the sun and the star so that they could see if it was bending around it or not.
I understand, but did they manipulate the sun and the stars?
No, they manipulated their position.
So they just manipulated where they were looking and observing.
Where yes, absolutely.
But the independent variable, which would be space and time, they did not manipulate. They just observed, correct?
The independent variable is not space and time.
Yes, it is.
Space. Sorry. First of all, there's no and between there. It's space time.
Sorry, space time.
Okay.
Space
Well, actually, it's made up of space and time. So I'll say the and.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
So yeah, they here's the deal. You always go on about, because this you get from Quantum Eraser parroting him, that somehow this independent variable, dependent variable is absolutely required in an experiment. It is not, actually. Your only source for that is Quantum Eraser, and his source for that is a 7th grade How to Do Your Science Fair project website. So that is not the only way to do an experiment.
I understand, and shout out to QA, love the guy. But I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the bending and warping.
Okay, here's the deal.
Causing,
If you don't like it,
I didn't realize that you were still talking.
Just to be sure, I promise we'll come right back to MC Toon, but just to let let Kai finish.
A lady.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't realize. I think McToon just takes really slow breaths, and I'm just not really paying attention. But I understand what you're saying. I read your website. I looked at your sources regarding the scientific method. But that's why I wanted to bring up correlation versus causation, because right now we are talking about the bending and warping of space-time causing downward acceleration. Correct? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about causation. So what I want to know is how you differentiated between correlation and causation, because the only way to do that is through manipulating the independent variable. Observation alone cannot differentiate between correlation and causation. And if you don't manipulate the variable, then at best you just have correlation.
Thoughts, Chris or MC2?
Melvin, do you want to take it? Because I think you were saying something. I don't want to.
No, you go ahead.
Your thunder.
You go ahead.
My response to that would be, regardless, I think we obviously don't know everything about gravity. And I think that's fair to say. There are things that we do not fully understand. I don't know if you would totally agree with. That's my understanding of it. It gets into like general relativity and just a ton of stuff that you don't even get to until like PhD level plus, right? But generally speaking, you don't need to get into that level to see that gravity is consistent in the way that it proves spherical Earth, improves the globe.
All right, real fast though, just because James was right. McToon and I do have some history, but I want to talk to McToon about this, right? Since we're talking about gravity, and I usually keep this in the chamber. Most people aren't ready for it. I know you're not, McToon, but you keep talking about gravity, invoking it. It proves the ball Earth, as she's saying. No, you look at the lights in the sky. You presuppose a distance, a certain mass, relative nature. Then you presuppose a causal agent called space and time bending and warping and dilating, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, whenever we presuppose the theory of relativity, apply it to the universe, it's off by 95%. It's called dark matter, dark energy. Not only do you not know how to fully explain gravity, or have you ever proven it, it's not even mathematically viable yet. It's off by 95%. You should look into it. But McToon, here's my question for you. If everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular electrostatic or attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, how is it that you isolated gravity and proved it to be the causal agent of something?
Well, if you think that electrostatics is somehow doing it, then I would love to see how it gets that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, Coulomb's law was actually hijacked and changed into the little g, but I asked you a very specific question.
Coulomb came after Newton, actually.
Let me rephrase it for you because you don't seem to understand it, okay?
Wait. So you just claimed that
you
Coulomb...
will never answer it. I want the audience to know McToon 100% will not
Austin,
answer.
this is important. You just claimed that Newton stole from Coulomb, even though Coulomb's law came after Newton's
I didn't say Newton stole anything, buddy, okay? What I said is that electrostatics explains the phenomena as well, right? But here's the question.
It doesn't explain it at all, because in a because here, lead is diamagnetic. It has a light lightly repels from electromagnetism. Lead would float if it were electrostatics.
Hey, is electrostatics and electromagnetism the same thing, McToon?
I don't know. You brought up Coulomb's law, but tell you what, you show me.
You
show me how it works.
McToon,
in a Faraday cage, things don't just float.
Are the things in the Faraday cage electrostatic? Yes or no?
Well, you were claiming everything is electrostatic, and electrostatics are cause for the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So please present how that happens.
Okay, you had to straw man me. I want the audience to take note. 100%, I'll bet anything on it. McToon cannot answer this question, okay? So if electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, and all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic nature, which I could cite Purdue University saying that it's just objective, okay? So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power, that's 39 zeros, stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. If you cannot isolate gravity by controlling the variable of electrostatics, how can you verify that the gravity is there, McToon?
Oh, it's easy to isolate electrostatics. You just have a common ground.
So when you ground something, is the thing that you grounded electrostatic, yes or no?
Both. If you have a common ground, both things are at the same electrical potential.
No, not electrical, electrostatic. Like I said, you're out
electrostatic of your or electrostatic, whatever. So explain to me then. I'm waiting for you. You just keep asking the question. I studied electrical engineering. You studied nothing.
Which is why it's so sad.
So go right ahead and explain it. All you're doing is saying there's these forces, but you don't understand that they're all at zero potential differential.
Okay. Yeah.
How are they different?
You can never actually exclude the electrostatic potential of anything. Hence me just now citing Purdue University verbatim.
What's the link?
I'll get in a second.
Yeah.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That's fine, but if they're at the same potential, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if we use a Van de Graaff generator manipulating electrostatics, it will change the directionality of things. They will go up and down. Lightning, electrostatic phenomena, bumblebees actually use an electrostatic resonance
Spiders and beetles do as well. So we have naturally occurring phenomena where electrostatics affects directionality. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic. Glass, lead, you name it, anything. If you ground something, it's still electrostatic. It's intrinsically electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic and way stronger than gravity claims to be. The official heliocentric explanation for this is that out on the bigger cosmological scale, when you get out to much bigger masses, it overrides it due to the scalar nature of gravity. So you should learn your own idea before you act like I'm dumb. And so that's just a side note, right? So you cannot, she already demolished you, bro. You didn't manipulate space and time, bend and warp it, and verify it's the causal agent. And electrostatics are still
Now
present.
you
Game
asked
over.
something, and
Welcome to
you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
I'm still you. All you need to do is understand that there's no differential. The electrostatic force happens if there is a electrostatic differential. But if there is no electrostatic differential, there's no force applied.
How do you control the differential of the Earth?
You were wondering about electrostatics, and I was explaining it to you, right? And then you changed it to something that wasn't about an electrostatic differential.
So the Earth have an
never mind
electrostatic
that.
resonance?
A resonance?
A resonance field, yeah. Yes or no?
I don't even know what you
I know
mean by
you
an
don't know.
electrostatic
I know you don't know.
resonance field.
Okay, I'm sorry that you're
just making up crap.
Okay, so let me just all I'm saying is we can move on from this. This is a more technical aspect. It's actually not necessary, but all I'm saying is everything's intrinsically electrostatic. It's 10 to the 39th power strong, and gravity even claims to be. Okay, she explained to you that in 1915 it was superseded. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. It's now considered an effect of the bending and warping of space and time. This has never been verified, scientifically manipulated. In fact, it's off by 95% when applied to the cosmological scale. It's called dark matter and dark energy. And then you can verify that causal agent. You certainly don't have some intellectual high ground where you can make fun of us with fifth grade science jokes. It's laughable. I read the theory of relativity. You don't need a PhD to do it either, Carissa. So here's the deal. You can't verify your causal agent claim, which is actually what your entire model is dependent upon, as well as the R value, which we've demonstrated that is falsifiable and in fact been falsified. So that's the crux of the whole issue. We'll never get answered. We'll just get ad homs. We'll just get little like shots about how you're so smart in fifth grade science. We'll do what, blah, 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 Pilton majority. But there you go. So until you can actually substantiate the cause of the downward acceleration, the fact we see the downward acceleration doesn't matter. We know that.
But it was empirically confirmed in 1950, and you just hand waved it away.
Carissa destroyed you on that, bro. Were you not here?
Confirmed. That's what we're trying to tell you. It wasn't.
High five, Carissa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
Yeah, Kai did. Carissa destroyed you earlier by disagreeing with you about the horizon. Sorry, I get mixed up.
Because obviously he thinks that there's a static horizon, right? Don't you?
He
Right?
thinks there's a necessary static horizon.
I love
If
it.
the Earth is a sphere.
No, wait. Though, guys, wait. What's the definition of air? Let's pause it.
Yeah, please. Tell me. Well, I already gave you the answer, so it would be quite fair.
Hey, Carissa, do gases have an inherent shape?
Atomically,
They haven't. Well, what's their shape?
it depends on their chemical makeup.
Do gases
Their
have an
molecular,
inherent shape?
their molecular makeup. It depends on their molecular.
Hey, Richard Feynman would disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that each atom in the gas is going to have a molecular makeup, and that would generally, there might be some variation in the shape depending on how they interact with each other, but it honestly is, yeah. So it's not, of course, gas itself isn't going to be like, it's amorphous, right? But like on an atomic level, of course, there's going to be a shape to the atom.
Okay, so gases don't have an inherent shape. Okay, cool. I guess I got it. I was gonna say, so can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without a container?
Gas structure?
Pressure.
Pressure.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes, you can.
Can you demonstrate it? Well, before we ask for your demonstration, we have a demonstration for you. Okay, so
You hear that sound?
did you hear it?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Okay, so the pressure actually spontaneously sought equilibrium to the lower pressure around it once you remove the containment. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
So do you understand that the gas going into the air is floating up and it's being buoyant because it's lighter than the air around it? Of course, when you have a vacuum,
Maybe you
it's
should
not
ask her.
going to go up. It's not
She'll
going
ask
to go
you.
up.
Yeah, maybe
Can
like,
you stop interrupting women, please? It's going to go up. It's not going to go up.
the
Obviously.
joke reached its expiration?
Oh, I'm glad that you're able to determine that. So if you're able to go into like a vacuum, there are no other molecules or any other substances to help it float and disseminate into the air because there is no air. Therefore, obviously, it's not going to rise.
So to clarify, you just didn't answer the question when I said, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes, we have gas, an element of gas pressure here. I think it's probably determined by some effective gravity.
So the reason that we're asking this is because they tell us that the separation between our gas pressure here on Earth and the vacuum of space, which, as you brought up, is not like a vacuum cleaner. Everybody knows that.
It's not sucking.
Of course, yep, yes. They're saying that it's uncontained. It's uncontained.
Yes.
Now,
because the molecules still have.
So they're saying it's uncontained, but
there's still mass.
The reason that we are puzzled, okay, because you want to talk about science. So we're curious because this is a good source, chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The definition of gas pressure is the pressure of a gas. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So what's happening is the gas molecules, for example, like in your tire, we just filled up air in my tire today. That's a great example of gas pressure. It's the air inside, the molecules are colliding with one another and they're bouncing off the walls of the container, which is creating pressure. And the container is the antecedent to gas pressure. Okay? So, but here's the problem, is they're just saying that the container that's keeping the air in from the vacuum is just air. Okay? So that's the relevance of us asking, okay, the heliocentric model is claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container. So we would need to see this demonstrated on some small scale here on Earth. Because again, we can show you the Perrier can, my tire, a balloon. These are all gas inside a container. So just show us one example, not using the thing in question though, which is the Earth's atmosphere. One small demonstration that confirms that you can have gas pressure without a container.
So number one, you're going to have to have such a huge gravitational force, right? Because right now what's happening is that the gases are being gravitationally pulled on a molecular level toward the Earth's core, right? So you can't reproduce the same situation unless you have such a broad scale gravitational pull, which is not something that we're going to ever be able to replicate. Unless I guess we want to go to like another planet and have like this huge experience. It's just not going to be practical, right? So generally speaking, the reason that it's still, I'm assuming that definition is assuming that it's within our atmosphere, right? And that there's going to be air around it.
If I can,
go ahead,
Carissa. There's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. So there's a distinction that you're missing there. So the definition you read doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
The atmosphere
It applies to gas within a physical container. It's not speaking about the atmospheric gas.
To clarify, atmospheric pressure isn't gas pressure, right?
They are distinct, yes.
So the atmosphere isn't made up of gas pressure.
The atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are different things.
But is there gas pressure in the atmosphere?
There is pressure, but it's not due. Your definition doesn't apply to atmospheric pressure.
Okay,
it applies to specifically that definition that you read is specifically talking about within a physical container.
We have just a few more minutes. Then we have to go to Q&A as we do have a number of questions and we are excited about them. So thank you very much. Folks, want to remind you a couple things before we do that as well. We'll give Carissa, MC Toon, and Witsit and Kai a chance to draw together some of the threads from this debate in just a moment. But I want to let you know, folks, Carissa and MC Toon and Witsit and Kai are all linked in the description, so you can check out their links if you'd like to hear more. Highly encourage you. What are you waiting for? I mean, the links are already there. So with that, Carissa, MC Toon, Witsit, and Kai, any final concluding statements on tonight's debate?
Then go first.
Go ahead, and you can start off.
Okay, well, Austin, I sent that to you more than a year ago. I don't think you've looked at it, but we didn't get to it. Maybe next time. mc2.net/SE. Go ahead.
So I guess my closing would be that it's interesting. I think both Whitsitt and his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I don't specifically remember your name because it's not.
It's just 2 letters.
Hi, gotcha. I think that they.
Until later date.
I think they're getting really entrapped by the semantics of things when many
you can
of
change your region to Mexico.
the Earth can be obviously proven to be spherical without being like, oh, we need to understand gravity to a precise and dark matter and all this stuff. There are many ways to condense these perspectives and realize that the Earth is spherical. There are observational ways to realize that the Earth is spherical. There are many different ways to do so. And I think it's very interesting that they aren't even able to give a map or any indication of what they actually believe the world looks like. They seem very focused on like, oh, this is, common sense and stuff, but they aren't actually able to provide a map or anything, any model of their Earth. They say that it's not a positive claim, yet their shirts literally say the Earth is flat. They won't even say that they believe that. They're like, oh, well, we don't have to do that, right? Because they're worried they're spineless. So with that, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate talking to the both of you. Carissa, I would love for you to join us. We have a Discord server called a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord where we educate new Globers on. Part of it is that you don't know your model. And when you learn the model, you find out that there's so many holes in it. So I invite you to come. We have Ladies Night at 5 p.m. Again, it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. McToon, I appreciate speaking with you as well. I would just ask that you, take the time to just think about the difference between correlation and causation. But overall, just to wrap it up with a nice bow, it's really good to question things. And I think everyone can agree with that it's very important to question things. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. So with the spherical excess, by the way, Mattoon, I don't know why you keep bringing up our DMs, man. I guess I'll have to tell the audience now. You DM me 1,000 times, dude. So believe it or not, no, I don't read all your DMs, bro. I think it's super weird. So there you go. There's your answer to that.
I did it in a debate on this platform. I did it in a debate. I sent it to you during the debate last time you were
Not
here.
my boyfriend's DMs.
Yeah, I think you actually interrupted my closing. It's cool, but I get it. You get triggered, but I haven't checked my DMs during the debate, and you've sent me hundreds of messages. It's all good. Spherical excess, you actually look over a vast distance. You say that there's no refraction, but then right after that, you can rewind for the audience. He literally said, well, there is some. You got to account for it, and whoop-de-whoop. Yeah, of course, there's refraction of fluctuation. You take an apparent location, presuppose a radius value, presuppose the Earth's a sphere, and then you take the fluctuation of the differential in the apparent location, and then you say, look, here, it's more than 180 degrees, and we don't need refraction. It's not really here, but it's kind of here. Wow, dude, that was really difficult. Please send me some more through the DMs. So, and then she said, oh, if the moon's a sphere, we don't presuppose the moon's a sphere. We've seen the same side of it forever. So no, that doesn't prove the Earth. Well, I can go through your entire intro right now. It's not true. It's all dumb. It's all presuppositions. What we'll always get in SIPs oftentimes is how many times will Austin say specificity or presuppositions? I'm sorry that Globers make me say presuppositions to every one of their postulations, but that's what it is. So here's a quick recap of the situation. We pointed out that the horizon that we see is nothing more than an apparent location. It constantly fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. That's what we've all observed. Anyway, so then we looked at long hallways and railroads. They always converge optically, right? That's what we know. That's what we can replicate. That's what we can demonstrate. That's what we observe. You say, well, that's what we observed, but there's something else going on that we just don't ever see because NASA went to the moon in 1969, right? Like that's what you're saying. And that there's an apparent location you can't tell. You can presuppose that it's there, presuppose a radius value, fluctuate it with the category error, then come up with a mathematical equation that doesn't even work, and then that makes the Earth a ball. Cool story, bro. We've seen mountains 273 miles away, 255 miles away. We falsify the radius value. It is impossible that we live on the radius value that they say that we do. It's impossible that we live on the radius value that we say that we do. We falsify the fact you don't have the causal equation for gravity. So there you go. We talked about the basics. Just look into it. I do this for the third-party viewer, as does she. Just open your mind. I know it sounds crazy. I thought it was crazy. Don't be a zealot and try to defend the government via Stockholm Syndrome. It's okay. Don't make this weird, bro. They lied. I just encourage you to look into it, and then you will find out that, in fact, all the empirical evidence is on one side. Thank you.
move into the Q&A. So do want to say thank you to all of our guests. As I had mentioned, our guests are linked in the description. Also have to let you know a very special link is pinned to the top of the live chat. Folks, we know a lot of people enjoy debating these topics, and maybe you have a new YouTube channel, a podcast, whatever it is that you want to get exposure. Well, that's how Modern Day Debate works, is it's all built on exposure. So for example, all of our guests that are here right now are linked in the description. We encourage you to check out their links. And if you want to come on and debate either Flat Earth versus Globe Earth or creation versus evolution, I have pinned a Google Doc or spreadsheet at the top of the chat. So if you'd like to come on and debate one of these topics, or maybe you don't even have a channel that you're trying to get exposure, you just enjoy debating because you're sick like us, well, go ahead and enter your info into that spreadsheet that is pinned at the top of the chat right now. And with that, thanks so much for your patience. We're jumping into the questions. Alex Stein, old friend, says, Austin and Kai makes my heart swoon. Love Flat Earth for the win.
Yeah, shout out Alex Stein. What a legend. And go sub to Conspiracy Castle where you could be super lame. Much love.
Let's see. Melvin, MC Toon, you might enjoy a debate with Alex. I don't know. I feel like you guys would have a good chemistry. But Made by Ben Jim Bob says, MC Toon, what are the physical properties of space-time?
The physical properties of space-time is 4 dimensions. That's what it is.
You got it. And Chris Gaiman, thanks for your question, says, Flats, how much does air weigh? Do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Wait, sorry.
Is that for us or for, sorry?
Flats.
For the flats. The flatties. Ready?
What's the question?
They say, how much does air weigh? And do you believe matter nearby the Earth is attracted to the Earth?
Okay, matter no longer has an intrinsic property of gravity. We've already explained that. Gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. But anyway, like what is air? Air is certain types of gases. What is the weight? What is weight? It's acceleration relative to its location and to its density disequilibrium or relationship. Very simple. Gas always fills the available space. A gradient is a non sequitur. So there you go. Like, yeah, there's a gradient, but there's still pressure. That's delta X change in X. We're talking about the antecedent requirement for X, which is that there is a container. So that's called a non sequitur.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from C. Mitch Play. Says, Flat Earthers, can you determine where a heavenly body will be based on a time and location on Earth? Because Globe can without using historical data.
Hilarious enough, actually NASA still utilizes the Saros cycle, and yeah, it's in a repetitive cycle. Hence why you know why it's there. You're just explaining the cause. It's called post-diction, not prediction. So you looked at it.
You should look up ELP 2000. You don't understand it.
Oh, okay. Earth's a ball.
Welcome.
Juicy. This one coming in from Sofa King Sleepy says, KY, they are going to stick with that. Obviously, when stuck, they will need some more teaching from an astroglithiasist.
Great. I just tell if they would like to talk to me personally, just come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're smarter than me, let's see what you got.
You got it, and thanks very much for this question coming in from GPS. Says, both sides, how does GPS work?
You go first.
The satellites send their location and the time from the specific location that they're at. The receivers get the time and the location from multiple satellites and trilaterate the distance from the different satellites that they're at. And having that, they can get their exact position. It's an open standard. Anybody can create their own antenna and capture that data themselves and see if it works and see if that location is where it appears to be from.
Interesting. Yeah. So just for some Globers that don't know, right? Some people say that GPS is global positioning satellites. I think most people know that, and that's global positioning system. Loran system long predates it being called something to do with the globe. 99% of all transmission are using towers and underground sea cables and wires, right? So we don't actually even utilize the idea of space, certainly not free falling in a vacuum of space. Even if there was something in the sky, which I can actually give you plenty of scientific evidence as to how that was possible in a flat Earth. It doesn't verify the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics. So almost all the transmissions are using that. The Loran system came long before you called it GPS, and that's the exact use case of GPS. So it's certainly not exclusive to a globe.
You got it, and thank you very much for this question coming in from Sarcastic Barman. Says, Flat Earthers, what's the distance around Antarctica? Please bear in mind before you answer, there is a race around it.
Yeah, so the supposed sailboat race that goes around Antarctica actually goes down and pops back up. They publish publicly their actual route. It goes down and pops back up. So that just shows how little people research. We couldn't actually verify the distance around Antarctica because it's illegal to do that via the Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. Longest lasting peace treaty, not even up to a review till 2042.
What page has that you can't go there? Can you cite that?
Yeah. It tells you that it all adheres to beyond 60th south latitude, and you cannot privately or freely explore it without. Can
you show the exact which article of it says you can't go there?
Article 6.
You just make that up.
We done?
John Rapp says.
So we can.
John Rapp says GPS. Evil NASA rubs their GPS satelloons vigorously, makes them stick to the dome. Flurfs. Hashtag rub your satelloon.
Straw man fallacy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Sunflower says, MC Toon, when we set up a vacuum chamber and observe things in it, there is no medium modifying or obscuring it. Correct?
That's right.
You got it. Andrew Rouse says, statement, you two are the perfect couple. I think that they're talking with you, Richard. Gotcha. Next up, Roger Pollock says, MC Toon says MC Toon, please make a soundboard for greatest hits PTS.
PTS.
I think they mean make a soundboard of Austin.
Oh, I already did.
I know you're obsessed with me, bro. It's getting weird. Get out my DMs and record my voice, bro.
Kang024, thanks for your message. As a reminder, want to remind you all, folks, in the live chat, attack the arguments instead of the person. Super important, folks. We really do want to encourage you to rise to that standard. 99% of you do a great job. And for those of you who are not yet there, believe me, you're going to get there. And Joshua Alex says, for both, take 2 cesium clocks, one at street level, one at the top level of a building. The tower clock will soon be behind. How do you explain this?
Right, yeah. So what they do is they say that space and time was proven by the oscillation rate of a cesium atom and its degradation. Of course, they don't account for the vibrational pattern or where they are within the vortexual, movement of the electromagnetic field. We'll say for intents and purposes, not to make people spiral. So yeah, there's numerous different variables they don't control for, and then they just look at the degradation rate of a cesium atom, the oscillation rate, and then they presuppose the causal agent being space and time, which is called a reification fallacy.
You got it. And Peace Pie says, can Fletcher explain the moon's shadow in all phases? Who is Fletcher?
Flat Earther?
Maybe they mean, I don't know. If Fletcher, yeah, it must be you, Austin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't make unfounded claims. Actually, you can actually create, people spiral over this. I just don't care what people think. So you can actually replicate a naturally occurring hologram with the polarization of the electromagnetic field that replicates the color changes, the appearance of shadows, and the phases of the moon. We've only seen one face of the moon for all recorded history. You claim it's entirely locked. It's a coincidence. So cool story. Falsification is independent of replacement. We have the Stellanian eclipse, the eclipse where actually the sun and moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
We're never going to get done if he just waffles like this.
Where the Earth is blocking the sun, supposedly casting a shadow onto the moon and going the wrong way. So we falsified your claim, and falsification is independent of replacement.
Gotcha. And then Andrew House says, Austin, in 15 years, when you look back at all of these debates, how are you going to deal with all the cringe? I don't know if they mean cringe from you or from the opponents. I'm baffled.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really hard to rewatch Mattoon implode like this. But I'll try and make it through it.
This is next up. The Science of Science says, MC Toon, a convex surface does not mean the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
Next up, RT96 says, our view of a pencil in a glass of water is affected by refraction. Witsit says, quote, there is no pencil, bro. That's my best impression, sorry.
That's a good one.
Okay, at least you do the bro in there. It's not too bad. Nah, dude, no one said there was no pencil. That's not analogous. That's a much more dense medium called water. So cool story. And in fact, you require the isolation of a physical location called the geometric horizon. So cool story, bro.
Kango24 says, Witsit, Earth's curve can be seen. Its location is just refracted. Just like looking at a pencil in the glass of water, is the pencil not physical?
Earth's curvature can be seen. You just don't actually see it because it's completely refracted, and then we see something else.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Mattoon already elaborate on that.
We can physically manipulate the pencil, not the curvature of the Earth. Next.
Next up, Science of Science says Carissa also thinks a convex surface means a globe. That's a pretty big leap in logic to think convex equals globe.
I don't think I ever said that.
You got it?
No, because I don't necessarily believe that. So.
Deal. Don Kedick says, I love modern day debate. Gets me through my workday. Thanks for your encouragement, Don. It means a lot. And Fat Man says, KY, you can't compare, I think they mean Kai, says you can't compare a laser sliding on a table to the sun setting. The sun is not suiting on Earth sliding away from us.
That's literally what
they
it's
meant
doing.
sliding.
That's literally what it's doing.
I think they meant
And you can
sitting.
even see this with the videos of the shrinking sun. That only a shrinking sun can only happen if because of angular resolution. That's it.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Digital Demonic Dabro says the damn Santa silly man argument is a red herring by Witsit. This man is not even addressing the argument in this argument. He strawmanned the whole conversation.
No, it wasn't a red herring. And by the way, I said Superman, not Santa, because she said there's an actual tree that we know is there. We don't know the curvature's there. That's why her thing is laughably rudimentary and inadmissible when it comes to empirical evidence. And then she said we control the variables by using a light, which you don't control the atmospheric refraction. So I was being very specific as to say, well, I've never seen Superman. That's why I still know that he is there. That's what she's saying. We've never seen the curvature, but we know it's there. So try.
No, I just was specifically addressing your claim that just because we have to account for something doesn't mean that we don't actually see it.
Specifically, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
I
about
can
this
cut you out of the
specifically.
debate saying it 3 times. So
No, I'm talking about it specifically. That you can't, just because you don't see something directly doesn't mean that it's not visible by controlling elements around you. That's my only point. It's not a one-to-one comparison on all values. But go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
No worries. The Batman says, Austin triggered MC Tune good and hard, LOL Globies. Very good. All right. Next up, John, he told me how to pronounce it. Sudlick says, I love Witsit, but Kai is better looking. Sorry, dude.
no offense taken, bro.
This one coming in from Displaced Gamer says, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space spherical?
Wait, sorry.
What?
What happened?
I think this is, yeah, so that's for you. So they say, if gravity does not exist, why are objects in space? Why do they all tend toward being spherical in shape?
Yeah, see, actually, you can't even substantiate sphericity or terra firma. I actually document them all the time. They're pulsating, quote-unquote, orbs of light for intensive purposes. And even if I look up at a cylinder and say, there's a light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. That's not very adequate information now, is it? Plus, you presuppose the mechanism that causes it all to happen. Presuppose the medium being a vacuum, which is literally antithetical to the natural law called the second law of thermodynamics. It looks like a more fluid-like medium, but that's for people that are open-minded.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Rai says, make sure you wear your NASA shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. I think that's for you, Carissa. Are you going to wear your NASA shirt?
Yo.
I'm being deafened right now.
That's hilarious, bro.
Was that for me? Of course, I'm gonna get booster shots.
Oh, no, I was just in general.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up.
Yeah, because
okay.
I'm pro science.
Next
Yeah,
up,
hopefully we get 33 of them.
Raza43, FC Tune, you're not going to get a booster shot? Jeez, man. Okay, Raza43 says, if anyone lets go of a helium balloon atop Mount Everest, it will fall. Why is that flat earthers? How do grown-ups not know this?
What happens when you pop the helium balloon?
Deflect.
Oh, that was so hard. Oh my gosh, players are so dumb.
Let's see. Thy Messenger says, I never have seen McToon so triggered. Ha ha, he lost. I'm sorry. It's just so trollish. They say it's so blatantly. They say, ha ha, he lost today. He needs more anti-truth media training. Hashtag Black Swan photo. MC Toon, any thoughts?
I've definitely been more animated in some. I think people might be able to identify when even. But this was fun.
This one coming in
and
from...
it wasn't you, Austin.
I wouldn't laugh too much, Austin. We got a juicy one. Xanos Carthage says, Hey, have you seen the footage of Witsit getting beat up by an MMA fighter? I think he tapped out 6 times. Is this true, Witsit?
No,
That was-
completely lie. I got hands, bro.
Was
Leave with the left.
Was it against MC Toon?
No. I got hands, bro. Leave with the left, James.
Next up.
What do you? Wait, hold on. Was that you, or are you talking about? Did somebody mistake you for right the hand?
I didn't get
Okay.
tapped out by anyone. That's all I can say about it.
All right.
Witsit doesn't get tapped out by anybody, folks. And then Snake was right. So the density creates direction. Thank you for Snake was right. Thank you for your question. Says if density creates direction, why do things not fall up toward the less dense air? Clearly, the direction of most mass is what determines direction.
That just made me lose brain cells, but it's the object's density relative to the atmosphere or the surrounding medium. So if something above it is less dense, that's non sequitur. It's more dense than the surrounding air where it's currently residing within that medium.
Like an ice cube, you drop it in room air, it falls to the ground. You drop it in your cocktail, it rises to the top.
You got it. And thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, Robert Summers says, Flat Earth wants to claim science is on their side. Can you tell me one model in the Flat Earth that makes testable and accurate predictions?
Well, models aren't science, so that's convenient, and we're actually not allowed to privately travel past the
Models absolutely are a necessity in science.
Look, man, all the super chats are for us, okay? Just in case you weren't paying attention. But so you're not allowed to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So to make claims outside
But
of
you
that-
didn't. But you didn't substantiate that claim yet, Austin.
No, you're even triggered in Q&A, McToon. You need a jail, bro. Like,
But you didn't substantiate that claim. You're just lying.
Okay.
Maybe if you
You're
just
just
stopped lying, we wouldn't have to fact-check you.
Asar
Are you done?
You always lie.
Yeah, all I know is the super chats are for us. That's all I know. So you can't go past the 60th south latitude.
That's a lie. Why are you lying again, Austin?
Next up, Asar.
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar
Why are you a fake Christian, Austin?
Asar M. Ka says, if gravity doesn't exist, have them explain the cause.
Oh, yeah. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic. To be more specific and technical, incoherent dielectric acceleration. You can use a Van de Graaff generator, affects directionality. You can slow me down to 0.5 since it's just word salad, even though it's all coherent, very hyper-specific. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and since it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity claims to be, you certainly can't claim gravity, so everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density disequilibrium is the relative characteristic that is most prominent. Write it down.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Scotty Osborne says, MC Toon, do you abuse human growth hormones to get those unusually large muscles, which is actually cannibalism? Are you on the roids, MC Toon?
Not. It's just
From the Roy's Institute. Bring your
Pseudonym,
chocolate.
thanks to your super sticker.
Where's my
and
chocolate?
made by Jim Bob says, MC
Can I get
Toon,
some
what
chocolate?
are the necessary constituents of
Is
a
this still
scientific
going?
experiment?
Can I get
scientific
some
experiments
goddamn
are not
chocolate?
dogma. So the necessary
I love
constituents that you're talking about are
The
again from
chocolate.
Kiwi, where he tries to make science into a dogma.
Did you have enough?
No, it is not the IVD dogma that he talks about.
Independent, dependent, and control variables.
Idolatry.
Yeah, but control variables,
You are
which
a
you never do.
statist
But those are just dogma. That is not actually
You're a
the
statist
necessary constituents of a scientific experiment. That's too rigid.
You got it. This one coming in from made by Jim Bob says, MC Toon, how can you justify the bending of space-time if it has no properties and requires time and space to be constant to measure its bend?
It has been empirically confirmed. So I'll stick with empirical measurements.
This one coming in from Nephilim Free says the flat earthers are interrupting too much.
Wow, literally, we got interrupted the entire time.
Yeah.
Maybe rewind it.
Nephilim Free might be up for a debate with you, Austin, on Flat Earth. I don't know. I'm just saying. Dr. Bass Ackwards says, Carissa, draw a circle on the ground, then draw a circle around that, then another circle around those circles. If you continue like this, will the circles keep getting bigger? Can the circles ever shrink?
It would literally just be your latitude lines, right? So yeah, it would keep on getting bigger and then they would start getting smaller again.
You got it, Ann. Thank you very much. Andrew Rouse says, could everyone please just say what higher education degrees everyone has, starting with you, Kai, and Austin?
I got a PhD from Critical Thought University, and she got from Free Independent Thinking, not Brainwashed. Actually, you can actually answer.
I have a bachelor's in science, so suck it.
What science?
Irrelevant. Bachelor's in science. You can look it up.
That's the name of a degree.
She got fucked a
typically
bachelor
you
in
can get a BS.
science.
What about you, Chris? Why don't you answer the question?
Sure.
Does that answer the question?
In December, I'm getting a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics.
Right.
Okay, so you're almost where she is. Why are you knocking her down?
I know I'm not. I'm just asking for further clarification. I think it's cool, and I'm curious what specific degree she got. Why are you being so
reality.
I have a PhD in critical
All right, go ahead, Melvin.
That'd be really great.
I study electrical engineering and computer science.
And you still don't know what electrostatics is, James. We got another
It
question.
would be so cool if people realized
Next up,
that
in
we weren't
Rouse,
standing sideways.
Richard Ashton says, shamefully embarrassing show from the flat side. Unbelievable.
I did so bad. I did so bad because I didn't believe. I didn't believe like the cartoons told me to believe. Like, yeah, didn't you see Marvel? Didn't you see the Marvel? Didn't you see the DC? Oh wait, the Marvel and DC, they're fighting. Oh, you didn't see that? Oh wow, they're so fighting. They're infighting. And guess what? And your globe is there right in between the whole gasps of it all. You fucking cocoons. We're surfing here. We're trying to have a good ass fucking time. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I blocked? I'm probably blocked.
No, you're not. But you were interrupting the
little stream. I love that stream. I love this stream. This is just. It's like we're eating popcorn. I mean, isn't this amazing that our entire lived reality is of a steadfast, immovable earth, and NASA even assumes it. Oh, we assume a steadfast, unmovable earth. But I really dig that. From that that little debate that they had. But it's like really not a debate. Like every day you wake up and it's like the real debate is like, are you gonna turn your TV on and like learn what you need to be absurd about? Are you gonna learn what you need to be upset about? Like whether it's bat soup or people trying to put noxious gases into your air supply. And that's sort of like what Flat Earth sort of immunizes us from. It's like an immunization. This is the vaccine. Oh, you didn't know that everything that you believe in is a goddamn lie? Wow. Guess what? That's your immunization. That's the immunization. And people want to put it off like, oh, like, no. And then they immunize themselves later on. And I find it so fantastical that these... Because I don't want to believe those conspiracy theories, I don't want to believe it. But it's like, was everything here? Was everything already here? Because this is just the logical conclusion. Everything was here. And then we have the creation myth after that fact. Like literally people living in togas, people wearing togas, people doing society and all that. That all exists as if them having the belief that is their realism.
And we all know
Guys,
that we.
right here, man. You having fun ranting?
I'm just trying to open up this. Yeah, I'm trying to open up the phantasmal. Let's get past the what's real there in your.
I agree with one thing you said a minute ago. This is really not a debate because you can't debate objective reality. It is what it is. I agree with that.
Yeah, you brought me back. But I mean, that was a really good debate that they had, and that was just basically bringing forth like every sort of lie that they've told us on the TV screen. You know, it's like, am I the new TV screen? And that's what they wanted to try to tell. Oh no, you're the new TV screen. And it's like, yeah, that's right, because the Illuminati has very little power. There's like 1%. Like these 1%, they hire, they run these corporations. Everybody works for them. And it's like, I don't work for you, you know. It's like that's what flat Earth is. My flat Earth is that, like, I think that you're a joke. Like, I don't want to work for you anymore. Like, that's it. It's not a cult. It's not anything. It's literally the disbelief and of your belief. You know, if you believe in something, guess what? I'm gonna come up and say, guess what? You believe in some fucking dumb shit. That's my fucking belief.
Yeah.
Is I have no fucking belief. And they want to say, oh, you're in a cult. Every day I hear this. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. Yeah. That's my cult. My cult is fuck you, you're a retard. That's my cult.
That's just
I just accept it. Over time, you just sort of accept it. And it's like, yeah, you're right. You're a retard. And I accept that you're a fucking retard.
Are you ever going to shut up, man?
I guess. Thank you, sir.
That's just people's initial reaction, the shock of hearing flat Earth. They just assume we're a cult of crazy people. I just got to let. I mean, I can't worry what people think about it anymore. I'm tired of it. I've been doing this for 6 years. You know, people either going to wake up or they're not, and then go on with themselves as long as they leave me alone.
I mean, when you say 6 years too, that's not even like 6 years. That's 6 years like dominant. Like I've been looking at like alternatives to the heliocentric model, and then you just sort of get put into this whole flat Earth bullshit that we're put into, you know.
Well, it is what it is. We're all just seeking truth. So
yeah.
Let's check if there's any new people here to talk to real quick. We got Choom has got no rolls. I don't know if there's a mod here who wants to roll the dice. The rest of the list looks like globe deniers. So if you want to keep talking,
I mean, that's what's funny. Is I'm on my pedestal, you know, my soapbox, you know, like that's what's the most funny is that they would say that you're in a cult because you disbelieve their religion. And it's like that's kind of odd. You know, it's like the flat Earth is more of a philosophy. It's more of a philosophy of here's what the scientific method is, and here's what the scientific method isn't. And that's all it really is.
Accepting reality as it presents itself, what we can prove, all stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and precisely. Except and this is the scientific method. We have Boyle's gas law. We have entropy. We have all thermodynamics. We have everything from. But at the end of the day, then they're like, you have a disbelief because you don't think that you're standing sideways. You don't think that you're standing sideways, and that you're spinning at the speed of sound, and like that's when the odd,
you're starting to
the odd cult beliefs start to derive themselves. Because I wake up, I'm literally standing here on a flat stationary Earth, looking out. I'm on my little porch, and like that's reality.
That's what we all experience, flat and motionless. But they want us to think it's the exact opposite, right?
And there's no evidence. There's no proof. There's no
We
proof
do
of
have
it.
BC verified in here. Sorry to interrupt you, but we got Johannes Midgard is joining us. Let's see if he wants to talk. Hello, Johannes. If I'm saying your name right.
What's up, Dave?
How's it going?
Thought
What brings you by the service?
I've been here for a while. My old account got banned, so I'm.
But how do you explain the disbelief? How do you disbelieve reality?
We don't know what he thinks.
You're a globie. Like, just show us. Like,
We didn't ask
why
him
do
that
you
yet.
think that we're standing sideways right now?
Don't
Spinning at
jump to
the speed of
conclusion. Let him
sound.
say what he thinks. Hey, into the break. Let him say what he thinks the Earth is. What is the Earth, Johannes, to you?
It's flat, man.
What makes you think it's flat?
Water. Water's flat.
That's actually a good answer for me.
Pascal's principle does work for me.
The natural physics of water debunks the globe right off the bat. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to do any gravity shit or anything. Water doesn't stay in curves in the ocean.
Principle.
You know. Anyway, so you, how long you been looking at this subject, Johannes?
Yeah, actually, I've been here for a while, Dave. I think we talked before.
I'm sorry if I forgot. It's been a month, a year.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 years on this server.
I mean, isn't it just crazy? Like after even 2 years, like there's like nobody's bringing new evidence to you. Like it's like, oh, I've heard this refracted horizon. Like if that shit's debunked, like your radius value is debunked. Like, isn't that just like? It's just weird. It's weird. Like if we're supposed to live in the simulacrum, the simulation of reality, then
it's weird, man.
And nothing works with each other. We have paradoxes after paradoxes after paradoxes that are supposed to explain the toy model that we live on.
I know. You got a really good point there. Isn't that strange that they're telling us, just like you said, you're in a cult or you're some weirdo because you don't make believe.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you said, because you don't make believe that you're on something that can't be proven, has never been seen, and no one ever has experienced. But if you don't just make believe and just pretend because we tell you you're spinning around,
because little kids are really good when they bring us that indoctrination. We're really good at like making believe, like that the mobiles in front of our head are good, and then the space shuttles that our parents put up on the walls of our doors.
Yeah, what a cruel hoax.
What a cruel. It's worse than Santa. Like it is so cruel.
Hey, son, you want to say hi to Johannes? I got to bounce off voice for a second, but he's new to the server. He said he's been here before, and he says he's
he said he's been here for 2. He said he's been here for 2 years.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about here.
I was just catching you up, son, in case you want to talk to me.
Good to talk to you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Come back on later, Dave. I like hearing from you actually, and you're not dead air, Dave.
Well, I'll be listening.
No,
I'll be listening.
No, Dave is pertinent air, Dave.
Exactly.
Pertinent air that we breathe every day.
But Dave is humble though, so that's a good way to be, you know. But yeah, we need you here, Dave, and we like hearing from you. And you actually have great things to say. You're very intelligent and you're concise. Thanks. Not like me. People
Yeah, I
are
don't
going
even
5
know
minutes
what
later.
I don't
When are you
even
going to
know
get
what
to the
the
source?
goons are saying anymore. You know, the goons. I sort of left them. I just just came in here have a brief discussion because Wits is very very good arguments that he raised in his discussion. It just it just brought me in to love it all. I just love it. I just love this. Anytime you can question your reality is a good thing. That's a good thing. But people don't want you to be able to question anything, and I think that's very wrong. And if Tim Osmond has something better for us, please, Tim Osmond, come tell us how you looking up at because I saw him this morning. He's like, what's the horizon? Oh, I'm looking at the horizon 45 degrees up from up at a mountain range, and I can't see anything else. That's the horizon. And it's you're literally a retard, Tim Osmond. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And
Yeah, we
this
know
got me excited to talk.
We know from about 4 or 5 years ago, that he's controlled op. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
And controlled op. That's that.
Yeah, he is.
That's that buzz.
He's a dumb shit.
I love the buzz, dude. I just love that buzz, bro. It's funny to me. It's funny how relevant flat Earth is to everything, because it is everything.
Everything.
It is everything.
Right. It is.
It is. If you know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, I wanted to say science. Well, you better know what the fuck science is when you're talking about it. Oh, you don't? Well, now you're actually the antithesis of science, and now that's a big problem. And it's that's the thing. What do we call the geometric, where they negate Euclidean and they want to go into Riemannian?
Yeah, we'll have to think of a good name for that.
They don't. It's they need another name for that. It's they're not.
It's basically anti-reality, is what it is.
Yeah, reality deniers. Yes,
anti-realist. I'm gonna start calling them that. Are you an anti-realist?
Yeah, no, I've been calling them that for a long time. I've been calling them the bat soup, fearful, and all kinds of weird shit.
Dempsey, are you an anti-realist? I saw him light up. I guess he's awake.
I'm just thinking with 6 months time going around cartoon, right? And you go around your 6 months, that your night would be day, because literally you're on the other side, and the night would be day. And so I've been trying to come up with what's that paradox's name. Is it the flat Earth 24/7 paradox? But I don't want to give the FE name, because I like
it's their summer.
Negate their model.
I would call it their summer-winter paradox, because see, you're right. On the other side, then they're on the wrong side of they're on the wrong side. They're away from the sun.
They're on the wrong side the whole time. I mean, there's so many paradoxes. There's 20 paradoxes out of that.
Yeah. What about in the winter? We're closer to the sun.
Yeah. What is that paradox called? Is there an actual nomenclature of the paradox of that?
They don't address it, I don't think. I've never heard it addressed.
Well, they address it. They say, well, it's just because of the angle. Our atmosphere protects us.
What about 29 February?
All right, Sasha knows. Sasha will help us. Is that Sasha?
No,
Yep. Yeah, that's Sasha.
Sasha. What about 29 February?
29th of February. Yeah, what about that? How do we have a
No,
quarter
tell me.
day?
No. Tell me what about it?
Yeah, because sun is circulating, in the same path all the year, and then the fourth year we have 1 day more.
But then, like, we've gone around the sun
But
and
sun,
we haven't.
listen, the sun is circulating 3 years the same path, but 4 years that the sun has 1 day more to circulate, or Earth or whatever. But how that's working? How we can add something like a day, but there is reality that's going on. Sun is the same speeds, the same path all the time. And now, 29th of February, sun is doing 1 day more. That's strange.
Yeah, and in the mathematics, they just divide the day by 4. Then you get a quarter of a day. Then you add a quarter of a day to every year. And in the mathematics, it works well. But if the Earth turned an extra quarter every year, your sunrise times and sunset times would be out by a quarter of a day. So it would be noticeable if there was this additional quarter rotation leading to a full day after 4 years in the leap year. But there isn't. It only works in the maths.
Well, that's sort of my confusion. Is like how we go around a cartoon, and then we're on this side of the cartoon, and then we're on the other side of the cartoon, and so that would mean that light source is coming from the other direction, right? And that's what I'm really trying to wrap my head around is that how day turns to night in 6 months.
Correct, yeah. That's something that should occur every 6 months, is that our day and night should completely flip around. 12 a.m. should now be middle of the day, and 12 p.m. should be nighttime.
Yeah.
We should actually change our clocks.
Right. But we're changing our clocks at the wrong time, so and the wrong day. Hey,
yeah, no, that's very weird. That's very weird.
Good to hear you, Solar. Sorry, into the break. Good to hear you, Solar.
Solar is king. Like that's who I'm at. That's why I came here only to ask questions. I'm not the big authority. I can chat with the goons in the chat, but I come here to. This is what's on my mind.
Yeah. Hey, Solar.
Hey, guys. No, but that's exactly the point, is that, this room, I learn more in this room than I probably did in 5 years of college.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible. It really is. Hey, Solar, my plant is going off, man. I was going to ask you some questions, but maybe I could send you a DM. But basically, it's getting all the way near the top, and I was going to ask you, the ones that are going way up high, getting too close to the light, I run out of room, so should I just I bent them over some? Should I just keep bending them, or should I clip the outliers that are going up higher?
My personal preference for that is something that they call super cropping.
Yeah.
If you look at the word, you've read about it. Okay, so effectively you squeeze the trunk of the stem just till you feel it breaking between your fingers.
Right.
And then you try and bend it over at a 90 degree without splitting the outer sheath.
Yes. I've done that some already. I'm like, I don't want to hurt you. So you have to, I had to do that once right when it started flowering, but now it's just going straight up again and it's reaching the top. So yeah, I'll have to just do some super cropping again. Yeah.
And use some restraints. You can tie a piece of string with a weight to keep the branch down, because as soon as it goes into flower, there's a lot of hormone release.
Right.
So the plant is going to stretch over the next, say, 2 to 3 weeks and it will almost double its size.
It's
so you
wild.
must always plan. You must always plan that you enter flower with enough space between it and the light source.
Yeah.
And the super cropping, you're effectively turning the side branches into a new trunk.
Yes.
And then from that trunk, each of the little bud areas that would have just given you normally a popcorn bud will now start to develop a trunk or its own stalk.
They're doing
that.
that.
Actually much larger buds out of one branch.
Yeah. You're right. Because the ones I turn sideways, they're really just like coming up, outward. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Good, buddy.
You know what I find amazing is that, like, if you just leave them alone, you watch those, the new growth that's coming up from the little sectors, where the leaves are coming out. I forget what that's called. But how they spiral around by themselves around the stem. I find that amazing. It's like a little vortex of leaves coming out in a vortex.
Exactly. Now tell me that something can't come from nothing, because that little vortex of leaves wasn't there 2 days ago, and then suddenly it is there, and then in a few days' time it's going to be a beautiful little hairy bud. So stuff does come from nothing.
It comes from the information. The information part is the part we can't see.
Yeah, that's what
thanks for that correction.
Right? Have you seen the? I had an argument with a close friend of mine about the non-verbal rice experiment, the non-verbal like sort of growth of
intention experiment.
plants, and where intention where your brain chemistry is creating that vibration. And
so it's even better than that. The plants have I don't know how they do this, but they are able to perceive their environment. And when you're in their environment and they see that you're deficient in something, they can actually start to produce surplus amounts of the chemical that you're deficient in, because they actually want to make you better. This experiment was done where they took lettuce and cabbages, and they made 20 different people from the same cultivar, the same packet of seeds. Effectively, it's the same genetics that you started with. And 20 individuals each planted their own lettuces. And at the end of the study, they tested each lettuce, and each lettuce had different quantities of magnesium and calcium. And it was always the same soil, same watering conditions, same amount of light. Every other variable was held constant, including the genetics that it started with. But you would find lettuces that had
non-verbal intent.
Calcium. And when you go and look at the person who grew the calcium or grew the lettuce, they found that person was deficient in calcium.
Well, this is the debunk. Is that they say that that was something in the soil, that was something in the air. That's the debunk for it is they don't want us to believe that there's a non-verbal connection between
us
between us, between anything. They don't want us to believe in the non-verbal, like they don't, and the spiritual. And like all those experiments, I think, because I was like, well, what do you debunk that one? Because they were like, I'm totally fine with, like the negative music adversely affecting plants, and then like if you say you fucking hate water, and then that water particle freezes and is that crystal from Michio Kaku or whatever. It's not Michio, but from that guy's studies or whatever, that was all fine because it was a verbal. It was of a pronounced verbal.
Ayamoto, yeah.
I speak something. But what they don't like is the non-verbal, like non-verbally, this rice experiment, which is the same as like all these other experiments, how to
had a negative result. They're like, this is hocus pocus, and I led them to the other ones that the other studies that begat like even this study that people are doing, but they just were like, no, they just fake that shit, and it's like at that point you just have to be like, no, we just have to. I have to show you more of this, more of the inconsequential denialism that is your whole belief system. And it's like, hey, go do meth up your butt and see how good you do after that. You know what I mean? That was a problem with this person that I was speaking, because they're so woke. Everybody's so woke.
So I'm kind of like
they don't agree with they don't think that anything past the supernatural, and this would I would say this is Bobby in our chat or whatever. They don't think past they don't want to disbelieve science, right? And so they're all on science, but they don't know what science is.
Well,
and then have
you were about to say it just then. They don't look past, and the word is nose. They don't look past their own nose.
Yeah. Well, yeah. True.
Yeah. Most people are like that. They can't see anything beyond themselves.
But no, what was crazy is for me was that they didn't want to believe anything that was metaphysical, and anything that surpassed science. Like, this is not science. I was very specific. I was like, this is not science. This is just miraculous. World that we live in.
So solar. So when I go in there and breathe on my plant, and sometimes I have a lot of congestion. I've had lung difficulties. Well, they don't really slow me down, but I have some COPD, and sometimes I get congested. So I go in there and I'm breathing on my plants and I'm coughing. So they're saying, "Oh, he needs some medicine for that cough."
Yeah, those plants. Imagine what those plants are thinking, dude.
Well, I hope it hurries up. You can't rush.
No, imagine. I mean, it's like, just imagine the world as not so physical, and then just like, oh, the sunrise isn't perplexing anymore. It's just like, thank you for a sunrise and a sunset. Like, that's wonderful.
I don't see the world as completely physical. I know you don't. I think I've sensed the spiritual part of this reality most of my life.
I think that's where a lot of the obscurity of like, oh, where are these celestial objects in the sky? It's like, where are you in your reality? Where are you? Like, maybe you should think about where are you, over where your celestial objects are. And it's like, and then they're just over a flat fucking plane to begin with. So it brings us all back to here. It brings us all back. Like, it's a beautiful paradox, the flat Earth paradox. Like, and they try to say you're in a cult. Like, no, I'm in a paradox of I believe that I live in a reality.
Hey, so into the break, tell them, if anybody ever tells you that, tell them. Wait a minute, you said paradox. Yeah, you're in a cult, one that helps people think for themselves. So if that's the kind of cult,
obviously, yeah,
I'm happy. I'm happy about it.
we're in there. We're thinking for ourselves. That's what I'm saying. The paradoxes are numerous in the heliocentrism, and it's just like, oh, how do you think of those? And then what flat Earth is a hyper realistic view of reality. That's all. Flat Earth isn't anything magical. Isn't no cult. And nobody has any
Globe Earth
leadership
is a cult.
over it. No.
Globe Earth is a cult.
Globe Earth, yeah, well, definitely. I mean, they have centralized leadership over who tells you what to believe and not.
Yeah, that's a cult. And they're saying for
But Flat Earth is simply the disbelief of like where you're in the hyper realistic view of where the scientific method meets cultism.
Yeah, I want to take.
And that's why they hate it.
I want to take
listen this.
So much.
Doesn't matter flat Earth. Sorry, Sonny. Doesn't matter flat Earth. It matters sphere Earth, globe Earth.
Yeah, I want to take a quick break. We have someone new named Vulcan Raven. I'm going to unmute them. Vulcan Raven, you've been unmuted. Can you say hi? Hello, Vulcan Raven. Are you there?
Hi, this is Into the Break. This is what is my other name? Way BMX. Way BMX is my old Flat Earth nomenclature.
So let's talk with Vulcan. Vulcan, they're not speaking up yet. So okay, no problem, Vulcan. If you're away, just go to VC.
No, but I'm that's a serious conundrum.
You're gonna have to stop interrupting me. So I'm gonna server mute you again just for safety.
No, don't do that. Don't do that, dude. Don't do that.
Stop.
Dude, I'm stopping.
Stop interrupting me, or I'll mute you. Stop it.
Are you serious, dude?
Yes.
Stop. Boom.
Yeah, stop interrupting me.
I was talking with Sunny and
I'm Sunny. And you're interrupting me. Just be cool. When you hear someone talking you're going to have to chill until they finish. You're interrupting every sentence of mine. Just be cool. So we're talking to Vulcan Raven. I'm going to put you on server mute, which is our policy when you come in here and you're server muted. If you don't speak up, we leave you the way we found you. So if you need to be unmuted, you go to VC1 check-in, or you can ping one of us, or ping it in the live stream voice text. Thanks.
Now you can go into.
I mean, I just the Ogar's paradox. You know, why night should be day. I think that's fascinating.
I'm going to turn the water for a little bit, okay?
Well, it'd be really great if somebody would present some sort of information that would convince us that heliocentrism isn't just a big joke. So if you're new to the chat, please just present, any evidence, whatever you have, that heliocentrism isn't a big fucking joke. I mean, where's the discussion at? Sunny.
I had to step away so I could fold some clothes.
Dude, we had that. No, that was you invited somebody in there, and
yeah, they didn't speak up though.
I mean, but who else doesn't speak up? So many people don't speak up.
Yeah, but if you're
about
if you have no roles though, and you're in the live stream,
do I have no roles? Is mine no? Do I have no roles? My roles should be that I am a skeptic, and that I am a degenerate, and that I just like to fucking have conversations. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to push anybody into any corners. Yeah.
It says you're a valued flat earther. Cogdis VIP.
Yeah, I'm a level earther. I'm a level like the horizon is derived from the derived horizontal angle, and there is all tangents are parallel. You know, does that make me a flat earther yet? If we had plumb bobs hanging around, we wouldn't have level fucking buildings because they'd be swirling and shit. Bunch of goofy nonsense. Like I could do very good and I could do very bad. You know what I mean? I love it. I just love it all. I'm here for the philosophical discussion of it all. What do you know? How do you fucking know it? Anything else kind of doesn't mean anything else to me or to you or to anybody. Like, oh, you have a dog. You have a dog, so we can't go into your yard. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is what this is the philosophical discussions of how do you know something that you don't know. Beautiful to me. To me, it's beautiful. To other people, it draws confusion. Like these people in the chat, like very nonsensically, and they want to know how is the best you cook fried chicken. In the chat, literally right now. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in just having a laugh, having a funny laugh. If the Earth was a ball with the radius 3959, we wouldn't see past 1.225 miles past the observer's height in feet. We observe further than that. It's simple. That's very simple. It's easy. Easy math. Easy everything. If you're on an airplane, you're trying to traverse this globe, right? You're going from New York to fucking, what is it? Los Angeles, right? That'd be 2,000 miles. So you'd be having to traverse 215 feet of miles curvature. And so the airplane would have to be changing this aerial directive every square foot to maintain level, to maintain altitude on a globe. Like, these are the arguments that I find very fascinating and fun. Because it's like, did the airplane change its A of A, or didn't it change its A of A? And there's no questions. There's no answers. The only thing is that, guess what? The Earth is flat. It's observed, it's assumed by NASA, steadfast and unmovable. That's NASA. That's NASA with your orbital mechanics. And then you want to go into orbital mechanics? Different reference frames? I'm just waiting. Okay. You going into different reference frames, alright. Thermodynamic, the entropy is out the window. That's something I wanna. I can't live with that globies. I can't live with that. Like that, everything that you globies believe in is just absurd. I can't live with that. Like it's not like that. I'm like in another culture or something. We live in the same culture. We have to live in the same fucking reality. This shit's fucking bullshit because taxation is theft. And but it's like you people are so weak. You people are weak. That's the big problem. That's the big problem. Is how weak and docile and stupid you are. Am I talking to myself? Or am I talking to you? Well, yeah. Let's fucking discover it. Let's discover it. But I think you're so weak. You're so weak. You believe in this such weak politics. It's just some goon shit. It's just some goon shit that we all just goon believe in. Any which way you want. What do you want? What do you want? Club Zealot.
I want people to accept reality as it presents itself. What do you want?
What do you want from life?
That would be miraculous if enough people did fucking just accept reality as every day of their life. Everybody's life is presented to them.
Am I robot and I'm mobile? I'm just checking.
Dude, I thought I was I thought I was just blocked or whatever. So
not yet.
Oh, you're good, man.
No, you're okay, Dave.
But Dave, that's some real shit. That's the real shit. It's like, why won't these people just fucking accept reality for what it is? Like, why do you have to think it's some other absurd shit?
Why do you have to make up all these bullshit stories about what reality is? Say, well, there's what it is. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's what I always tell people. I was like, the only thing that you're tasked up against is to disprove reality. That's all you have to do. You just have to disprove reality. Because I'm literally standing here right now on the steadfast, immovable earth, looking at myself upright. And like, all you have to do is disprove that. Disprove reality. None of them can do it, Dave. None of them.
Anytime anybody goes out to do anything in anywhere that lives are on the line, it matters money, if you screw it up, they never account for curvature or motion. Somebody prove me wrong if they do. Anybody's doing anything in reality, figuring curvature and motion at all. At all. Not at all. Zip. None. Zero. I'll shut up.
I take that as we have no Glober ready to defend their fucking horizon.
We have no heliocentric enthusiasts defending their globular fantasy. Maybe rookie 1973. You want to play a Glover rookie? It's either AFK or doesn't want to play a Glover.
I think maybe you have some blockage due to some.
I'm mobile. I'll shut up.
I can't hear you very clearly. I don't know if any.
I'm going because I'm driving. I'll shut up.
You're roboting a little bit there.
I feel you, Dave. Dave, I'm gonna carry on what you're talking about. Is it nobody goes out in life and says, "Oh, this is a heliocentric model." Like you wake up in your life and you experience a flat stationary Earth. That's all there is to it. It's not even complicated. It's not even difficult. It's like reality is you live on a steadfast, assumed stationary Earth. It's not even difficult. All these people what about why the stars go over our heads? Like, yeah, the stars go over your heads. Wow. That is amazing for you. Why don't you start recognizing how beautiful of a situation that you've been presented with is? We don't need you to tell us that our beliefs in reality, what reality is somehow not as fantastical as it is. Like, no, these relativists, right? Where up isn't down. They're like, no, you're not special. You're a piece of shit. That's what they believe. And I believe, Dave, you are a special fucking being. You're a special fucking person. That we fucking had a conversation. Sonny, all like everybody in here is special. It's special because not because in the sense that people can tell you otherwise. You're special in the sense of that we're here discussing this. That's what I sort of don't get about these people. It's like we're discussing this. This is just the nature of reality. It's a very fascinating thing. It's a very beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. It's mesmerizing. It's perplexing. It's at times, it's all beauty, but they don't want you to see that beauty. They don't want you to have that beauty. Yeah, and this is sort of the place where you go to. This is where all of your notions of reality come to be put into bouquets of flowers, and we spread them. How? Like bouquets of flowers. Like, just doesn't do anything. It just says, fuck your fucking dumb shit. That's all you want to do. Like, this is the most, anarchist, the least anarchist. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox of realities. Is what flat Earth is. What this flat Earth is. What this flat Earth notion seems to be. But, hey, you know what? I could be wrong, Put me on life support and fucking send me to Putin's fucking regime and give me bat soup intravenously, and I'll fucking be on all powers. Bat soup isn't that bad. Bat soup isn't that bad. Guess what? That refracted horizon, it's a debunk of your entire heliocentrism. What kind of songs you got? Everybody's got some good songs. I mean, anybody in chat, like, come in, like, have a chat, you know?
Am I still Mr. Roboto?
I mean,
Mic check.
we wanna have a chat.
Good day.
Like, we're not cultists. Well, I want good arguments from somebody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like these people. They seem to like think that like we're cultists, but it's like you're in the cult, buddy. Like, you've literally drank the Kool-Aid, and you're like literally on your precipice of like fucking drinking it, dude. Like, the shit gets weird, dude. With like normies, dude. These normies in the chat, I don't know, are you in the chat, dude? Dave, you ever go in the chat? Do you have a chat name?
I don't know if my mic's working right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. But are you ever in the chat? My chat name is Into the Break. And it's just like it's just some funny bullshit or whatever. What's your chat name?
Somebody else talk, please.
What is it?
Can you hear me? Into the Break?
You're roboting again, Dave. Give it a couple seconds. Give it a minute. Give it a couple seconds. Try it again.
I was just trying to answer his question. I'll go on mute if I'm not working.
You're okay now.
You're welcome, bro.
What were you trying to say, Dave?
I don't remember now what questions you asked me into the break. Do I ever go in the chat? Yes, sometimes I go out there with the warriors that want to live in their globular fantasy mess with.
I mean, just because some people have different names or whatever.
Yeah, I just tell them to have a good day and share love and peace with everybody and try to make a difference in somebody's life today, you know, stuff like
This is wild, bro. This shit is wild, dude. This is wild. That's why it's like, hey, I love that you're in the chat or whatever, you know, and we're all in the chat, dude. Like, because it's like, even if you do really believe in the globe, because I'm really a globe believer, you know, because it's like it's a simulation. It's a simulated globe. And, yeah, I mean, it's just fucking, this shit's so goofy when people are really trying to fucking up for their globe and shit. It's like, bro, just give it up, you stupid There's nothing for you here. Like, we live in an experience reality where everything is steadfast and immovable. That's our Earth. Like, you have to assume that when you
the globe has three main arguments now, pretty much, in my opinion. NASA pictures appeal to consensus. Everybody knows it's a globe, and ridicule of flat earthers. That's all they got.
Yeah, no, that's the goofy shit, dude. That's the goofy shit, because like they can't even do that. Even what you said, it's like they can't even do that. Like, because the Earth is assumed stationary and flat. Like, they're flying. Like, airplanes fly. Airplanes have the ability to fly, right? They're just flying. and it's like, yeah, they need to like break up to like go into outer space or whatever. Okay, well that's an expenditure of, but for the whole time when they're just down there, like we're just down here flying an airplane, we're trying to fly it flat, like that shit just flies flat, dude. That's the funny part, dude. The funny part is that a triangle is a triangle, and that, you know, the reality is that shit's flat. Like, that's the funny part. Like, every day of your life, you've only experienced a flat, stationary Earth. There is no exception.
How strange that things are actually the way they appear and the way we experience? No shit.
Oh wow, I got plans. I got a beautiful little place out here. I'm chilling. Nothing's flying up to the moon. You know, I got balloons and shit. I got balloons literally, and I just let them out. Yeah.
Y'all remember that song? I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. Nothing is really as it seems. Remember that song? Who was that? Can't remember the artist of that song. It really doesn't matter. It's part of the indoctrination.
I don't know. Listen, I was watching this movie last night called Phenomenon. There's a flat Earth reference in there.
John Travolta, it's a good movie, really.
Yep.
What was it? I missed it.
The guy goes, why do you have to cut him down? Why do you have to do that to him? It's like, I forget exactly the words, but they're like, you want to just prove the world is flat. It's so weird to hear that.
You know, what is it? Propaganda is a symptom of entertainment, entertainment is the symptom of the propaganda. So never think that anything that you ever seen. That's why it's like I'm full on. Like I watch fucking Netflix. I got like a girlfriend's ex-girlfriend that gives me Netflix for free, and fucking same thing with all these other browsers. I'll watch these fucking shows. I watch these shows. They're complete predictive propaganda. Like, you should never go into a situation thinking that it isn't propaganda. You should go into a situation being like, how the fuck are they trying to manipulate my worldview for the next? And then, you know, Contagion is very big in what they tried to do, what they're trying to do right now. You know, Contagion. You ever seen that movie? Now we're talking bat soup, because I think that people have scarcity of bat soup, and I think that bat soup, you know, bat soup caused it. I think bat soup will end it. I think enough people have some prosperity of bat soup.
I'm disappointed I never got to
get your bat soup on.
I wonder if I can order that.
Dude, get your bat soup on, bro. And like all this shit, it just disappears. Like, because people are scared of the bat soup, but no, that's over. Like, it's over now. Like, you didn't know? Like, it's totally over now with you know, the whole nuclear crisis. So I gotta come up with the new people. Oh, you fear the bat soup, was what I was doing forever. Like, for 2 years, people had their faces covered willingly, right? People had their faces covered willingly, And so now we're into this new thing where it's like, oh yeah, that shit was totally bullshit. And of course, bat soup fear doesn't exist. And believe in the nuclear fucking explosions they're about to have that are based on cartoons from 1970s. And 1970s cartoons of cartoons explosions is way better than your fucking bat suit disease fear. So I don't know. I don't know how to place that. I'm working on the little bit. You know what I mean? I'm working on it. Hey, but you know what? Guess what? I had to pay fucking $5 for gas. That's cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. You had to pay $5 for gas. Wow. It's cool. And, you know, people want to talk about little bullshit. The bullshitterometer. And then they're like, oh, hey, yeah, guess what? The earth is flat. I'm upset because you said the earth is flat. Because that makes all of our...
What happened?
No, you just cut out for me. My mic working now.
Yeah, it's a little scratchy, but I can hear you, Dave.
All right. You just cut out into the break. Just ranting on, I guess. Any new people, any old people, any people? How's your day going so far, Sonny?
Pretty good. I slept like almost all day yesterday and all night.
That was a good day, and you can sleep most of them.
I was tired, man. I didn't sleep the 2 previous nights, so I needed the rest.
Especially when you get up to be our age, I know what you're talking about.
Shit. Some days, I mean, most days I do pretty well, but like some days I'm fucking beat, man. I'm like, I didn't do anything extraordinary, but yeah, some days I'm more tired than others. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with sleeping. That's the best state to be in. You don't have to really deal with anything except sleeping. Sometimes you have some wild dreams and stuff too. So whatever, you know.
A lot of times I spend more time at night attempting to sleep than actually sleeping.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That happens to me sometimes.
It's like more often than not for me. It's actually I'm used to it though, because I used to have insomnia for like 25, 30 years.
I remember when I first heard about flat Earth 7 years ago now, and I remember laying in the bed the first night or two after I discovered it, and then trying to feel the Earth move while I was laying there. And I never felt it.
Going like,
this
wow,
Earth.
shit, yeah, like no shit. I'm laying in bed. I'm actually still, and I always knew I was, but that's
yeah. I was like, the Earth's got to be turning. The smart guys told me, back then I was still in my Glover mind, so it's got to be turning. I just, for some reason, I can't feel it, And then you get past that, obviously, but and water is the thing that did it for me. Just once I contemplated the big balls of the Pacific Ocean, that's not reality. That's bullshit. We don't have a ball flying around with a bendy ocean stuck to it. That's insanity. But anyway, any new people, old people? Sonny's got a topic he wants to bring up while my mic's working.
Yeah, I'm gonna start carrying around a marks a lot, like what is it called? A Sharpie, and start writing down the Discord address.
That's
like
what I do.
on benches and. On trees.
Yeah. I wrote it on the money. That's technically not illegal. People don't know that, but anyway. We had a new person there for a second, then they bounced right out. So, anybody out there listening to the sound of our voices right now, if you'd like to come discuss the heliocentric model or whatever that is, the globe model, we're looking for that. We keep hearing about this globe, we just never get anybody to show it to us. Sonny's from the show me state, so this globe exists in reality, you need to show it to us.
Yeah. Here comes the globers, one by one. We measure Earth, they say, look at the sun. They think they're dancing on the number 9 cloud. It's a part of your globular fantasy.
My spinning ball fantasy, either one would work there. It's all a part of our spinning ball fantasy.
That's a good one. Spinning ball fantasy. I like that better, I think.
Yeah, you gotta get parody there. I'll write that up and let you perform it. How about that?
All right, really write it up because I wrote a couple of the idea, like for one.
Well, I'll steal your first lyric there. Say it again real quick though.
Here comes the globers. Oh, you wanted me to repeat it? I'm sorry, or no? I misunderstood you.
You say it starts out, here come the globers. What was after that?
Here comes the globers, one by one. We measure Earth, they say, look at the sun.
Perfect, yeah. There you go.
They think they're dancing on the number 9.
Number 9 cloud.
I forgot, I should, is another line supposed to be a number 9 cloud?
Well, yeah. There should have another line. That's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bad Company Rock and Roll Fantasy, if anybody was wondering what song that was.
Yeah, I'll do that.
1980 something.
Yeah, I'll try to do a parody of that and put the whole thing together.
Am I back?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you're good.
How much is gas in California? I paid $4 a gallon in Kentucky today.
Wow. I don't know. I haven't driven in years.
It's always a little higher out there. They gouge y'all a little more than they do us because y'all make more money, generally speaking. Higher standard of living is the terms they use, I guess.
Yeah, they gouge the hell out of the petroleum here in San Diego because most of the big refineries are up in LA, so you got to pay the extra amount to have it trucked down to here, you know, and so then they add on their little profit margin.
Yeah. All about the Benjamins. Somebody's got to be making money. Anybody else know join us?
Not yet. Don't see anyone yet. Oh, wait a minute. Flip Y axis 180. Oh, that's a silver flat earther.
That's a name change from somebody else. Somebody. I don't recognize the icon right off the bat.
Flip Y axis. I like the name. Says flip Y axis 180.
Guess they don't want to talk or they're unable right now.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. What was your name before, real quick, so we know who you are?
Little G.
What is it?
Little G.
Laducci. Okay.
I think he said little G.
Little G. Okay. Yeah, you've been around a long time. All right. All good.
Yep.
You're on board with the flat, motionless plane of existence, not a ball, correct?
Absolutely.
Fair enough. That's where I'm at. Been there for like 7 years. Nobody's got me back to the ball yet. Not gonna happen. Does not exist in reality. This globular object that everybody thinks they live on. It's so funny. Everyone has been convinced the exact opposite of what their senses are telling them, and they're okay with it. Okay. Somebody else talk now.
We've been conditioned since we were children to believe in stuff on TV, education, movies, but given no proof.
Unfortunately, Godric, you are correct. That's pretty much what happened, generally speaking. Globes in the corner of the classroom, that's where we live. What about people upside down? All gravity, don't worry about it. Smart people got it all handled. Just go on to the next subject and make sure you get an A and repeat what the teacher told you on the test, and you'll be all right.
And that's the thing, you have to put that answer on the test, otherwise you don't get an A. You could fail the test if you don't repeat the answers given. So you have to have the answer they want. You can't have your own independent answer.
Exactly, because they figured out all the answers. All you need to do is memorize them. We got it all handled, you know. There's nothing else really to explore. Like a teacher told Truman in that movie, he wanted to be an explorer, but I'm sorry, it's already all been discovered. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, good movie, by the way, Truman Show.
Yeah. as part of how they had to kind of put stuff right in your face, so they don't have to feel guilty about it, or they don't have bad karma, or however that works, you know.
Yep, they're like, we told you in the movies. Why weren't you listening?
Yeah.
Oh, you thought the movies were the part that wasn't real, and that what is real isn't real. You were wrong. What's real is real, and what the movies are telling is what's real. Your news is what's telling you the false.
We've been conditioned to believe these fantastic, colorful pictures from NASA about gas forming in nebulas in the vacuum. How does that even work? And we're not told that there's actually CGI and artists renderings. We have to find that part out for ourselves. I mean,
They hot mic and then they try to talk, or they hot mic.
There's a body in the floor with a bullet hole. With a police officer say, "Hey, get the artist in here. Let's get an artist rendition real quick. We got to see what happened here. Someone draw this shit."
Oh, the artist is running around on the streets, knocking on doors, asking for motive. Oh shit!
Yeah, the detective can't figure out what the motive is, so they just say there's no crime. It's end of that.
I mean, would they need to use CGI for a murder scene, or would they just take a picture?
A washer with the inside diameter the same size as this threaded bowl.
Lalo, I can't tell if you're talking or hot mic.
Who's hot micing?
No, he's at work. It sounded like he's describing some kind of work.
Okay, he dropped out.
He's probably at his job.
Still no new people on the panel. Don't see anybody. I'm at a stop log right now. So.
There you go, Lalo. You were just hot micing a bit. That's why I had you muted. You are unmuted now. Lalo is one of the only ones I've seen that is valued with no earth roll. Well, that's all right. We're willing to wait for people to come on board with this, you know. It may take a while. Give it some time. It's best that if you're looking to be as authentic and genuine as you can be, to not believe things that can't be proven or that have never been proven or never witnessed or experienced. That'd be a good start. Stop believing fantasies. Don't believe in fantasies anymore. It's time to grow up. We all had to go through this. Yes, it's disappointing, but you can get through it. We all did. We're here to welcome you into reality.
I was here yesterday, and you I think tried to put me the realm Earth.
I don't think they have.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I'm Earth as well. Yeah, we'll see if we get that done. I can't do it. I might be able to. I can't. I'm driving right now. So get the realm Earth.
Domo.
I remember them saying that. Is it working now?
Yep. Sounds pretty good.
I don't know. I'm driving, so I can't do it. But somebody should tag him with Realm Earther. He's legit. There is a role called Realm Earther, but we don't have to make it a dichotomy for everybody, I guess, because it's just reality, right? Whatever. If you agree, it's not what we're all taught, that you're on a team, you're on board. It's not the silly globe. All y'all globe defenders, come in here and defend your globe. Where is this thing? Am I still rowboating?
No.
Okay. Well, if somebody else going to talk with my unreliable mic, if you want to put on some music, Sonny, or whatever.
Yeah, I may do that. Thanks, Dave. It's not that bad, Dave.
We'll get some new people in here in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Some people with knowledge will join. Not that you don't have knowledge, but talking about myself. But.
We got Andy Level Up. I don't know if I've heard you speak Level Up. You are a VC Verify with no Earth roll. Jim
I've never heard it.
Panda. Why is Jim Panda sending me a message? Everyone,
Oh, you got it.
help me build my YouTube watch hours back up after I had to delete. This is Gamma Panda saying this. He had to delete a load of stuff to keep YouTube happy. No thanks, bro. I think I won't watch.
Jim Panda's getting censored. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
He must not be towing the company line correctly.
Yeah, exactly. You better stick to the Google rules and regulations.
How is Jim Panda getting censored?
And he said he had to delete a bunch of material.
You mean like in his Discord server?
No, YouTube channel.
Oh, I didn't know he had a channel.
I didn't either.
He sent you a DM asking you to subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, no, I just got a message because I'm actually on that server, even though I never go in there, so I get messages from there still.
Yeah, I get those from time to time too. Yeah.
Rarely, yeah.
Yeah, I never go in there. It's just too toxic in there.
Yeah, after about last year, I stopped going in there last year. I'm like, fuck that. I don't need to go in there anymore. I heard enough.
Yep, if they want to believe in their silly little spinning ball, then go on with your bad self,
Yeah, and if I want to know what the numpties are saying, I'll just refer to QE. He's got a bead on that.
There are people like Chemo give us updates from time to time. People that spend time in there, Everybody do what they want to do. I ain't telling anybody what to do, but I just can't find myself going in there to. You're not going to convince those guys of anything. It'd be just for the audience, but the audience, if they're on that channel, and who are you really talking to? So,
Hello?
Hello, if my mic's working.
What's up, Dave? I can hear you.
What's up, rookie? Give us a full report from California.
Yep, full support.
No, we need a full report. What's going on? What's happening on the ground out there?
Pertaining to what? I don't see nothing. Nothing on the ground. Just a bunch of cars driving by. That's about it.
Is the ground moving? Are the ground moving or the cars moving?
The ground.
I don't know. That's a good question.
The ground appears to be flat and stationary.
It appears to be.
Since the cars aren't sliding all over the place, I'm gonna just guess that they're not moving at the speed of sound.
Of course, it just appears to be flat and stationary.
That would be a sight to see, though, right?
It's really spinning and curved. You just can't perceive that from your perspective.
Yeah.
You don't understand. You don't understand science well enough. I'm sorry.
So yeah, here's what would happen. Go watch the movie 2012, and when you see Los Angeles with all those cars flying on, the buildings crashing, and the earth cracking, that's what would happen if we're in a spinning ball.
We have a no rolls person joined us, Calvin, and just bounced. Never mind. So the earth is not moving in Kentucky or California. We've established that. I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be moving. My motor vehicle is currently rolling 35 miles an hour, going through a red light.
I'm going 35 up to a red light too. It's synchronicity, Dave.
Synchronicity.
Hell yeah. There was a little bit of yellow, so it doesn't count.
Oh, I had a rolling stop. I'm on my way out here. Didn't even have to come to a complete full stop. I got you beat.
What's up, Logan? You're coming in a little hot, though.
I'm on the Bluetooth. I'm in the truck. It kind of sounds a little bit. I haven't heard it. I don't know what it sounds like, but I haven't heard it's great.
Yeah, it's really pretty cool. It sounds like you have aliens in the car with you, and they're talking in the back seat. You're talking to us.
I hear aliens.
I don't have any aliens with me.
I don't believe it, Lou.
I'm not a smuggler, man.
It sounds just like aliens. I heard them before in the movie.
How's everybody doing today? I'm just dropping in for a minute. I'm going to run back to the barn to grab some equipment that we didn't have on the job. Figured I'd just smoking a J, dropping in, driving.
Me too. Synchronicity.
Hey, you bad boys, you.
We have someone named Da Baby 420.
Da Baby 420.
They only have a listening pass though, so. I guess they're not able to speak. I don't know. I guess we could unmute the baby and see if you want.
You can try. As far as I know, listening passes, either they requested it or they earned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's just find out. Hey, Da Baby 420, are you there? I unmuted you. Okay. Well, that's a shame. You have a listening pass. I'll go ahead and put you the way I found you back on mute.
Darn it.
Darn it.
Nobody. I was excited there for a second.
Gemsy's a Glober. Anything to say, Gemsy? That's funny.
Check. Check. I hear you loud and clear.
Yep.
Cheers. How are you, Rookie?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man.
Flatty. How's it going, Flatty?
I'm good, Sonny.
I like your name.
Accent, man.
It's like a badge of honor now being called a Flatty. I'm like, thanks. That's great.
Yeah. They keep coming up with more silly terms for us, don't they? Flurfers, whatever the hell it is.
Flurfer.
There's a
So
bunch
their new name that came along with Flurfer is Glorper.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought was funny too.
Or Glorfer. Glorfer.
Glorfer.
Yeah. Glob Earth. Glob. Glop.
How's everybody doing today?
Cool.
All good, man.
Can't complain yet. But I will.
Hear you there. I hear you there. So I'm on lunch break right now. I'm going to give y'all a little Glober experience I encountered yesterday. It was after work. I'm an electrician, and I was approached by this guy in the parking lot. I was kind of loading up inventory on my van, getting materials laid out and stuff, and I had this customer walk up to me and he gave me one of those Christian pamphlets. You know, I was raised pretty much, Christian my entire life. So I was like, okay. I was like, is that one of those Christian pamphlets? And he's like, oh yeah, yes it is. I was like, okay. I said, I'll take that from you, but you got to do me one favor, because he's starting to lay the whole spill out, and I'm like, bro, save your breath. I've heard this a million times. If I take this pamphlet from you, you got to look into flat Earth. And he's like, well, what's that? So I started to explain it to him and break it down. Water always finds its level, the main hitting points we always hit on. And this is the hilarious part is as I'm saying this to him, he kind of stops me. He's like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to look into that because it sounds too complicated.
Gotta love him. That was just basically.
So I looked at him and I said,
he doesn't want to know.
Right. So I looked at him and I said, it's too complicated. And I said, the ironic thing is the heliocentric model is far more complicated than what you're saying. I said, I looked at him for a second. I said, you see us standing in this parking lot right now, bro? I said, do you feel any movement? How is the wind blowing right now when we're, apparently in one direction, only going 1,000 miles per hour at an alleged equator? And we're not even factoring in all the other ridiculous heliocentric nonsense. So where's the movement? And then, I bust him down. I was like, water always finds its level, bro. Show me where water curves on a ball. Anywhere. And you can just see the cognitive dissonance setting in, man. But he claims to be a Christian. I was like, dude, go back and read Genesis again. If you're reading it,
it's very hard to believe that people that are religious haven't at least been exposed to water above and water below. It just blows my mind.
I mean, it baffles me.
Yeah, they want to disregard Genesis. That's amazing.
It's the first one. I mean, dude, it's the first verses. It's right in your face. If you read that wrong, you're going to get, of course you're going to get a completely, crazy idea of what the Bible is in your mind. I mean, I did it for most of my life, and it's like as soon as you come to the conclusion, the Earth's not a globe, ding, 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 a lot of the things you may have, not understood fully or whatever, you go back and kind of look at them in retrospect, and you're like, okay, there you go. But I just wanted to share that little moment I had yesterday. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. It's too complicated.
Very cool. Very cool. That's hilarious.
That's a good one, Plato. It sounds like he's He's one of those people that doesn't realize what he believes, how complicated that is. You know,
the cognitive dissonance on his face was just abhorred. I mean, it really, I felt sad for the man. I really did. I was like, man, I wish if I had the time, man, I'd sit this dude down for about 6 hours and we go over some things, and I try to toss him a few bones. I was like, man, go look up, the easier ones to digest, I guess you could say, 200 proof Earth's not a globe. I said, go look into some, Dieter, or maybe go look into the moon landings. That was a big one, for me. That was the first one I looked at. I was like, go objectively look at the moon landings and try to tell me that we went to the freaking moon. Good luck.
Hopefully there's somebody in check-in. Hopefully they're going to come down in a second. His name's Calvin, just so you know.
10-4. We got any Globers in the server with us right now?
Yeah, there's one in check-in right now. Old dude's working on him, but I don't know if he's coming down yet. But his name's Calvin. You'll see. Just be open to see it when he comes down.
I got you. Well, hopefully Calvin is on the edge. No pun intended. Shall see.
On the edge of a ball, about to fall onto the flat Earth.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Freaking glorious. It's like I don't even like to use the term flat earther anymore. It's not a glober. It's like, we're not saying it's flat like a disc in space. We're not saying anything along those lines. We're not even talking about the snow globe. We're just saying it's not a globe. It's obvious. Well, why can't you go out and find out for yourself? Well, have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty before, sir? And they're like, huh? What? Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and ask my regular question. But has anyone found any evidence of any alleged Earth curvature? No one? No. Looks like they still haven't found it.
Will you accept the opposite?
That would be that it's not a globe?
Yeah.
1,000% it's not a globe. It's unequivocal.
Damn right.
It's objective reality.
I'm straight. Damn flat.
How dare you be flat? Did you get rolled over again?
How dare you not? How dare you're not obsessed with spinning giant balls?
Yes,
I feel a bit
darn
flat.
balls, huh?
You need to cheer me up. I'm feeling a bit flat.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Need to come back down here to Earth with the rest of us and get the head out of this space nonsense. Absolutely insane.
They already have a major portion of the population lost in space. That was a good show, too.
Yeah, but I loved all that science fiction crap, Star Wars, Star Trek, all that mess growing up. But it's fiction.
Is it fiction? What? All that stuff is true, though.
Have you seen the latest version of Lost in Space? The Netflix version.
Right, in Star Wars, when they explode, the Death Star explodes, there's this, giant explosion noise.
The new version of Lost in Space is nothing like the old TV show. It's crazy.
Yeah. With Robbie the robot and stuff.
Yeah. The new one's like evil robots and
Rob the robotic operating buddy from Nintendo.
Right. Yeah, they love to push that nonsense narrative to keep your brain out and this fake space and not an objective reality. That's definitely the daily battle.
Once upon a time, there was nothing. Nothing got tired of being nothing and started doing nothing. So then the nothing exploded out of nowhere. Having nothing caused the explosion. Can you believe it?
But we're the crazy ones.
Yeah, we're crazy. Of course
we're the crazy ones, and they're literally saying that everything came from nothing. That's a cool story, bro. With absolutely zero evidence.
Wait, that's not all. Although nothing is inanimate, without intelligence, without life, without conscience, it decided through this explosion to create space, time, and physical matter itself. Then nothing had an extraordinary idea. Nothing formed a place where exactly the right condition ideals for an intelligent life to be created out of nothing. Then nothing gave conditions to form intelligent life. And out of nowhere, male and female appeared and began to multiply, each according to their own species, out of the blue. It's amazing.
You know, it's funny, you know, especially when you break it down in such detail like that, which they love to do, is there's so much BS entailed in everything you were just saying, and then they're the ones that call us religious cultists. Well, it's just projection from the zealots themselves. And unbeknownstly, most of them don't even realize that they're projecting. They truly believe that they're on a spinning, flying magic monkey ball. It's like, we don't believe. We know it's not a globe. There's a difference. You know, people always silly me with that. Oh, so you believe the Earth's flat? I don't believe the Earth's flat. I just know it's not a globe. There's a difference between knowing and believing. You know, there's literally lie within the word believe. Look at the etymology of it. Using critical thinking and objective thought is not.
That I was reading. It's called The Big Bang Religion. I just posted it in the voice text. But it's not from me. I stole it from somebody else, by the way.
I'll screenshot it real quick. Save that little nugget. Looks good.
Well, it makes you realize how just generally silly it sounds, right?
Absolutely insanity.
I have another question for you. You know, I've heard a lot of people talking about people's names, like in history, like Einstein and Eratosthenes and all these other people. Okay, my question is this. Why is it that most geniuses never finish school? Like Einstein.
Because they're not geniuses.
or school makes you stupid. One of the two.
I would call the modern day schooling system indoctrination stations. There's absolutely zero to do with true education in any facet. It's, you know, they might teach you the fundamentals of mathematics, which is of course just a language used to describe our physics and our and real science, not pseudoscience. There's nothing wrong with using math, science, or physics as tools, but we start conflating these things into the pseudoscience realm of the heliocentric model, for example, which is the more frequently one that is used. You start straying into the nonsensical fantasy land of the globe model. But most people can't come to that conclusion themselves because people have been conditioned so long that they can't have the objective reasoning with themselves and humility with themselves to come to the conclusion that they're incorrect. Which all of us here, for the most part, have done. There's nothing wrong with changing your mind and admitting you're wrong. But when you're just nonchalantly going along with things and just taking it for bond, then you're no different than, a Catholic for example, just listening and not using your brain at all. It's like, for example, the other day, I went out in the backyard in bare feet and I made contact with the earth. And I can't tell you the last time I've made contact with the earth with my feet. Now, in electrical work, when your wire is making contact, it's called grounding. So it's ironic, it goes back to that. We're walking around in shoes in modern society. Not only are we physically disconnected from the earth itself, but we're walking around on our phones, we're watching these TV screens, phone screens, computer screens, et cetera, completely disconnected from the earth itself. So it's like, even having that 30, 45-minute session on bare ground in my backyard, it was really energizing. And I don't know how to describe that, mentally, physically, spiritually, or whatever, way you want to call it, but I definitely felt something afterward. And it was just, I thought it was interesting to bring it up on this server right now, because they just want us to be disconnected from the earth, and we're what would be described as down to earth. We're not up in space, in our minds, up in space, thinking all these things are possible and whatnot, because we see through the lies.
I do that grounding sometimes. Even when you're wearing shoes, you can take like a stick off a tree and stick it in the ground and grab a hold of the stick. You still get that same energy flow. I've felt it. Just saying.
Right. It still works. So you're having somewhat of a connection, even though it's a little bit indirect. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And I also think it's ironic that heart is just earth rearranged.
It's obviously to be better. It's a better connection with your bare feet, though. I'm not saying it's the same thing. But I know what you're saying.
Exactly. Right. But yeah, you still would be making a connection. But most people nowadays aren't even doing that. And then you think about it, you're like, how many people have been walking around for years and haven't actually had a physical, connection or contact with the earth itself? It makes you think a little bit.
Okay. Nothing.
It goes back into that 6-foot rule they've been doing for years and having us disconnected, because there's no science behind that. So if we all have a toroidal field or whatever around us, and we're not having connection with each other, and we're not making physical contact with the earth, and you're just completely disconnected from everything. But the mainstream talking head is who they have to think for them, so they don't have to think anymore.
Just getting the connection to the creation, to the earth. That's a good point to make. I agree.
But it's quite simplistic, You'd think it's, how do I, connect with it? That's not what it's going in your backyard, or at least once a day for 30 minutes or whatever, and make that connection.
I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy. Kidding. You guys don't like the island boys or what? You guys don't like the island boys or what?
Island boys? What are you talking
about? I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy. You guys haven't heard that shit?
To the top.
Unfortunately, I have, and I've lost several brain cells from listening to that nonsense. That's another issue, is people are paying attention to shit like that instead of, worrying about the ground under their feet.
Yeah, that shit is so funny. I don't know what the hell that is. That's crazy. Looks like Homie the Clown.
Those are the type of people that society likes to put up on a pedestal.
He kind of looks like Homie the Clown.
Don't disrespect Homie like that.
Hey, you got that shit's kind of catchy though. You got to admit, I'm just island boy. I'm just island boy.
Jeez.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. No, what it really is we gotta examine what part of society has structured things so as to put that only in our face instead of like what it should be putting. Like that's obviously been contrived. I mean, everybody's going towards that, but it's got to be very materialistic, and then it can get big. But everything that's like has actual substance, it's a lot harder for it. It doesn't get selected to get the big algorithms. It's all controlled. It's like they want to keep everybody dumbed down or something.
Hey, John, Archie Wilson, what does your icon mean, if anything? What is that?
Say what?
Your icon, what is that? What does it mean?
An icon?
Your icon. Looks like a little naughty girl.
Oh yeah, it's La Chilindrina. La Chilindrina from Chavo del Ocho, that Spanish comedy show, from that old school Spanish comedy show. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that one. That's why I didn't recognize it. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's pretty famous back in the 80s. Even like English people knew about it. Chavo del Ocho. I don't know what they call it in English, but it was like this comedy show. These kids, and they lived in apartments, and they were grown adults dressed up like little kids, and they'd say funny shit all the time. And Chilindrina was the girl. She was so funny. Like, it was one of those classic shows, like Three's Company or something, that you always had to watch it. But it was in Spanish.
All right, I guess I missed that one because it was a Spanish show.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those things. Like, have you ever heard of maybe Cantinflas? Cantinflas. Those are like very famous back in the day. Famous. They went worldwide famous, but they were in Spanish. Characters like that. It was like that kind of thing.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Back to the flat motionless Earth. What do you think about that?
Back to what?
The level motionless Earth that we all exist upon.
Well, it's crazy, like how they got us all good. We all believed it. We all believed it. And I heard flat earthers that say stuff like, "Oh, I always kind of knew," and I'm like, "No, you didn't. You didn't have no clue. None of us did. They got us good." And so it's just really. Have you ever just stopped and awed at its genius? Billions of people living out their lives oblivious.
You have to give them credit in the sense that they literally have people believing the exact opposite of what their senses are telling them, and they think that's reality. It's crazy.
Yeah, but we get them good. Once they hear about it, they get presented with a real flat earther, and then they want to laugh at it. But then they go to the beach, they go to the water, and when they see that flat water, they don't laugh so much. I'll tell you that. They stop laughing because that water at the ocean is nothing but pure flat, So it fucks you up once they know, but they just don't want to say it.
Yep. Some people unfortunately can't get to that level of thinking, but it's really so simple, but they make it so complicated, don't they?
Well, they haven't seen all the evidences we have too, so But I think we got played. A lot of flat earthers don't see that we actually got played because it was genius what it did. It let the flat earth spread to a certain amount of people that it was going to spread to. And then those people all woke up, and it created a big divide between those people and the people who were still asleep. Then it shut it all down. Okay, so it came in, shut the whole thing down. So now it all got, scrubbed off the internet, like the good stuff, and it's hard for people to see it. So now the divide is just there, and we just look ridiculous. Like it's going to be so hard for us to ever get to make it spread to those other percentages of people, because it's been censored so hard now. So it's just a divide, and now they can just ridicule, and yeah, it's pretty genius. Like, it's going to be hard for it to ever really spread to the point where it looked like it was going to. I think it was all planned. I think they planned the whole thing out. That's what I think.
Well, it'd be naive to think that back in 2015, when it was freely flowing on YouTube, that wasn't on purpose. I agree with that part for sure. I mean, who knows what their plan is, but I just trust that the truth will win out in the end, whatever that means.
It just goes in cycles, and it's like a school if you look at it that way. Because once you graduate, you can't go back to the people in the earlier grades and be like, yo, here's a shortcut. They got to go through it. So it's like, we obviously aren't running it. We can do our best. We're up against a formidable opponent, But as far as like waking the whole world up, yeah, that's like a pipe dream. That's wishful thinking, I think. We should try, though. I'm not saying we shouldn't try, but I'm just saying, like, the way it is, yeah, it was. There's nothing that hasn't been planned. It's all, someone is foreseeing this and has all the keys, and someone has all the advantage.
Well, we're not going to look at the whole world, but to look at it optimistically, if we reach the critical mass, a certain percentage, and then the rest of the people generally follow once it becomes everybody else thinks so, But I hear what you're saying.
Oh, it could. Maybe they do want it to kind of divide. They like to divide us and have us arguing, so it could. But as far as like really ending the heliocentric paradigm, that's something I don't think that we're going to be able to do. I think that only the actual system could do that. But how could we ever do it when we're a small, tiny percentage compared to the population that know,
Yeah, something like that where the whole paradigm goes away could be like generationally speaking, Like I'm almost 60 years old. It's not going to happen in my lifetime. I've accepted that. So.
Right. That could happen, but you see how they reset us before. So, like I said, we're not at the advantage here. Some people think we are, but I think what we need to do more is it's about acceptance, because it's obviously running it still, God wants it this way. I think a lot of people forget that. They're like, we're going to change it for God. Well, no, you're not. God set up a school, I think, and he wants it this way. So what you're going to do is your best. You do your best, but don't think that you're going to go up against the way things are is reality. It is reality.
I take comfort in, not to get religious or anything, but the Creator, God, whatever you want to call him, they're in control. So as long as you walk your path the best you can walk it and, exist in truth, then you should be okay. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? And there's people that think they can control things, but they really don't have any control. They think they do, but they may have limited physical control over immediate things, but you know what I'm saying.
They're just humans, just like us. So that's why I know that there's definitely a non-human element to all this that people don't consider enough. And it's super sublimely intelligent and advanced. But I don't want to talk about that too much.
Yeah, we can't get into a lot of speculation. There's obviously a spiritual realm. Where we exist is like the material realm, and then up there is like the spiritual realm, and we may never have all the answers for that while we're here in this material realm. You know what I mean?
I think so. I have a lot of knowledge, too, that I can't even share it because it's like people aren't ready for it. You have to have the prerequisite. And so, yeah, I could try to share some stuff that I think is going on, but then it's almost like God already set it up so that leave that to God. God's gonna handle all that. You know, like you just do what you got to do as far as your life. I think that's important to remember too.
Yeah, you can talk about those things that are projections or, speculation. Just preface your statement that it is speculation, and we're all willing to listen to those ideas. That's what it's going to take for us to move forward.
That's correct, Sonny. We've got a no rolls Finn Koojman in here if you want to try them. If you want to roll the dice.
Wait a minute. Which one? I see.
Finn Koojman right below Batman.
They just dipped. I was just about
And
to
he
get.
just bounced. Yeah.
There's someone named Sun, VC verified. You're not muted, Sun. Would you like to speak?
Here comes the sun. Do.
Andy Ook 53 there too.
Yeah, so Sun, you are already VC verified, so if you want to speak up, feel free. And who was the other one you said? Andy?
Yeah, he's already VC verified, but I was just letting you know he's.
Yeah, Andy, are you there? Andy UK. Andy UK 53. Okay.
Andy, are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah. Are you okay, Andy?
Andy, are you okay?
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, you?
All right.
How are you doing?
Glad to know you're okay in the UK.
How's things over there? Across the pond?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm on the West Coast here. It's going to be about 70, 71. It's nice. It's going to be cool. Cool nights and pretty warm days.
It's still quite cold over here.
Cold as a witch's tit, huh?
Yep.
Not that I've ever experienced a witch's tit.
Or a cold digger's ass.
Or maybe I have, just didn't know it.
Yeah, you never know.
She could have been one. I never asked that question, so.
So what do you say? What's on your mind today?
So, yeah. Any questions, Andy?
No, I haven't got no questions, no. I just like listening in sometimes. When you get the Globers come in and they try to put their arguments across, and it's just sometimes it's just hilarious.
Yeah. And when you say, like the first part of your sentence, when you said, when the Globers come in, like the way you said, I could tell you're not on a spinning ball in space, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew it wasn't right when I was a child. I thought, I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball.
Yeah, it seemed funny, didn't it? You're like, well, I saw cartoons and they show it on there, but I don't see it anywhere. So these smart adults must know something I don't. I'm just going to go out and play.
But then when you go to school, I think we call it geography, they're telling you that you're living on a ball and you've got a car in the middle and all that. And when later on you realise that's all a lie.
Yep. I think that's what the cog disc starts, because people are incredulous about people lying to them their whole lives. How they don't think that's possible, I don't know. You would have to be very naive, or you haven't looked at anything in history at all.
Yeah.
Like even going back 1 or 2 years, you don't look at anything from the past.
Yeah.
to know that people are lying.
One thing I always think of, I mean, years ago, like one of the early timepieces used to be, didn't it used to be a sundial?
Yes, yes. And,
Well,
and you,
that wouldn't work on a globe, would it? That wouldn't work on a globe. Because that means the sun's going round. Not up and over.
Yeah, not from down below or on the other side, just always above the horizon. I mean,
And then sometimes you get the sun and the moon. If you get it in the right time of the day, sometimes in the afternoon, you'll get them both in the sky together.
Yep.
There's just lots of things you can. The horizon, when you go to a coast somewhere, I see no curve.
Yeah, yeah. And the sun and the moon, like I've watched that where the moon is up in the sky the same time the sun is about to go, it's going down, but the sun's still above the horizon, maybe 10 or 15 degrees, 20 degrees, and the moon's way up there. And then the moon, like day after day, the moon starts approaching and getting closer to like almost like 10 or 15 degrees away from the sun. The next day, every single time, it's been cloudy. Every single time. So I'm wondering what it looks like on that day when it's daylight and the moon and the sun are that close together. Like there has to be a point where it crosses. But I've never seen that. Never seen that ever.
Yeah, only when we have the eclipses.
It's like the eclipses, but if you think in a regular cycle of the sun and the moon's catching up and passing the sun at some point, right?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, the rabbit in the hare. That's what that's about, right?
Yeah.
Not the rabbit in the hare. I'm sorry. The rabbit in the rabbit and the tortoise. My bad.
Tortoise, yeah.
The tortoise and the hare, my friend.
Tortoise
But
and the hare.
nice one.
And then sometimes when you see the moon in the blue sky, you don't see the whole of it. You only see like a crescent. Like you can see through it.
Yeah. Every time. Like you would think if there
Yeah,
were
how is
different
that?
angles
How does that
involved.
work? Yeah, that's a good question.
How would you see that straight through every time that it's a crescent? I mean, for it to be the same color as the sky behind it, that's quite telling.
Yeah, I know.
I ask people that all the time, and they always look at me and go, I don't know. And I say, well, doesn't that make you wonder how you can see through something that's supposedly this solid ball of rock, right?
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
See, that's a good point.
But nope, it just makes this question of wonder go over their face, and they snap, and they go, oh, well, that's crazy.
So that's a good point to bring up with people that are just normies, like looking up at the, hey, look at that moon. Do you ever notice, why do we see the blue sky through the moon? And just leave it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what physical objects behave like that? I'm not
Almost
aware.
like it's being dipped into something, huh?
No, it's like it's a screen, like it's a projected image.
Yeah.
It's probably just a hologram.
So who made this hologram or screen? That's pretty intense. Like, we're really like. That's why I
think it's clear who made it.
What's that?
I said I think it's clear who made it, but I mean I don't want to bring that into the conversation.
Yeah, but that's okay. I think to bring that into the conversation, and we're not being literalist or whatever. But I don't know. Like I don't know of any physical objects that you can see through. Unless this thing is a crescent when you're looking at it one way, and when you're looking at it another way, it's a circle. But that doesn't seem like it's a physical I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a physical object. No physical object could do that.
Couldn't we figure out exactly what what's possible for us to see at a certain distance straight up from us? Couldn't we test that, like with a balloon or something, and distance, and figure out like what the gradient would be on how far you could see something depending on how big it is and when it actually disappears from your sight? Because I think we could probably figure out the size of the moon based on that somehow, right?
Yeah.
Even though it would only be a calculation.
I think it's just a ratio proportion type of thing, from distance to size.
Right. But I'm saying there would be like a visual, like without any other kind of atmospheric or atmosplanic, whatever, like in things in the way. Like let's say we took a long, like a building that was like 1/4 mile long or something, and we took all the air out of it and whatever, and we cleared it so there was no dust and dirt, and we were to look to see how far something could disappear from us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I mean? Then we could decide whether or not we're actually seeing things in the sky that we know we can't really see, because 35,000 feet is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I did that with the Tycho Brahe crater. I took the distance, the width of that crater, and if you take it to 238 or 240,000 miles, it comes up with like a 1 with like 12 zeros before it. So
that's incredible.
Well, our eyesight, the best we can see is something that gets to the point of 0.002, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So something with 12 zeros, way beyond your perceptual visual perception. You never see it.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm sure that there is actually a limit, right, to what you could see. Especially like light would be different, right? If it was a light or if it was lit up, it would be different than if it was just a thing in the sky and let's say sunlight hitting it or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because then you have to factor in that the extinction of light.
Right, exactly. That's what it is. Extinction of light. That's right.
Yeah, you have to factor.
I was just saying, wouldn't it be cool if somebody would actually sit down and figure some of that out and actually be able to propose it and show the reality of it? You know what I'm saying?
That would be cool, because if the lumens were increased, would that mean you would be able to see it even if it's beyond your visual perception? If the lumens were like bumped up millions of times? I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
Exactly. Basically what I'm saying, yeah. I like the way you put it better, though. Yeah, there's just some things that, like if you're sitting around bored and you're looking for something to do, that'd be something, those kind of things would be, to me, I think that would be fascinating. I'd love to get my hands on the information like that and test it out and show it, you know what I mean, and make a video of it.
You could probably actually do it with a coin on a nice flat floor space.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying if we did it on a larger scale, it would be more convincing for those of us who need above and beyond, evidence or whatever. Obviously, they do.
Yeah, so maybe like a 4-foot diameter beach ball or something, a big, huge beach ball. Take that further and further out, or even just straight up, because we know we have less effects of the Atmos plane above us. We're looking through denser layers as we're looking outward towards the horizon. That's the thickest part. Yeah, that could be done. Send a balloon up with a tether. You just all you have to buy is the balloon and some rope and enough helium to get it to lift the rope up. That's all you'd have to do. Perfect.
I think, hey guys, I think one of the biggest holes in the heliocentric model, one of the biggest flaws in that model, no one ever even mentions it. None of the flat earthers ever mention it, but it pisses me off because isn't it supposed to be an explosion? And in an explosion, not only does everything disintegrate, but everything spreads away from each other. Like all parts of the explosion are spreading away. So how come nothing ever changes as far as its distances? They give us these crazy distances, and they stay the same, and it never changes, as if nothing's moving. But we're supposedly moving at millions of miles per hour. So when they fly to places and they supposedly and fly back, they don't mention that everything should be actually spreading apart. The distances should be changing always. So they treat it like the explosion got paused, and I think that's a big problem that they never mention.
Yeah, that is a problem, because everything stops when the Glober starts talking about it. Like, for instance, the Atmo. As soon as the globe starts talking about it, everything stays still and stacks up upon itself. So no more winds, no more conduction or convection, no more heat waves, no gradients of humidity, no nothing like that. It all stops.
It's
so
magic.
that everything can just sit there above Earth and be right in line with Earth. It's such hogwash.
Yeah, it's like magic.
Yeah, it all has to stop. You can't have crosswinds at the surface and be talking about how the atmo is perfectly stacked up upon itself. Crazy.
But they try to act like the sun is holding the solar system together and the galaxy is being held together by gravity. But then again, it just doesn't make any sense. Like things should be spreading apart because it exploded and it's moving fast, really fast.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. Like, how do things coagulate like that in that kind of environment where they say it's spreading out? But the other thing is, with all that massive amount of so-called matter that's supposed to be out there, why wouldn't it just suck right back into itself? Because obviously, there's a lot more matter before the expansion than there would be after. Like outward, further, there'd be like nothing, right? What is it expanding into? Nothingness. So why doesn't it just contract back on itself? All their forces are within. Within. It would just collapse upon itself if their theory was correct. But we know it's not. It's never been proven.
It's literally a fairy tale.
Yep, it's the adult version. Yeah, well, I got a feeling there's going to be thousands of flat earthers going to the coast and actually setting up their cameras and apparatus. And
I've been there.
How the hell are they going to stop that? Thousands and thousands and thousands of more flat earthers on every beach, on every continent, all over Earth.
Yeah, those of you who think we can't make a difference and tell the world about the truth are crazy, because it is possible.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So how do you like them apples?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can disagree with me if you want to. I mean, everybody can, anybody can, right? We all have our own opinions. But I think it would be a lot easier than we think, you know what I mean? I think that it's a lot more possible than we try to imagine, you know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Think of someone putting a level out at the beach, maybe on a stand or something. You could put sticks, you could mount your level up, level it out with a bubble, and then right on the beach, and then just go view the horizon. I mean, it seems kind of like silly.
But Sonny, you know, there's thousands of globe earthers going out every day and doing that stuff. You know that? Oh, wait a minute, they're not. I'm sorry.
Oh, they're not. That's right.
If they were, wouldn't they be talking about it?
You think they'd be rejoicing about this left to right drop? Yeah, we said boats go over the edge, but we didn't have proof. But we found the left to right drop and we measured it. Why isn't this ever done? All you'd have to do is take a panorama shot with one of these hemispheric rotating mounts.
Just another example, if you had to make this a dichotomy, one side's in reality and one's not. Simply put.
Yeah, those panorama shots, just basically, the one at Mount Everest, that panorama, too bad. Flat horizon all the way around 360. So sad about your ball.
We could definitely affect change, but it would take more organization on our part. For example, I had an idea because we'd have to do a lot of work. For example, we could organize, the flat earthers somehow could organize like actions, like every day try to reach out to scientists or people in universities, people who are high levels in academia, and see if you could set something up where you could start talking to them, and like everybody would have to have an assignment and promote it daily and organize it that way.
we could start to actually break through into these and get it in front of more people. But no one's
How
really
about
doing
this?
that. It's just kind of like, go ahead.
There's
Yeah.
only one problem with that, though.
Go ahead.
There's only one problem is then you end up on a list.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you do it. You know, wild. I say we do it randomly.
Because I've thought about this, like expeditions out to the beach and stay 2 or 3 days, nights, and just do nothing but observations. Right on the water. Do that for several days, you know.
I don't remember who I was talking to about this, but either yesterday or the day before, I was talking to somebody about we should go to like Monterey here in California, where there's a distance from Monterey Bay. You know, in the Monterey Bay, there's a distance from the end of, you know, the outstretch of Monterey. And if you look down the coast there to Sand City, you can see like, I think it's 8 or 9 miles distance. And you could look all the way across the beach. You could test that stuff. You could test the light. You could test the distance, all that. You could put cameras in. You could put boats in the water and anchor them, you know, like little inflatable boats with different cameras on it so you could get all the different angles. This could be done, guys. It could be done very easily and very cheaply. We just got to get together, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a bay or a stretch of water that has like a bay, any kind of a bay with a beach, like kind of and a curved beach, like you could just go from one point of that bay out to the other point. We can find 8 and 10 mile stretches easily. Just film the shoreline on the other side. That's all you got to do.
You know, a lot of people talk about, you know, what you can see with your eyes and what you can use, you know, a camera or a zooming device with. I've been in Fairfield plenty of times on a clear day, like a nice warm clear day, like early in the spring, and I can see Mount Shasta from Fairfield, which is over 250 miles away. Now, there's no way I could see that with my own eyes if the Earth was curved, right? That's just I mean, that proved it to me right there. But you know, then again, I mean, that's not necessarily solid evidence. I get that. You know, actually, solid evidence would be to get pictures from an altitude that we could get up to, right? But I don't think that's possible, kind of like a lot of people say that. I don't think you can go too high. I think you hit something. I don't know what that is, but I know there's something up there.
Yeah, agreed. But that's a great sighting, man. I know. Like, Shasta's way inland from Fairfield. It's, 250 miles. That's incredible.
But, I mean, yeah, from north to south, from Fairfield, if you look up towards Shasta Mountain, and you can see it almost always. You can see it, unless it's real, like, heavy dust, because it's pretty flat through that area. It's like a valley through there.
Right.
You know, from, like, there to Redding and then on up. You know, it's pretty much like a narrow kind of valley with hills on both sides, or mountains on both sides.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that you can see that far, you know.
Yeah, that's why it gets so hot down in there. When I was in Redding, it was 104 degrees.
There's not enough breeze blowing in from the coast, Yeah,
that was...
Even though it's only like 20 miles from the coast, or 30 miles.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, too. Right, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, Rookie, the only reason you saw that was because of gravitational refraction. You just don't understand. I'm sorry.
Well, if it would have been, you know, let's say a small thing, like, you know, a car or a truck, I might actually believe that. Or if it was like thousands of miles, but I don't know. Or less than 100 miles or something, I might see that being possible on a right day. But I mean, if you look across the water and you film all day long and then you put it, you know, and you skip and you watch it over a period of time, you'll see that your available distance and the horizon will rise and lower somewhat depending on how the atmosphere does change, or atmosphere, whatever. But that doesn't mean that it curves perfectly around something so that you can see it in line. It would still be all like out of focus. It wouldn't be perfectly clear. You wouldn't be able to like read the name on the side of the boat if you were looking over a curve and you were seeing refraction. It would be all spatial, right? It would be scattered out and broken. Think about it. Light
That
has
makes
three
too
factors,
much sense. I don't have a rebuttal for that. I'm sorry.
I know, damn it.
Be nice to hear Glover say something like what I just said once, wouldn't it? Just once. You know, you got a point. I really don't have nothing to say to you. That would be so refreshing to hear one of them actually say that. But anyway.
Actually, I actually have one person actually have that oh my God moment, you know, where I told them a couple of things and I showed them a couple of videos and they literally just went, oh my God, wait a minute. Why is and then I started showing them, you know, like the difference between an image and a photograph and stuff. And once I started that, man, they were just, I mean, their brain just went. So yeah, it's pretty obvious when when a person has an open mind, at least, you know, like. But it is great. You're right. It's like it feels like it's like, you know, meeting a girl, you know, that you had a crush on, and she finally says yes, she's going out with you or something. You know, it's that kind of a feeling. It's just this great emotional, like, thank God I finally reached somebody. You know, like somebody heard me.
Yeah, I've had it happen in real life a couple times myself, but when you see somebody actually being intellectually honest and it says in what you're actually telling them, that is the best feeling ever. Wish it would start happening more, you know.
Yeah, I wish I could go back and fix some of the mistakes I made along the way too, like with my wife and some of my friends and family. You know, I kind of went hard on them because I thought it was gonna be easy for them because, you know, they're intelligent people. But I realized that intelligence is a very crafty little thing. You know, like intelligence isn't necessarily measured on just an intellectual level. Sometimes it's a matter of, you know, should I say a spiritual level almost. You know, like you follow your heart more and you realize things are true based on your feelings and based on the things that happen in your life. You know, not just some created thing that you heard on the radio or saw on the internet.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. If we're talking about spirituality, people come to this truth or these truths in their own terms, you know. Can't force it on anybody.
Right. Yeah. Everybody has to do it on their own. That's why, you know, like people ask me questions and I go, well, I'll try to answer you if you're just wanting to know what I think about it. But I said, that doesn't mean that I know it or that I can prove it. It's just what the conclusion I've came based on my witness, you know, what I've seen. I can't give you anything else. You know, if you follow that pathway and you find something different, then hey, power to you. You know, like maybe I missed something. But, you know, there's no reason to be angry at each other. You know, like we can help each other learn, you know. One of us is wrong, and if we're both looking for truth, then we should be able to work that out, right? And once we find out the real answer or we find some real evidence for it, then we can both agree, hey, that's the way it is right there. No biggie. I don't mind being wrong.
Yep, I've got no predisposition to what I want the earth to be. It just is what it is, and that's a simple way to put it. That's all I'm saying, you know. Just accepting reality as it presents itself.
Absolutely. All right, I got to cut out for a minute. I have a doctor's appointment on the line, so I can't do this and that at the same time, but I'll be back in a few.
All right. Somebody will be here. We'll be here. Anybody new here? Is there a DJ in the house?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll play a couple songs. Get us through this lull here. It's been nice hearing from everybody. I'm probably going to go out.
This for you here.
Yo, Sonny, instead of finding a song, man, can you find us like a short conversation or something like that?
Yeah. Actually, I have some on my YouTube channel from here. Let me pull something up here.
I'm not trying to like be a fun sucker or anything like that.
Oh no, it's all right. It's perfectly fine.
Conversation just sounds so much better than music sometimes.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. Play whatever you want, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Searching right now.
What are we searching for?
Let's see. Super discussion. Let's see. Here's one from last July. It's pretty good. Let me just check it. One moment.
I've got to shoot now, guys, but thanks for having me on.
Yeah, take it easy, Andy. Come back and see us.
Come back soon.
Will do. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, nice talking with you, Andy. Look forward to talking with you again. Mm-hmm. Okay, this little clip is called July 10th, Lack of Measurement. Who do you think that would be referring to, lack of measurement?
I don't know. Let's listen and find.
I wonder why it's not playing sometimes. Or is there a delay added? Hold on. Don't see the bot. That would be why it's not playing.
That should work though, what you've done, right?
Not sure what's going on with... Oh, join? Do I gotta do a join? Again? Maybe. It didn't work.
Yeah, I just hit up Indio to reboot the music bot.
Well then.
Let me try it again.
Hey Dave, I'm not sure if you
Do we have a transcript?
if you pay attention to the text chat at all, man, but me and Creation Bear are talking about using one of your segues as an audio clip. I hope you don't mind.
If you want to make that mistake to use my voice, feel free.
Oh man, we're making that mistake hardcore.
Yeah, we like your voice.
Now. Having trouble with the bot. It's not responding.
Yeah, I hit up Indio about it. I'm sure he'll fix it as soon as he sees me, sees my post.
Cool.
You got to send some good vibes out to the bot, and it'll cooperate with you, Sonny. Send it good vibes.
Sending good vibes now. Good,
we love you, bot. We love
vibration.
you. You're such a good bot.
Good bot, good bot. Come on back.
And yes, for those of you who are wondering, I am fucking crazy.
Send the lobotomist in.
You're so crazy.
I tried that twice. It didn't work.
You're so crazy, Rookie. You think everything is just the way you experience it. Silly.
I know. I'm such a dumbass. You know, I've always been the outcast, almost always in situations like where there's groups of people. I always end up being the one that everybody thinks is weird. But what's funny is that I've got them all beat because I actually, because of who I am, the way I am, I've actually figured some things out that are, I think, very important. And I think that they'd probably think they were important too if they had discovered them on their own.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny that way, right? How the weird people seem to pay attention to things differently.
Yeah,
maybe that's because we're not so weird after all.
Exactly. So the people you thought were so different and weird, we're actually we're going by reality. I know that sounds weird.
I like how you were going to say something about knowledge, but you didn't, or at least it sounded like you were hesitating. Is that what you were going to say?
I'm not sure.
Well, no, I always think about when someone's like almost says a word and then they stop. I always think, I wonder where that came from. You know, like, were they thinking too far ahead or what?
I wonder where it comes from too. So we're not alone.
Nope, not alone. Yeah, that's that weird outcast thing. Yeah, it's like a different brain level, or I should say a different frequency of brain activity or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily smarter than anybody. It's just different, and it's interesting.
I'm just opening my mouth for the audience, for the YouTube audience. I'm not saying that these guys are boasting or anything, but we're definitely not ego stroking. So yeah, just letting you guys know. It could come off as boasting or ego stroking, but it's not.
Yeah,
that's the reason why
it's more of a
like to talk about it a lot.
Sorry.
I personally think we should if we're going to talk about ourselves like that in that light, whoever brings it up, like the conversation doesn't matter. Whoever brings it up, just like have your own back and everybody else's back in the actual live stream, and just remind people that, you know, what's about to be said is not boasting. We're not stroking our own egos or anything like that. We're just calling it how we sees it, and that's just the way it is.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the best way to to even slow down the people who aren't doing that would be to do it good ourselves, do it really well, so well that people react to it and go, "Wow, look at that! Look at the difference," and then they'll start doing it too. That's usually the easiest way to change people. When people are cognitive or when they're being stubborn or whatever, the best way to get there, is to relate to them on a personal level, is to show them in something in their life that relates to it and why it affects you, and then they'll go, "Hey, I didn't realize that." Sometimes there's a lot to say for it. Did I lose you?
No, but I'm going to cut out for a while so I can get cleaned up and go out. I want to go for a ride earlier today.
All right then. Well, I'll at you later, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm sure that bot will be online again soon here. Talk to you guys later.
All right, man. Easy. Have a good one. What's up, Sasha? Yeah, I haven't heard from you today. Quetzalcoatl. Orion's in here. Who else in here? Patrick. KJ's always in here too. How do you pronounce that? Is that Coachell or Cosell? How do you pronounce that, if anybody knows?
Cosell.
Cosell, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I hate saying somebody's name or their thing wrong if I can help it.
Oh
I know
no,
it's
it's like
irritating for me when
Howard.
somebody mistakes me for something else or whatever.
It's like Howard Cosell. That's all.
Gotcha. That's what I figured it was. I just didn't even know how to spell Cosell. To be honest with you, I thought it was SC or something.
Oh,
his name.
Yeah, it was. I think was with the K or something like that.
Yeah,
or
right.
something like that.
If anybody has questions or anybody has something on their mind, please do feel free to bring up any flat earth relevant. I'm down for whatever combo. I'm just kind of bored sitting here waiting for my doctor's appointment online. Nobunaga? Nobunaga? Oda Nobunaga? Is that how you say that? I have to look that up to find out what it means. Damn helicopters.
Welcome everyone to Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral platform welcoming everybody from all
is this
walks
McToon
of
versus
life.
Alex Stein?
If you're looking for more fantastic debates, don't forget to like and subscribe, including tonight's debate on was the moon landing faked?
Called it.
This guy sounds like he belongs at a Renaissance festival.
Stein and MC Toon, here to help us find some answers. And if you enjoy what either of them have to say tonight, both of our guest links are in the description below. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Alex Stein for their up to 12-minute opening statement.
Amy, that was the best introduction I've ever heard. Better than the first introduction you gave me. That second one, I swear, the first introduction you gave was the best I've ever heard. Like, literally the best introduction. And then I get 2. So that's when you know tonight is my night. I'm already getting 2 of the best introductions I've ever gotten. So, you know, I'm feeling hot, 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 as they say. But let's get back to the lecture at hand. Yes, guys, it's me. I'm back. Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I know some of y'all in the chat are trolling or, you know, trying to troll me. They're getting triggered. I get it. I'm the king of all trolls, so you guys can bring it on. But let me just say, just because I'm the king of all conspiracies and I'm the conspiracy pimp myself, doesn't mean that I don't want to plant some seeds in your head, especially expose the lies about the 1969 through 1972 Apollo moon missions that are provably false on technology that is absolutely garbage. So let me start with my first point. I have to rehash it because I already did a couple of minutes, but I want to talk about, and I'm going to show an example of, even today, according to NASA today, we do not have the technology to send a manned space flight through what is called low Earth orbit. That is less than 1,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth, as they say. And we cannot send somebody through that today. Obama says that, Don Pettit, everybody at NASA says that. Yet we're supposed to believe in 1969 through 1972 in technology that is so outdated that they can't even recreate. They were able to go there 6 times, there and back, through the Van Allen radiation belts that we can't go through today with technology. Like I said, we can't recreate, and they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back up again. Don Pettit's words himself. We're supposed to believe that the only technology in the world, the finest technological spacecraft that has ever been created, the nicest and most smartest machine. I'm just a boy from Texas. I don't know all the smart terminology, but I'm talking about this is way better than some jumbo jet. This is the lunar lander, man. And not only were they able to get this piece of crap 1969 technology on the moon, there and back 6 times with no problem, not landing on a pothole, landing perfectly without getting hit by a micrometeorite, even though the space Nazi that got him there, Wernher von Braun, that's right, the guy that got them to space, guys, is a guy by the name of Wernher von Braun. Wernher von Braun was a rocket scientist for the German Nazis. And what happened was Operation Paperclip is declassified. The United States military got all of the top military brass from the Nazis and used them to develop our space program. And that's right, you're like, oh, is that a joke? No, look up Wernher von Braun. This is true. He became good friends with Walt Disney. And even Wernher von Braun said that if you were to land on the moon, that you would have to go to a cave because the chance of getting hit by a micrometeorite would be, you know, something like 3 out of 4 chances. You'd be nearly like 70% to get hit by a micrometeorite. So not only did he say it was impossible, that you would need buildings, rockets the size of the Empire State Building, 3 of them to get there, but he realized, hey guys, I'm a Nazi. What we did in my country is we just lied to the people. And guess what happened? That's when the OSS, the OSS, our CIA, everything, a lot of our alphabet agencies came out of Operation Paperclip, which were actual Nazis that we brought over. And there's actually a Netflix documentary about that, which I sent a picture of here. Let me, can I do it? Can I get the screen share, Amy? Because I want to play this video because I want to talk about the low Earth orbit. Okay, let me do the screen share. I hope that doesn't mess it up. Share sound. Okay. And let me see. Okay. Let's see. And can you see the screen? I don't know if you can see it. Let me go to. Can you see it, Amy? But okay, well, I want to show you guys. Okay, I don't know if McToon can see it. I just want to show you the their official story. Oh shoot, because I'm not watching the live stream, so I don't know. Can you see that? Can you see it, McToon? Can the audience see it? Were you able to? Because you got to go to a different scene to be able to share it to the audience.
You just have to make sure that you are sharing your audio.
I am. Can they see me?
We can see it, just can't hear anything.
Okay. So this is an official story of NASA about where we can go in space.
This next generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Isn't this?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
And this is what they can't rebuild. This is absolutely laughable. This is supposedly the greatest technological wonder ever created in mankind. And not only did they destroy it, but they destroyed the technology to actually be able to do that. So that in itself is absolutely false and laughable. And not only did they destroy the plans on how to make that, they destroyed the telemetry data. So if you look at that, this is an actual picture of the lunar lander. Not only did it looked like this, it was able to eject a Jeep, and they were able to go and drive around on the surface of the moon. Here, that's all the sharing I need to do. Even though I have a lot of other stuff to show, I'll show it throughout the debate. What I'm saying is, it's absolutely laughable, guys. They admit that they would destroy this technology. That's all you have to know. First of all, I can tell you that the spacesuits on Earth's atmosphere, it is 200 degrees in the sun and negative 200 degrees roughly in the shade. It has an instant transition of 400 degrees if you were to step in and out of the sunlight on the moon. And we were able in 1969 to create spacesuits that were able to go to the moon and instantly, without the technology, we cannot do it today with these battery packs, somehow instantly be able to keep an astronaut cool and hot with a 400 degree difference. But on Apollo 17, Eugene Cernan and Harrison Smith, you can look this up, had hand injuries from their suits after when they had a ceremony. And speaking of ceremonies, the press conference after the Apollo mission is absolutely laughable. They look like their dog just died, but we can go into that. But I want to talk about this. These spacesuits were so incredible. They could do technology that, like I said, we cannot recreate even these suits, much less for the Apollo rockets, much less the lunar lander, much less the technology to even get through the Van Allen radiation belts that you just saw NASA admit that we can't go through. But on this incredible spacesuit, the hand mechanism didn't work. So if you're that dull and you think they can figure out all this stuff, but in the spacesuit they can't get the thumb part to work, you are mental. The reason why they lied, everyone wants to know why. There's a million different reasons. You can say all the funding that goes to NASA. You can say the control mechanism, the idea that they went to space, they could show us what the Earth really looks like. There's a lot of different stuff. We can put on my tinfoil hat. I'm the king of all conspiracy. I get it. I got a tinfoil crown. I know what I'm talking about. But sadly, if you have to actually think that they would destroy this technology, yet we don't destroy, we still got the same Lincoln blueprints to make a Lincoln and Lincoln Continental from 1969. We don't destroy that technology. But what you're suffering from is called cognitive dissonance, where you want to believe that the official story is the correct story. But what you don't realize is in the government, they have levels of confidentiality. There's things called top secret information. There's things that are classified. So just knowing that, if you're based in reality, you realize that the government does not have to tell you the truth. They're not obligated to tell you the truth in anything. There is no law that says, oh, we have to tell the citizens everything. No, as a matter of fact, they have a whole system of confidentiality that protects him from letting the public know these things. And that's why we have to get these things declassified. So we know that the government is hiding secrets. Why? That's not my problem. It's about what they did is absolutely laughable when you go back and you look and you realize that the entire space mission was started by actual Nazis like Wernher von Braun. And then when they came back from the moon, they brought a space rock. And in the Netherlands, they gave this space rock to a museum, and they said that it was petrified wood. So they even got caught with fake space rocks. As a matter of fact, as well, there was also footage of Michael Collins that they admitted was training pictures. They admitted were training pictures. They got caught using fake pictures, and they said it was part of the Apollo mission when it was really from a training exercise. And then, like I said before, the telemetry data is absolutely laughable. Why would they destroy that? They said that they had to record over it. That's, provably false. But let's even go to the official story that they were able to get through what is called the Van Allen radiation belt. When they went to the moon, they used these Hasselblad cameras that used actual film. Listen, I've never used a lot of film in my life. I've used a little bit playing around. But film is highly sensitive. So if you actually are dull enough in your head, they were able to take this film, go through the thickest form of deadly radiation, and they're able to take these cameras full of film and go deadly radiation. They said it, and they said deadly radiation. You can laugh, McToon, but it said deadly radiation in the NASA video. Regardless, that's what I'll keep going. I'll keep going, but she said deadly radiation. I'm just repeating hers. They were able to take this film that was highly sensitive that you couldn't take through an X-ray machine. If you took film from 1969 and you took it through an X-ray machine, it would ruin the film. Yet they were able to take this film to space and back. It's absolutely laughable. But on top of that, they actually destroyed all the technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back again. So once you realize that it's a system made by actual space Nazis, people that literally want to put us in camps and throw away the key. These are the same people. Wernher von Braun, he created rockets that decimated Poland. He killed innocent Polish babies and children with the rockets that he designed, that he shot up in the air. Killed families, killed mothers with these rockets. And then what did America decide to do with Wernher von Braun? Instead of punishing him for all the Polish people he murdered with his rockets, we gave him a job as the head of our space program. And let me go to the last guy, a guy named Gus Grissom. Gus Grissom is the guy that exposed the Apollo missions. He hung a limit on it. He was the guy that was supposed to be the first person that went into space. And what happened was on a launch drill, they put a bunch of oxygen in, and his last words to say, how are we supposed to go to space if we can't talk between two buildings? And they barbecued him, and his own family said that they killed him on purpose, because right before he did that, he hung a lemon. So McToon's going to say that he knows more about the space program. He does not know more than Gus Grissom. I don't know more than Gus Grissom. So all I have to do is take Gus Grissom's word for it, that the Apollo missions were a lemon, and that's why they killed him. So all you need to do, R.I.P. Gus Grissom, look into the memory and murder of Gus Grissom. That's very important, because he was the guy that was going to expose it all. And then you went and put Buzz, Michael, and Neil on. Well, of course, Michael didn't go on the moon. He stayed in the spacecraft and supposedly orbited the moon. And this same technology, it supposedly took the same energy that it took us to get to the moon. They say it took 1/6 energy to get back, which is false. You can't even use thrust in a freaking vacuum. So I'm just telling you, they don't have the ability to recreate this technology today, and that's laughable, because my cell phone doesn't get worse, guys. Technology gets better. Use your brain. You got to stop suffering from cognitive dissonance and wake up. And please look into the death and murder of Gus Grissom and his family, saying how they killed Gus Grissom. And with that, the moon landings are provably false. We have a lot more to get into, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you so very much, Alex, for your opening statement. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, MC Toon, for your opening statement.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Amy. If you don't know me, I'm MC Toon, not Mick Toon, but people who disrespect me call me Mick Toon. It's all right.
Sorry. You're MC like a rapper. Oh, yeah, it's your opening. Sorry.
Yeah, like MC Hammer. Okay. I do debates every Tuesday, typically with Flat Earthers on my channel. So if you're interested in that, popping over to my channel. So I guess we'll get into responding to those things later. But first, I will start with my presentation. I'm going to share my screen.
Pop it over. What the heck?
So let me give a second here. All right, there are in the vicinity of 15,000 photographs across the Apollo missions. So, are you sharing? You got my screen there? All right. So this is one of the 15,000. There's a very nice archive of scans of the original photographs on Flickr. There's another set of scans from Arizona State University. There's a couple more. I can give references, anybody who's interested in them. I will give on my website, mctoon.net/moon. All of the evidence that I have is right on there, mctoon.net/moon. But this particular image I like a lot because you can see the reflection of the photographer there in the visor. And you can get the super high res multi-megabyte version of it and zoom in all you want and have a good look at that. There is no fourth wall. It is a all the way around 360 degrees of moon right there. There's quite a few actual photographs that include the visors. So look at those. It's pretty nice. Another thing that they have done that is some fantastic evidence for the moon landing is they have done some high resolution scans of photography of the moon landing sites. This one is Apollo 11, and here's a close-up of it. You can see both the tracks from the rover and the footprints from the astronauts walking around. You can see there kind of a little bit to the right, you can see the actual lander, and then a couple of the different experiments that they left when they took off, including somewhere close to it is the actual rover. Those so that is the main thing that I'd like to point out. There's the photographic evidence is not just a small amount, it's a gigantic amount. And for all the people's claims of fakery, nobody has ever once actually done any forensic evidence from a forensic expert in photography to look at the images and see are they real or not. Nobody's ever done that. They just like to say it's fake, but never provide evidence for it. So there you go. Hey, there's me and Charlie Duke. Charlie Duke is he was the astronaut for Apollo 16. He travels now all around the world as a full-time evangelist. That's what he does. He is a Christian evangelist, and he fills rooms full of people to talk about God. That's what he does for the last couple decades. So I find it strange, flat earthers and NASA and moon landing deniers somehow try to wrap religion into it. Well, Charlie Duke wraps religion into it, and he uses his status as an astronaut to evangelize. So, all right, there is my presentation. Like I said, mc2.net/moon has the 4 different citations to the 4 different archives of photographs. So
that's the weekend. Is that it? Did I get my rebuttal?
Yeah, I presented evidence, and you didn't present. You just made a lot of claims. So,
well, I don't need. I said a lot of evidence. You showed a picture. I guess McToon. I'm not trying to be rude, but I guess you don't realize they make movies. You don't realize they can fake a picture. You don't think that's possible? Yeah. So my claim is those pictures are. I know the evidence. They can't go through low Earth orbit today, so they weren't able to go in 1969 because technology doesn't go backwards. I presented evidence to them, NASA, saying that they cannot travel through it. So I presented evidence. You showed me a picture on the moon. Listen, McToon, you and I both know that Stanley Kubrick could recreate this. Anybody could recreate this. They could do this anywhere in a studio. But see, obviously, once again, you're not. Obviously, you don't work in television or film. You've never actually produced something, because I'm saying there's a thing called movies where they can recreate anything. They can make monsters in San Francisco. I can show you evidence how they make a movie. That's very easy. Listen, McToon, I don't need to argue with you. If that's really your argument, let me finish. Let me finish my thing. I said the thing. Let me say the statement. If that's your debate,
guys, we're gonna have to.
That's your debate. I'm saying, okay, listen, McToon, you didn't even present anything.
I just want you, as it's been clear, we're now moving into our 60 minutes of open dialogue. And I enjoy the spice, but we need to make sure that we're hearing everybody. So, if MC Toon, maybe you want to pick a point, and then we can go back and forth.
All right. In
this host is horrible.
1960s, they didn't have computer technology like they do today. They didn't have semiconductors. Computer technology was vacuum tubes and iron core RAM. Iron core memory is not affected by radiation, neither is vacuum tubes. All new semiconductor-based computers, semiconductor-based computers, are susceptible to radiation. So when you send computers through the Van Allen belts, you need to harden them against radiation. So the technology that they had then wasn't affected by it. The technology that we have now is affected by it. I have details of this on my website, mctoon.net/moon, talking about the particular challenges of semiconductor-based technology in the presence of radiation. That's why they have these problems. In that particular video that you played, they were talking specifically about the computer systems, but you left that part out.
Is it my 2 minutes to talk?
Yeah, and now Alex, all yours for rebuttal.
I'd have to say, McToon, that was the most pathetic demonstration of an anti-debate, or try to debunk my even crazy conspiracy by showing one photo of a moon helmet and saying that is real. Anybody with half a brain realizes that in a film studio, they can recreate anything. So I don't even want to argue that. I don't want to argue pictures because they can fake pictures. That is so, the fact that you don't think that in 1969 that it was easier to get to the moon than to fake a photograph shows that you're not based in reality and that you don't have the mental capacity to even debate me. Because if you're going to actually say that that's all you have to do for a presentation is show one fake picture, yet you're just going to disregard everything I talked about, forget about the technology. But why not? Gus Grissom was actually murdered, a guy that was actually part of the Apollo mission that actually hung a lemon. So that's my question for you is, what do you think about Gus Grissom hanging a lemon on the lunar lander in front of the press in a time when NASA, you weren't allowed to talk to the press? And then the same person that was running the space program was a guy by the name of Wernher von Braun, who killed a bunch of Polish people because he was the biggest rocket scientist for the Nazis. And then Gus Grissom came up dead in a testing drill, the same guy that was one of the most decorated pilots in the entire United States military Air Force, and he happens to die on a testing drill. And this guy that actually died for our country said that the whole lunar lander was a lemon, yet you're going to come here and sit here in a sweatshirt and show me a fake picture and say this is proof that we went on the moon. And I didn't even get through half of my arguments about saying how fake it is. So it's just really a sad excuse of a debater. You say that you debate all the time. That was the most pathetic debate I've ever heard in my life, and you should be embarrassed for yourself, the effort and the quality of debate that you just put forth.
So I see you're very good at insults and no good at providing evidence. So thank you very much for admitting that. We chose a point, a topic, and you did. I addressed the topic and you completely ignored it. So could you actually respond to the topic that I was talking about? Go ahead.
The superconductor, yeah, the Hasselblad cameras, there's no way they were able to go through. You're talking about levels.
I was talking about computer technology, semiconductor technology.
But what I want to say is
not supercomputers, not cameras.
Exactly. No, I'll agree. You know all about superconductors. Is it my time to answer? Is it my time to answer?
Are you deaf? No superconductors.
Okay, what is the question? Answer the question. Ask me the question so I can answer it for you.
Semiconductors.
Okay, let me tell you about the semiconductors. It doesn't matter what kind of conductor. It can be a full automatic conductor going through levels of radiation. Listen, are you going to let me answer your question? going through levels of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts that would literally say they would murder you. It doesn't matter what you put through it. They say they can't even put manned spaceflight through it today. Yet you're trying to tell me that this film was able to go through it. They can't even put a spacecraft through it today. So it's absurd. If they were maybe able to do it today, then you'd actually have a point. But they can't recreate that technology. They were able to do it, which is a lie. They can't go back and say we were lying.
What kind of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts?
Bad radiation, negative radiation, the bad kind. That's the kind. Hey, listen, I'm not a radiation expert. I know that radiation's bad. I don't need to be a radiation. I don't need to be a radiation expert to know that the moon landing's fake, bud.
You made a claim that the radiation. Hold on, let me finish.
I didn't make that claim. NASA made that claim. NASA made that claim. I'm not a radiation expert.
Amy, this is going to end.
Oh, are you gonna rage quit, McToon, because you're losing so bad? Is that why? Is that no? I can tell McToon.
Control this, Amy.
Yeah, you're gonna quit, McToon, because you're losing so bad.
Once again, we are playing volleyball.
Go ahead, McToon.
It's all yours.
Okay, Alex, shut the hell up while I'm talking. Let me finish a sentence after you ask a question. All right? Amy, I'm not kidding you. This is getting stupid. All right.
I am sympathetic and just send in hearts to.
You're gonna no. You're not sending hearts. You're taking control and you're not letting him interrupt me in the middle of a sentence.
I would like no one to interrupt. Yes, I would like nobody to interrupt each other.
Listen, McToon, before you start crying, I'm not going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
There it is.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and the ball's all yours.
Film and cameras. All right, you changed the topic to film and cameras. Alex, what type of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts? You don't know.
It's magnetic radiation. Is there some sort of magnetic radiation?
Wrong. It's alpha radiation and beta radiation.
Well, that's why it would affect a magnet. That's what the film is like, a magnet. That's why I'm saying that. It would magnetic radiation would affect the magnetism of the film.
It's not magnetic. It's alpha radiation and beta radiation. Okay. What kind of radiation affects film?
Listen, McToon, you and I
what
both
kind of radiation
know
affects film?
All kind of radiation affects film. Alpha radiation, yes. Listen, McToon, if you want to sit here and debate radiation, we can, but it's not about that. It's about the Van Allen radiation belt. But my point is, let me talk about my point.
Amy, that's it.
That's my point. Don't quit, McToon. Don't rage quit. Don't be a wimp. Just let's finish. Oh my God, he quit! What? He quit? What a professional debater! You're kidding. Wow, he quit. LOL. Come on, Amy. What? That's ridiculous. He supposedly says that he is a debater, and he just got crushed so bad he had to quit, and he was crying. I can't believe he's crying like that and quit. What a wimp, McToon. He can't even handle the truth. He can't even talk about Gus Grissom. He quit because we're talking about radiation. What a baby. And he loses in public in 4K, gets denied and quits. I mean, guys, it's so easy. Like, even these space guys that say they're space geeks and know everything about space, they can't debate the moon landing because they know it's fake. Because none of it makes sense. They know these people that love technology and science are the same people that the greatest technology and science ever created was destroyed. We're supposed to believe in 1972 they destroyed the greatest scientific achievement ever. Basically, the cure to cancer. It'd be like having the cure to cancer and destroying it. I mean, it's absolutely laughable, but, you know, that's easy. At Primetime 99, I get to come on and I get to win like that. A guy rage quits. You don't mess with Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Y'all can't debate. If y'all come here soft, you're going to go home crying to your grandmama, your auntie. You're going to be crying because, you know, Primetime 99, Alex Stein is coming for the jugular. Yes.
I'm sending...
He's got to come back. He's got to come back. He's got to come back.
I would like him to please come back.
I mean, McToon got crushed. He couldn't talk about Gus Grissom. He couldn't talk about the space station. He wanted to talk about film.
Some questions, and we're going to switch over into that format. So if you have questions for Alex, please send it to him because we are still going to be doing super chats and we are still going to be doing chats. I would like if he came back
I would love it if he came back to get a spanking again. If he wants to get, but he rage quit. He's going to be too big of a coward to come back. You know that.
But we do need to be charitable interlocutors.
Oh, yes. I apologize. Please come back. I'll be nice. I'm sorry, McToon, that you got spanked so bad. And then when he came with his rebuttal, it was the softest stuff ever. It was like butter that you left out on the counter all day. You know, you could just easily spoon it on the, $20 donation, JJTK. Thank you so much.
So if you could please tag Modern Day Debate
exciting.
or myself at Amy Newman. And yes, I can see lovelies in chat. I was trying to get rid of McSpammer in there. And in the middle of McSpammer, that went down. So sending love, though, to all of the people who actually participated in chat as we continue to talk about, was the moon landing fake? And so, skeptics, time to send in your questions as we start with a $5 super chat. Holy Smalls asks, is this enough to get the sound back on? Holy Smalls, it absolutely was. That donation was what it was that did it, so thank you so very much. $5 super chat from Mr. Monster. Seriously, though, why would they fake the moon landing? What could benefit from it? Wouldn't the benefit be more actual from an actual moon landing?
This is the same argument that Neil deGrasse Tyson said it'd be easier to go to the moon than to fake it, which is laughable, guys. It's not easier to actually go to the moon, which is impossible. We can't do it, guys. So it's easier to make a movie pretending we did it.
$2 super chat from Richard Walker. Looks like Alex took Capricorn 1 too seriously.
Well, he's referencing Capricorn 1. That was a Stanley Kubrick movie that actually was basically similar footage of us going into space. And we know that Stanley Kubrick actually consulted NASA, CEOs, like literally the people that ran NASA. There's footage of that. So, yeah, I didn't take Capricorn 1 too seriously. I'm just actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together instead of just sitting there and being like, oh, this is all my cognitive dissonance says the government would never lie to me. Yet you're not in any confidential information whatsoever. You are just a nobody, a basic a work slave for the government. All they care about is managing you, not telling you the truth of what's actually happening. And once you wake up to that realization that the government can lie to you and they don't face any repercussion, your life will get immensely better.
$10 super chat from Tim Pryor. Kind of like new cars will get disabled from a electric magnetic pulse, but old cars won't be affected by it. New technology radiation will mess it up the same way.
Guys, it doesn't matter about the technology. It's about the actual Van Allen radiation belts. You're saying these are thick miles and miles, hundreds of thousands of miles supposedly of radiation. You're not just going through it for 2 seconds. So over time, anything would get damaged. Even over time, water can wash away a stone over time. So the longer you're in these radiation belts, I don't care if you're made out of what material, you are going to have some damage because if you go through the radiation belts that NASA describes, I don't know. I'm just saying the intensity of the description of these Van Allen radiation belts, nothing would survive it according to NASA today.
And a $5 super chat from Mr. Monster. If you are going to make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence. The moon landing was real. Get over it.
Listen, the best evidence, you just look up Gus Grissom hanging a lemon on the lunar lander and then dying immediately after. And then Gus Grissom's last words were, if we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to talk on the moon? So, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that you guys know more than Gus Grissom, one of the most decorated pilots in the United States Air Force history. So do your research before you call me crazy. Look up Gus Grissom. Look this up. Lunar lander hangs lemon.
$5 super chat from Wizard of Frobuzz. Alex, the fact that something can be created in a studio does not answer the claim that it was created.
No, it makes the claim of yours. Some people like, what is easier, going to the moon, a technology that we can't do today, or that they faked it? So the people I don't ascribe necessarily to Occam's razor, but it'd be easier to fake it than it would be to actually go. And guys, look up space rocks. NASA brought a bunch of space rocks supposedly, and they gave it to a museum in the Netherlands, and they tested it, and they found it was petrified wood. So guys, and they lied. They admitted that they used photos of Michael Collins that were from testing when they said it was actually from the Apollo missions. So NASA has been caught lying. They have no obligation to tell us the truth. I still can't believe McToon quit like that. I thought he was a master debater. You would think that he would stay. But it is what it is. It's kind of a bummer.
Super chat from Sunflower. Alex appears happier and more fulfilled overall in his personal life. Debate topic aside. Got a fan out there, Alex.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if that's necessarily true. McToon might be having a great life. He just is really bad at debating. I mean, who knows? His personal life is not a representation of his debating skills.
$5 super chat from Small Time Art. Wants to know, MC Toon, what do you think he says the major Kayshun would be? Kayshun. K-A-Y-S-H-U-N.
I have no idea. I don't know. That's for McToon. That's a tough one. Sorry. If McToon was here, unfortunately, he quit. He's a pro debater, but he couldn't hang tough.
I think a $5 super chat from Brian W. I think it was a super sticker, but if it was a question, feel free to tag me, Brian. Send in hearts. And $2 super chat from Mr. Monster. Why is Alex so immature? Uh-oh.
I think that's fair. I'm not that mature. I will never. I have what is called arrested development. So my maturity level has stopped. I probably have the maturity level of like a 16 or 17 year old. They say the first time you try marijuana will actually retard your maturity, according to the literature. So I probably have the mindset of a 16 or 17 year old. So I apologize, but that doesn't mean that Primetime 99 is not a conspiracy pimp, or that I got the mind or brain of a 16 or 17 year old. I have the brain of a Jedi master. I am Primetime 99. I chew my competitors up and I spit you out. McToon is a clear example. Nobody can hang with me. Nobody can bang with me. So I'm sorry I don't come here like Grandpa Stein. I'm sorry I come here like a young buck, ready to truck. And that's what I did tonight. McToon was on the tracks and the train came rolling through and he got smashed like a penny at the state fair when you put it in the machine and you crank, crank, crank.
$2 super chat from Not a Chump. Alex, you wearing pants, bro?
No panties! We got legs! We got it! We got no pants! But just shorts. Prime time, because we got to keep the legs free. Guys, I'm a calf expert. I got calves. I'm not only a moon landing hoax expert, I'm a calf expert. If you want to get calves like me, follow me, Primetime Stein on Instagram, and you can see a calf lifestyle that will actually improve your sex life, your mental health, and your personal well-being.
$5
child's
super
play.
Chat from Tim Pryor. So even though other countries and ham radio operators track those missions, it's still fake for some reason because movies can do it?
Well, actually, I like the ham radio because, I do believe if you look up, this is one thing that they say we went on the moon, is that there's supposedly a base that can send a laser and it'll, reflect off the moon. But actually, if you look up USC and another school, they were able to shoot a laser off the moon before we even did the fake moon landing. So I do believe that there are energy sources like the moon or the sun that you can reflect energy off of. I agree with that 100%. But the fact they tell you that it's 230 237,000 miles away should make you think, how am I able to shine a ham radio to it? Is it as far as they say, or is it maybe closer than they say, and that's why I'm able to do it? But you're not able to use the critical thinking part of your brain.
$5 from Dave Rogers. Why can't the moderator keep the insult artist on topic and stop the personal insults?
I don't know. I think maybe I called McToon dull at one point, but I didn't really think I went after him. I mean, I think that he just didn't have any topic. I did make fun of his debate because he didn't even use. I use all 12 minutes. He didn't even use 2 minutes. I mean, he used like nothing, and he just showed a picture of a helmet and a picture, some CGI picture. That's not a good enough argument. He calls himself a master debater, so I made fun of his debate, and that's why he got triggered, guys. It's very easy to see. He realized he came with a master, with Primetime 99, the king of all conspiracy. And when you get in the lion's den with a lion, if you're not a lion, you get eaten up. And tonight is a perfect example that he got, and I ate him up like my cat eats its fancy feast, right, Sky Bear? Yeah, he said, yeah, he just meowed. You can't hear him. But that's what I do. Don't come in the lion's den unless you're a lion. Rule number 1.
And I personally am sending an apology to all of you guys out there, because I know you guys wanted a really good back and forth, and I should have done a better job putting people in separate corners. So I just want to.
That's not your fault. Do not beat yourself up. If he should have stayed, they did. Listen, Amy. Maybe if this would have happened 45 minutes into the debate, we just got started. He rage quit in the first of our opening, and he didn't even have an opening statement. Do not blame this on yourself for him quitting. He had no argument, and he realized that he got in the lines, and he didn't mean to. He didn't realize his Friday night was going to get that serious. Do not blame this on yourself. This is 100% McToon's fault for going number 2 publicly on Modern Day Debate. It's not your fault. You didn't give him the bad food that gave him food poisoning. It was me, Primetime 99, Alex Stein.
I appreciate that. I still want to send all of my hearts out to all of the chat and all of the people watching and viewers like you. And all right, we are going to keep on going along. $2 from Mickey Riot. Good night, Amy. I enjoyed the part where MC Toon spoke. Well, I'm sending hearts to MC Toon once again. $5 from Tim Pryor. Also, college, me like thousands of other college students, I bounce lasers off the reflectors left there. Explain that. Let me read that one more time. Also, and college, me like thousands of other college students, I think he's saying like other thousands of college students, I have bounced lasers off reflectors that were left there. Explain that.
Okay, I just said that. It's funny, I didn't even know that chat, and I said that already. So laser beams, let me find this. This is before I can find the article, but you need to look up. They were able to bounce a moon. Let me see what year it was. Let me see what school. Hold on, let me find it. USC, I believe. They were able to bounce a laser off the moon before the moon missions. Let me find it right now so I can show you this, because that's one of the biggest things for people like, oh, well, we did it. Well, I do agree that you can bounce something off the moon because it's an energy source. I just don't think it's 237,000 miles away and it's a dusty rock that you're hitting an actual laser pointer that was never left there. It's because we were able to do it before. So let me find the article, USC laser. Let's see, after 40 years, ask me the next question and I'll pull it up while we talk. Hold on.
All right.
Or maybe somebody in my chat can pull up where USC shined the laser before the moon landing. Hold on.
$5 from Brian W. Amy Newman. They are belts that are alpha and beta radiation that humans can get through. They are not ionized radiation, i.e., gamma radiation. Grow up.
It doesn't matter. He's the gamma that left. That's only gamma radiation we need to worry about tonight. It was the gamma radiation of McToon crying and leaving. That's all the gamma radiation y'all need to worry about.
And $2, $5 from Rubik's Cube Earth. Congrats on your victory, Alex. You really overtalked your interlocutor like a true professional. Hilarious to watch you celebrate.
I can tell the sarcasm, but I'm not the one that rage quit. I mean, guys, he supposedly debates all the time. This is how it happens. He quit after 5 minutes. I get if he would have rage quit maybe towards the end, because he didn't want any. He decided he got a taste of Primetime 99 and realized he wants to get off the train tracks before he got smushed anymore. And I can say it over and over again. You don't get in the lion's den unless you're a lion. It's for a lot of y'all. Y'all want to mess with Primetime 99. Yes, I like to joke. Yes, I like to laugh. Yes, I'm like the clown. I got to be goofy, poofy. But if I get my laser sights on you, like the same lasers we bounce off the moon before the moon missions, you are toast. And that is proof today, because just
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the Flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that Flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys?
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high you can't even question them, and I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 round sideline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. And you know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. We're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
Hey, yo, what's up, guys?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
How's it going?
Yo.
Hello. Y'all listen flat earth information. Like, they sound like, was it Robbie Davidson that was on there? Couple of others, Bob Nodell.
Yeah, Alex Stein.
Yeah, that's all right. Kyrie Irving was on there. It's all good, man. Some people wake up, man. Some people don't. I think the majority of them don't. They don't want to. Ignorance is bliss. What's going on? Who's in the room right now? Sasha's in the room.
I'm here. What's up?
Gospel. Oh, whoa, man! I haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, man. What's up?
How's life?
I got out of that silly corn state, and now I'm up at the top of the world here in North Dakota.
I've been wanting to move to South Dakota, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, not for a particular governor, though, necessarily.
Oh, who's governing right? Well, I haven't done my research.
South Dakota's Christy Neem or Noom or Noam, whatever. She's popular amongst
normies.
No, not normies. She's done some good stuff. She's logically consistent. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Well, it's kind of cold where you're at, though.
It is 3 degrees today. Or right now,
cold.
At least.
It's cold in the corn state, man. It must be. I know it's cold over there. Yeah, you live a little bit farther now from me. That's all right. So what's really happening, man? What's going on? Everybody's looking at the current events. Earth still ain't a globe, right? Or did Elon Musk prove the curvature of the Earth? You don't see the curvature of the Earth. Saying what's up to all the FE peeps in here. We got Metal Lark just joined us.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Not much.
Current events, man. There's a war going on.
Hey, Miggy, I don't know if I'm always working or not. I'm just saying, hey.
Dave, what's up, Dave?
Same old, man. Hope you're having a good one.
Yeah, man, despite the weather being what it is, wish it was a little bit better. I want to get outside. Can't do that in this cold weather. Doesn't inspire one to be outside. Does anybody in here think the Earth is a spinning globe out in the cosmos? Everybody in here just knowing truth right now. Oh, we got some lurkers in here. We got lurkers in. Any lurkers? People been listening. You can chime in if you want. I promise Dave Hinkle will go easy on you. Right, Dave?
But not everybody.
But not, yeah, maybe not Sasha.
Of course, I'm always nice to everybody. Sasha's the mean one.
No, I'm good one. I was even peace worker in the past.
Hey, man, are you close over there to all that fighting and all that stuff's going on right now, Sasha?
No, but let's say, yeah, nearest than not now. I'm in UK now, but yeah, my country is not even. Yeah, it's nearer than any other country, but it's not so near. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But I know what is going on there. I will tell you. Tell me. Sorry.
What? You
I need
talking about
to
the
eat
real
my
news?
cupcake. Okay. No, this is the point. There is, let's say, one Alexander in Kiev, and in this moment he's only thinking when this will finish. My God, and that could be 1 month. For me, that was like I was the same guy. I was one day and I was thinking when this will finish, and that finished in 4 years.
Dang.
Yeah.
You think it's gonna last that long? That's a long time.
No, I don't know, but I'm telling you from my experience.
Oh.
I was the guy who was asking when this fucking thing will finish, and that fucking thing finished in 4 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt something like this will play out that long.
But that is nothing new. There is I think this is like a attack, but I think they had problems like for the last 8 years in that region there. They were fighting all the time. But we don't know that because we don't look, how to say, news about that. Like, for example, what do you know what happened in my town 1992? You don't know.
No, I don't.
Yeah, and nobody knows. Like, nobody else knows. Like, for example, even people in my country doesn't know what happened in my town. Because news didn't get out from you. Only people who was living there, they knew the truth or some kind of truth what happened in the time during the, how to say, the war. Because living the war, it's something different, It's not only fighting. You are living in a place where is not fight, but it's war, Near to you. You are not fighting, but you have some kind of, it's this, everything is allowed, like in love. That means everybody is criminal, everybody is good, you don't know anything when you go out on the street, Somebody can kill you. Yeah, that's crazy, yeah, but that was like that. You don't know who has the weapon, you don't know who is the civil and who is the, who is the good guy, who is the bad guy. And that is happening now for sure there.
So we really don't know who are the good guys and the bad guys. All we hear is propaganda on both sides, right? Like everybody, that's all we hear. Mainstream news.
Yeah, mainstream news when you look like that. But when you're living that inside, you have other enemies. It's not only that enemy. What is your real enemy? Because you have inside enemies. Because people behaving to be, criminals. They are, the criminals taking power more than anyone. You don't have any more like civil state them any rules. It's like militaristic, but nobody. It's not military that's controlling you. You are like you are on your own, and you have your rules. Like you can kill everybody if you want, and after that, maybe you will, how to say, maybe you will be how English. Somebody charge you for that, and maybe I know what happened. I know people who killed so many people and nothing happened with them.
Because they're in a state of war, no? Or
yeah, I don't know, but in that time, nobody even asked them because they didn't do like that. Was not fighting. That was the crime, killing the people. You know, I kill you, Miggy, for example, and after 10 years, nobody asked why I killed Miggy. You know, during that time.
Oh, I see. Well, that's what I'm saying because of the what's happening, the current events. There's like a war going on. If there's killing happening, they don't really question because it's
Yeah, and plus they are also mixed a lot. You know, they're not so enemies like people are saying. Like Ukrainian and Russian are enemies. They're fucking Ukrainian speaking Russian language. They have their language. You know.
Hey, Miggy, you got Pyro in here as VC verified, seems sincere. You want to try to talk to them?
Yeah, who is it? Pazza?
Pyro. Pazza, we know.
Paro.
Hey, Paro, what's going on? Welcome to the server. Hey, man.
Hi.
How's it going? What brings you to the server?
At first, I was curious.
All right. Yeah, this is the Flat Earth server. We don't think the Earth is a spinning globe out floating in outer space. And if you want to ask any questions, you can go ahead and do so. But mainly, what was your curiosity as to what brought you into the server? I mean, just the topic itself, or why people think the Earth is not a spinning globe?
I don't believe in the moon landing. And also I'm a globe skeptic.
Hey, what brought you to the conclusion? Like, what started to make you think that that's not the case?
At first, I have watched a documentary about how the moon landing was fake. Like it was a video from Bart Sibrel. Then I saw in the comment section the website olis.com.
Is that the one where he's asking the astronauts and they get upset with him? Is that the one where he's talking to them and they get mad with him when he's asking them put their hand on the Bible so you can swear you walked on the moon?
I don't know that.
Might not be that one. Okay.
I think that is the guy, actually.
That's all. I thought it was him. Anyway, I don't know what.
Same guy, different film. He's talking about astronauts gone wild is what you're talking about. And
yeah, it's probably a different.
I think.
The video was funny way on the moon. I forgot.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Yes, that's a good one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that starts your journey into like the truth and realizing that everything that you've been taught, as far as space and all of these things are not true. I mean, it starts you on the journey. You have to do a lot more research as to why that's not the case, or why could it be the case. But some of the basic questions you need to ask yourself is when you start the journey is, how did they even figure out that this Earth is what they say it is, right? So I don't know what form of education you have, but starting from whatever form of education you have, you start from what you've been taught, right? The secondhand information that you received to tell you that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. So when you go to like where you first started learning this, you try to figure out what is it that they told you that made you sure that the Earth is a spinning globe. And you get back to the information and you really can't pinpoint how you really know the Earth is a globe. Just it really all it is. The term is indoctrination. All it is just people telling you that it is. It's not something that you can go out and verify. It's something they tell you that somebody has already done. With two sticks in a well. But that's not something that can conclusively provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, and that's something that you have to really look into as to like each question, right? Like how it doesn't have curvature, how you can't detect it spinning, and how you know that you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container to divide it, because you can't do that anywhere. You can't have a pressurized system without a container. You have to have a container in order for a system to have pressure. That's just the way it goes. If you have pressure, you have a container that holds that pressure. Always. That never changes. So, and I mean a physical container. A physical container needs to be present in order for that pressure to achieve its the pressure that builds inside of whatever container that it has. So, if you look at that information where no curvature, no spin, and no way you can have an open system like they say they have on the Earth right now, if it was a globe, and you have pressure here, and then outer space is, of course they say there is no pressure there, so it's not possible. All the air would expand out into the available space, and we wouldn't have any more air. So if that was the case, but it's not. So, and they don't have any good rebuttals for this. We've had many discussions with people about, the way that people think that it's possible with gravity, holding all the pressure in, but there's no demonstration that they can provide to you that that's the case. So it always comes back to, it needs to be demonstrated to you that what they're saying about the Earth is actually true. But I mean, they can never provide evidence for the case. And that's why we're all here. All of us are here because nobody can provide evidence for the Earth being a spinning globe in outer space. And so the challenge is really for those who make the claim. So if anybody does make the claim and say, yeah, the Earth is a globe, what are you, crazy? All right, we're crazy, but provide the evidence that it's a globe and we'll believe you. Other than that, you're just going to be sitting there trying to figure out how, and you're not going to be able to. So demonstration, verification, these things are essential for us to, rely on the truth. So what do you think about that, Pearl? Still with us?
Yes.
So what do you think about what I was talking about? How it's essential to have that demonstration. If somebody's going to tell you that the Earth is a globe, they have to provide evidence, don't they?
Yes.
So not only that, that video that you saw about, I guess somebody in here said that it was a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Well, not only does that video provide evidence that they fake something, but it also provides you a little bit more fuel to go do a research on why that couldn't even be possible. As I mentioned to you about the system being a closed system, it'd have to, that where you live right now on Earth, there's pressure here. The air that you breathe has pressure. As you rise in elevation, the pressure decreases. But here's the thing though, if you have pressure in the first place, you would have to have a container, no matter if the pressure does decrease as you rise up. There is no way somebody can provide, like I said, provide evidence that you can have pressure without a container. So, and we're always coming back to that. So now the video that you've seen was just how they could have faked it with like props or movie, that can be done, movie sets. But that's not even what we're saying here. We're saying that it can't even be done. Not even possible. So, I mean, people can challenge it, but if somebody is able to, they can come in here and provide any evidence that they think they're able to do so. But other than that, it's not possible. So,
Yes.
So, I mean, we've been, and then the majority of the information we have gotten is what I would consider misinformation, or, it's not so much that they've lied to you. I mean, of course, it is a big lie, but they didn't do it intentionally. They did it because that's what they've been taught. Everybody has been taught that the Earth is a spinning globe in outer space, and they just propagate the information forward. So generations of people moving forward are going to believe it because they've been taught it. They've never verified that information. They've only been taught it. So it always comes back to that. People get really upset about it. Even somebody listening right now will be like, dude, that dude's crazy. That's not possible. Well, if you think that information is crazy, then I would ask you to challenge the information. Don't challenge me. You can come in here and challenge me if you want, but you need to challenge the information. The information that has been taught to you needs to be the thing that you put on trial. That needs to be scrutinized and looked into and said, wait a minute, like how is it possible, that we can have a system that has pressure in it without a container? Because in every instance that there's, pressure, we'd have to have a container. Or how is it possible that they did measure the curvature of the Earth when this method that was done hundreds of years ago is outdated? There's no way. And then, you can bring up other stuff that they can use to measure. I know some people in here used to bring LiDAR into it, and what's that other thing? Total stations. Like what surveyors use to look at stuff. But that all these things are not ways that they use to measure the curvature of the Earth. That is a way that somebody is trying to measure it, not in how they measured it. And so that's where we have this problem. A lot of times people want to invoke other things that is a possibility of how it can be done. But what we always go back to when we talk to others about it is, how was it done? Because this information that we have about the Earth's curvature has been known for hundreds of years. So people have been knowing the Earth was a globe, and for quite some time. You still there, Paro?
Yes.
But do you see what
I believe. Huh?
Do you see what I'm saying about the inconsistencies? Like, how did they do it? I mean, they told us that the Earth was a globe, but there is no evidence for that.
Yes, I've been here since last Friday, and I haven't seen any strong arguments from the Globe side. They don't have much proofs.
Sure. And, the thing is, we welcome it too. So we want there to be people to challenge the questions in here and do the best they can, because if they feel like they have some evidence to bring forward, and bring it forward. Obviously, it's going to be something that we can look at, but the majority of people that come in here, and over the time that I've been in this server, and we've had people who consider themselves of high intellect, right? We have some people with PhDs and all kinds of things, and people come in here and try to say that they have evidence for the case, but it never comes down to they can demonstrate anything that they say. It's all these things they say are words, calculations, and ideas of how things can work, or they apply things that are not consistent with anything that was applied before to find out how the Earth was a globe. So we always come back to, like, there never was a time where anybody has ever provided this evidence. It's only been said that these guys had these ideas of what they think the Earth is, and it matches some kind of model that they made, and voila, there's the Earth, because their assumption is what, it matches a prediction that they made. But we don't work off assumptions. That's the thing.
So he said he's been looking at this study for speaker. They've been in longer. Are you there, Pyro?
I think we lost Paro.
We lost him? Oh, well.
So.
No. He'll always be back.
He'll always be. Does he come back? Refraction?
Well, over the last couple weeks, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's good that people are starting to ask questions if they're just lurking, and then they feel a little bit bold enough to get in a conversation.
Yeah, it takes time.
He was just saying the last few minutes.
Dave,
Dave, you gotta fix the mic.
Your microphone sounds terrible right now, Dave.
My bad.
Someone playing Domo Arigato? Yeah, he sounded like Mr. Roboto, huh?
You already know.
It's great, man. I don't know. I've been coming back every now and again. It seems like everybody in here is kind of chill. The only real challenges we had, since I came back I had a little sabbatical. It was a couple months. Because I reached a point where I was doing the 3 points quite often in here. When I made those 3 points kind of a thing, so it was kind of like a little model. And people were using it. It's effective. But I was I reached the point where most of the Globers I was talking to was already just beyond defeat already. So I was I'm just not really. I'm just gonna hang back now. If there's any more interesting conversations with somebody that I need to, kind of get to, because it's all psychological, guys. That's all it is. It's a war for the mind when you look at it. Because the argument is over. We already won. We're victors. In the whole debate, discussion, or however you want to call it.
I'll argue.
No, it's good. I mean,
I can find stuff to argue about all the time.
But I mean, as far as the shape of the Earth goes, I don't know if that's gonna.
No, not with that. No, I have pet peeves to pick with things that are specious, which is what I was addressing in the chat. The Bob and Alice thing, for instance. But before I rant about the Bob and Alice thing, let me start with the even more absurdly specious graphic of the airplane that's flying forward, and then it proceeds to tilt downwards until at or around the horizon point, it starts to be at about 45 degrees down, but the plane is still massive. Are you familiar with the graphic I'm referring to?
I don't think maybe it was a while, but did you want to post it up? I'll take a look at it.
I don't even think I have it. Is the one where
you're looking at the plane's belly?
Yes, that one.
Down.
Okay, so my argument is that graphic is profoundly specious. It's to the level of absurdity that it doesn't address it. The spirit of the graphic, I can kind of remotely.
Are you saying the same for the Bob and Alice?
Yeah, really and truly, but in a worse way even than the airplane. I just want to start with the airplane. Being that from the frame of mind of a Glober, they're going to say, well, every 70 miles equals 1 degree. Therefore, if you're talking about a 45-degree angle of the belly of the plane, then you're talking about 45 times 70 miles. And can you see the airplane from that distance? Well, obviously not in any stretch of the imagination. So the demonstration of that airplane, the spirit of it, I actually am okay with because I get the point. However, it's still absurd and ridiculous and doesn't actually help, I don't think, many Globers to get the point. But the Bob and Alice thing is just a whole different level of specious.
Yeah, what you're trying to do is refine the arguments, right?
Yes.
So flat Earth needs to be, if you're coming from the side of truth, you need to have the argument as refined as you can possible and easily digestible so that it doesn't like it's already. We're having a hard time as it is trying to get the point across without it having to be a bit more overcomplicated than it has to be. So I don't know. Maybe that's what you're trying to say. Try to make it digestible, not complicated because the Glober is coming in already with his bias, so it's gonna sound. Yeah. So I mean, I've actually been having these conversations since I came in here, because there's a few arguments I think when we first started Flat Earth. I mean, I'm talking about back in 2015, where we started like with all these other kind of ideas, right? We had, of course, the azimuthal equidistant projection, Gleason's, and all that, and we were working off of things like pointing globers, those things. We're like, take a look at this, like you got the globe, this is what we got, and now, and of course, other things like the sun going in rotation from Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer, and we're doing something in those conversations where we're making these what do you call it, like not assumptions, but they're like assertions. They're assertions of like how we're positive and we know that that's the case. So if I tell you something for certain, then it better be what I'm saying it is, because we're in a discussion about truth. So if I'm saying the sun's doing something like spiraling outward, well, I better have some way to demonstrate that to you, because I can't just show you on a graphic like Globers would and then not be able to demonstrate it to you in reality. Because if I do it in reality and then I can show you, then what I'm saying is bang on. But if I can't provide that demonstration to you and I can't show you in reality, then I'm a miss. I'm off, and I can't explain what I'm telling you if I'm using it in a graphic that doesn't relate to reality. So that is my beef. When we
Miggy, can I put Bob and Alice in reality?
Yeah, I know where Gospel Bear is going, but yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead.
Okay, let's do like this, Miggy. Let's make observation, you and me. You are going in Chicago, and I'm going on another part of the lake where was made all observations. Chicago. But you will make observation from the Chicago. Now, what?
Is he doing it for dramatic effect?
Yeah, what I am doing and what are you doing, Miggy?
I think I missed what you said before. You just said that, Sasha. Say it again.
Okay. I'm on the beach on the Lake Michigan, and I have that observation to do Chicago. But you are in Chicago and you are doing the same observation, and you want to do what, and I want to do what?
Yeah, Sasha.
If we are flat earthers, what we want to do?
What are you talking about? Making an observation?
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to find out if is there a curvature. Is it?
Oh, the curvature. Yeah. Well, I mean, the claim is that there is curvature. That's the claim.
Yeah.
But not.
Yeah.
Here's the issue.
We're trying to see if the claim matches the reality. So that's what we're doing. We're testing out the claim. Yeah.
Let me clarify, Sasha, so you're not confused about my position on the graphic. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you've got party number 1, Alice. Party number 2, Bob. You are party number 3. Okay.
No. Okay. Sorry.
Just wait. You are looking at a graphic on your computer screen or device or whatever of Alice and Bob. You're party number 3. You're observing both of them simultaneously. Now, just to clarify this, Bob is not observing Alice and Bob simultaneously. Alice is not observing Alice and Bob simultaneously. Are you following?
Yeah.
Okay, so it does require, in order to observe Alice and Bob, for the purposes of the demonstration, there's a third perspective. There's a third party in this demonstration. Got it?
Yeah, but
all right.
Yeah, but I want
what's the problem?
It's not third party. It's not third party in my explanation. Sorry.
But there is, because that's what I mean by false equivalency. When you're applying two people in their position relative of each other, mutually exclusive and mutually inclusive simultaneously, you have a logical contradiction that invalidates the purpose, or it invalidates the graphic, the meme. It invalidates it completely because it's logically inconsistent.
No, I don't know. I want to explain in reality, man.
Yeah. Bob and Alice in reality have a relative position to each other.
Yeah, but not like a graphic. I don't have third part. I will take two parts, you and me. We will go outside. Let's take
and
the
you
Black
have
Swan.
you have your position.
Black
I have
Swan.
my position.
Yeah, Black Swan example. I will give you Black Swan example. You are on oil rig and I'm on the beach.
Yeah.
And now it's if we have that famous how to say Black Swan example, but only from the one side. Let's say from that side when we see the horizon, we don't have the guy who is on the oil rig and doing the same thing, and pointing on the beach. That means that he's also looking for that 8 inch per mile square. But that is ridiculous in a sense. How we can make that?
No. This graphic is fallacious. It's specious.
Man, I'm not speaking about graphics now. I'm speaking about reality. You are on oil rig and you want to see if he's on the beach, if he's there, horizon, where is horizon, or if he's dropped there. But I'm doing the same thing from the beach. What are we doing?
You're looking for something that isn't there. I understand that aspect of things. But if you were imagining that you lived on a globe, then you'd be
factoring
it again. What's the purpose of any of this if it's not to discuss the topic amongst people that still believe they live on a ball? So in the context of that, they are believing in relative position and a relative angle to each other. So this graphic and any other demonstration similar to it is completely irrational. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but listen this. When you tell me now the Black Swan example, I will tell you what that means. What that is showing. That's showing nothing. In the sense of what that means. In that direction, there is no curvature. Okay, and it must be who is saying that it must be that direction curvature?
The Glober would.
Yeah, and from other direction, is it also curvature?
It has to be from both. So
yeah,
where you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, Sasha, I think I understand your point because you're saying when you demonstrate it in reality, it's not going to look like that. But I guess Gospel Bearer's point, because your point is when you go out in reality, even if you show a graphic, it's not going to pan out. I understand what you're saying, but I do understand what Gospel's saying at the same time. When you show somebody like an illustration or something, it needs to be something that's consistent. So when you explain it, like if you were to say, okay, now we're going to take this graphic and go on to reality, then the way that you're trying to explain it to them needs to be consistent to like the globe. So instead of it being something that would be not consistent to the globe, you know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be so that they can see the absurdity and what the globe is. And I think yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. But I'm saying that this paradox, it's all right. It's nothing wrong with this paradox to point it out. Also, because it's only paradox. It cannot work on the globe. That's the point.
You have to draw a circle. You have to draw a globe for somebody in order to discuss from their paradigm.
Yeah, I know, but I can explain that.
That's why the Bob and Alice thing does not work. It's not an effective graphic.
But did you understand me when I explained you with the Black Swan example? Is it now clearer, or is it the same like a graphic?
I think he understands what you're saying. So do I, Sasha. I think he's talking about the graphic itself. Like when you present
the graphic itself, you can confuse that. That's for sure because it's
it's not. Here's the Sasha. I'm not confused. I promise you, I'm not confused on this. I understand it completely. I am saying that it is a misrepresentation of the beliefs of a globe ideology. It misrepresents the globe. So if you're trying to help somebody understand that they don't live on a globe, then you want to properly demonstrate that with not specious graphics. That's my only point and argument. And that graphic is specious for a globe ideology. It does not conform to their ball ideologies, or with the way that they're perceiving but again, if you drew a ball and then drew Bob and Alice on this ball and then tried to make a point, that would conform to their ideologies, and then you might be getting somewhere, but you can't. The Bob and Alice thing is, look up the word specious, like, it sounds right, it seems to make sense, but it's actually all false. That's why I'm using that word specious. It seems like it might be a paradox. Oh yeah, cool, got him. Oh, it's a paradox. No, it's actually not a paradox. It's a misrepresentation of globiology or whatever. Like, I don't. What are we calling it these days? Is there a name for the religion of globalism?
I think you
just
whatever the case, Bob and Alice graphic misrepresents what is going on when you're thinking of the Earth as a ball. It does not represent things. It blends Bob and Alice into one concept simultaneously, which is illogical. So in more ways than one, it's just a fallacious graphic, and it keeps getting thrown out there, just like if Earth was curved, then airplanes would be tilting downwards. That argument doesn't work. It's not a good argument, because again, the plane you'd have to be observing the plane for what, 10 to how many degrees would you be able to perceive with your eyes? And then you take the little globe math and you go, oh, well, that plane would have to be like 500 miles away before you'd even notice the angle difference. And by the time it's 500 miles away, there's no way you're seeing the plane anymore. So that argument, again, these are the sorts of arguments, again, like Mindy was saying, refining the argument.
There is written the 40 miles distance on Bob and Alice.
What?
On Bob and Alice graphic, it's written 40 miles distance straight line.
Yeah. But they're on a level field. Like if you put a ruler on that graphic, it looks like they're on a level field. But then they have in front of them, and it's not like, I mean, I understand the graphic, so I'm totally I get the point. But if you put them on a circle, if you put Bob and Alice on a circle, then it's because the globe mind, dude. We're not talking about like how we don't understand. We're saying, when you explain
I understand you. But they're also thinking that the curve is level. That level is curved.
So there should be a tilt between them if you were going to properly represent the globe equivocation.
Yeah,
there should be an angle difference, right? Because that's what they're perceiving on a ball.
Yep. That's what this is their argument.
Of course, this would be a 0.6 degree angle difference, right? Because it's only 40 miles, so it'd be 2/3 of 1 degree.
Well, yeah, they even talk about plumb bobs doing that divergent plumb bob. So they're even saying that in that instance that would be the case.
But only orthographically from a third party perspective.
Well, I mean, for I guess for demonstration purposes, you'd have to, draw it out for them that way. But, yeah, I don't know. Like that, I guess this image has been.
It's not only Bob and Alice. I can put you 8 persons, not 2 persons, because maybe that's confusion. 8 persons. That is east, north, west, south, and in middle of that, all other directions. Do you understand me? 8 persons watching in one point.
Hey, Sasha, your mic is muffled, man, for some reason.
Sorry.
Do you get my point about the airplane example, Sasha?
I need to have graphics about. I don't know about. I need to see that picture about airplane. Yeah.
I couldn't find it. I was looking for it for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's an old school.
Flat. Yeah, flat. Well, yeah. I mean, you gotta. people have been, there's a lot of stuff that's been cycled through flat Earth, and it almost sounds we're trying to refine the argument, but it's.
I don't want even to push this too much, But I would like to see that photo. If Gospel, if you can find it, not now, you can. I want to see.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I will.
When I find it, I'll hit you up.
It was honestly, it was for me personally. That was for me understanding something, and my logic is working. I don't know, like that. That is for me impossible, and because of that, I also think that Earth cannot be global. But that's my opinion, Nobody else can, because I see that graphics in my head differently. But yeah.
So, like, to me, this is like the 5-second rule. When you drop something on the floor and you're like 5-second rule, and it's like, yeah, that sounds 5 seconds. Yeah, that makes sense. 5 seconds. What can happen in 5 seconds? Blah blah blah. That's what this graphic is like to me on a metaphorical level. It sounds like a cool thing. It makes sense to a lot of people. It changes some people's perspective. But in reality, it's completely meaningless. And for anybody that's actually scrutinizing it, they see right through it and go, "Wow, I can't believe that you're using this as your argument." And that's my only encouragement or critique is let's do better. That's all.
Yeah, but I'm saying that person who is opposite of let's say the lake, nobody can go on the other direction and make video because we will have 2 videos now about flat earthers showing that there is no curvature, of course. But the logic is this: why you did that? How is that even possible? Do you understand me? You can take Balaton, FR Core, You can take that. What was the mirror? When they catch the mirror,
Sunlight in the mirror, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because people from other side was like, if you understand the logic, people from other sides also want to look for that inch per mile square.
So, like, here's a complete different direction in regards to providing really refined arguments. Okay, and I did this one last night in the live stream, and that is from Chattanooga, Tennessee, at Lookout Mountain, at the highest elevation point of Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I apologize to anybody that already heard me, beat this dead horse, but from Chattanooga, Tennessee, to the closest geographical point of Kentucky, it is impossible to see anything of Kentucky, according to Globe Math. However, Lookout Mountain is famous for seeing 7 states, Kentucky being one of them, but mathematically, according to the Globe Math, it is impossible to see anything, even if the tallest mountain in Kentucky was at the closest point of Kentucky in relationship to Chattanooga, it would still be 1,600 feet. The top of the mountain, the top of the tallest mountain in Kentucky, would still be 1,600 feet below the horizon. But so, thank you, old dude. Amazing.
Yeah, like
so
this photo record.
So that's a good example of actual, tangible, real life proof that somebody can go to, look up themselves, go to in real life, and see emphatically, oh, I can see Kentucky. And yet that shouldn't be possible. It's actually impossible according to the Globe. So therefore, right? But here's the graphic. That graphic, again, I'm okay with the spirit of it, but it's fallacious. That plane, if it was, because that's like not even 45 degrees, guys. That plane is like at 85, 90 degrees, right? Which means that plane is what, 6,000 miles away? No. Yes. 45, 90. No, that plane is like, 6,000 miles away. According to, again, under the concept of a globe-minded person, they're like, if the plane was at that angle, they would have to be 6,000 miles away. You follow why I have such a gripe with that image in regards to trying to communicate about this with somebody that is globe-minded?
No, I clearly see what you're saying. So, I mean,
Thank you. I feel like sometimes I'm saying stuff and people aren't, or like, is he speaking Chinese or what? I feel like I'm speaking Chinese sometimes.
Gospel, it's my third language. I have problems with English.
No, I understand the language. Yeah, that sort of stuff. But,
Hey everyone, how are you? We have Paro. He wants to do an interview with flat earthers. Paro.
Pero was talking to us earlier.
Oh, okay. He just asked he wants to do an interview.
Yeah, go ahead, speak up, Pero. You don't need to be nervous. There's no pressure.
Is he writing an article in the paper?
I think he just wants to interview for the Flat Earther role, even though he's only been here for like...
Oh, that's what it is? My bad.
Oh, he's not going to interview us? Oh, dang it.
Yeah,
I'm here.
In that regard, Pero, you there's nothing to prove for yourself. You don't need to prove yourself. If you have come to understand all of the reasons why the Earth isn't a ball, and you understand the basics, then that's really all it takes. But based on the conversation that occurred 20 minutes ago, or however long, that doesn't make any logical sense that you're asking for the flat earther role.
Thank you for saving us time.
There is no real pictures of Earth from space.
What?
There is no real pictures of Earth from space. And long distance observation debunks the globe model.
Bro, aren't you? Who are you? I've heard you before. Aren't you a moderator in here?
Trying to pull a fast one on Jimsy, eh? You got to get up pretty early in the morning to do that. All right, Jenny?
I couldn't even begin to guess. For me, anyway.
Paro's a little sneaky.
Hello.
That'd be good.
I don't know. I'll mute. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
If he says hello one more time, I'm just kidding.
I know.
Hello.
Thank you for giving me words to that, because I didn't know how to describe. Refining the argument is exactly the phrase I need to remember, because that oftentimes is my I wouldn't say my purpose, but kind of like where I lean, my passion. I could say my passion is refining arguments. So I appreciate you verbalizing that. I didn't know how to put that into words, but that helps.
Yeah, dude, like that's. I mean, we've come so far in the many years that we've been doing this, dude. Like we've been, we've heard mostly globe, flat. I mean, we've heard all the arguments so far. We've heard quite a bit, so we know what works, what doesn't work. We know where we can work on our arguments, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see like if we started talking about like the azimuthal, equidistant projection as it being something that we can use to point globers to something to think about, and then come back and say, you know what, maybe that wasn't a good idea in retrospect. Let's maybe not use that. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's just making us better and refining.
Sure. And here's another one, right? The moon isn't even solid. Well, how do you know?
Yeah.
Did you go there to find out?
No, like one of
those
the
are the
things,
sorts of arguments that like have me going, guys, that's not even necessary. Like, first of all, you don't know, but second of all, that's not a necessary argument in order to prove what needs to be, like, what can be evidenced in, like, right in front of your face, right here on the ground. Like, so when people start going to weird things up in the sky or any of that stuff, I'm always like, guys, you're getting off base.
yeah, it's the same, and I think you have, we hear the same energy coming from Flat Earth as we do like the Globers, because on the Flat Earth side, once the person actually realizes that they've been lied to, then they feel like all these other arguments that other Flat Earthers would say, and some of them are semi-Flat Earthers or whatever, they're into some weird stuff, and then they start proposing, well, man, the Earth is, or the moon's energy, and it's like, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on, and people get caught up in that, and then they start formulating their own ideas, and here you go with this argument that you're like, where did he come up with that? Like, and so, and they, stuff like, it's different things that you hear, and it's like, well, why does that have to do? Why do we have to talk about all these other things when we're talking about the simple truth, right? The simple truth shouldn't be difficult for all of us to come as a consensus and say, like, this is what we're agreeing on. But then there's these other discussions that we get into that are just like, we don't really have to go there. But
we don't have to. Ironically, the other side has to go there. Other side has to invoke magic, black matter, or magical ideas in order to rationalize their beliefs and make it work. We don't. That's what I agree with you. We're on the winning side because we don't need to invoke that form of magic, basically.
I posted a video about one drone. They made drone to send a packet or something like that, and that drone is going 200 kilometers above the sea, and it's going to 100 meters elevation, and it's changing only, I think it's going down 70 meters, something like that. It's changing only 50 meters elevation in 200 kilometers. Is that enough proof for the Earth is flat? Because if that plane is changing only 50 meters to 200 kilometers, I made calculation, he need to be like I don't know how much it's more, like a 200 meters, not 200 meters, 2 kilometers above the sea.
Sasha, I think you're underestimating how tightly wound a Glober's mind is in relationship to relativity. Everything is relative in the mind of a Glober, especially
the numbers
level
of the radius.
What I'm trying to say is, this video of a plane flying straight, you could even create a flying device that could fly, for consecutively 100,000 miles in a straight line, never stopping, and show the video as this amazing device. And look, it never even changed. It's the most perfectly flying thing ever. It kept the same elevation. It flew in a straight line. It never dipped. And guess what? It still wouldn't be good enough, because in the mind of a Glober, everything is relative.
Yep.
Including especially the concept of
that's
level.
The way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to do that.
Maybe the best one will be to take the boat on the location where was the Black Swan. Take the small boat to go to the direction of and to record that.
Sasha, I'll tell you what it is, man. Like, and I'm gonna go straight to the heart. It's psychological, bro. It's not anything that you're providing as far as evidence goes. It's psychological. It's a psychological barrier that they have that will not allow them to look at the evidence. So it's damning evidence. It's good, actually. I mean, the arguments are solid. They're airtight. But the reason why, and I go back to what Gospel was saying, was just because they'll say that it's relative, and it's supposed to be that way. Yeah, of course. Or look how big the Earth is, and they'll come up with things, and you'll be blue in the face, and their barrier will still remain.
You've just been freed from the programming, Sasha. You're an adult, Sasha, right? Do you ever look at the child, like the behaviors of children, and go, "Oh my gosh, how do they even you know how you kind of forget when you get older about what it's like to be a child and what it's like to think like a child?"
I never forget that.
Okay, well maybe you don't, but my point is there's a difference. There's a marked difference in how you're perceiving reality, and
yeah, I know.
You go from everything is relative to everything is actually what it is. Well, that's a huge paradigm shift. They're just still on the other side.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. And until you address that, you'll never get a fine point across, no matter how good the point is. And you guys, I mean, in here, you guys know the truth and you know the finer points. But when you're addressing it to those guys, they're just going to be looking at you like, yeah, it's still a globe.
You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You cannot do anything with that, Miggy. If you have that person, I can be like that. I can act like that. For example, I can be troll or whatever. I can be a person who don't want to be, who don't want to think logically. Yeah.
Well,
but if you're honest,
today we had eggshells. No, was it bacon? No, and I know we had the really strong points. We're talking. He brought up the sextant, right? Of course, navigating with a sextant, and it was to him. It was the psychological barrier that he had was that because he was looking at how sailors navigated and used that tool, that he was saying that he modeled the globe on because he even said it himself. It was the assumption that they made using this tool to then he modeled the Earth according to like the degrees and all that, and it modeled perfectly on a sphere. So to him, it was something that working off an assumption made sense to him. Right there, he just already admitted that was his psychological barrier. He couldn't get past the point why we're telling him that it works on a plane because he modeled it. So it was something tangible that he made. And so that barrier, it remained throughout the conversation. And no matter how many times, like I was trying to bring him back to the point, it was like, okay, so now you were saying that it's working on this assumption. I need you to demonstrate how you know the Earth has curvature. Because if you can do that, then it goes out of the realm of assumption into reality, and then we can all do it ourselves to verify. But if you can't do it, then and he would dance around the topic and talk about how triangulation and it, he really didn't want to address the point that he knew that the Earth had curvature by way of demonstration. So he couldn't. The only thing he could cling to was how navigation was done, using that, and that was real to him. But see that barrier, even though it was a good point that we brought up that it could only work on a plane surface, it couldn't. Something wasn't getting to him, and then there were fine points that everybody brought in here, but it didn't change his mind. Pretty sure he's still left thinking the Earth is a globe, and his
psychologically speaking, you are or we are, however we want to. When a new person is coming who believes in globe, it's all around him. It's gravity, man, and his first question will be, you don't believe in gravity, and you will point it out. But psychologically, you will not win that game. Never, Or the same argument with refraction. You will speak about radius, you will speak about horizon, you will speak, but he will say only one word. Even he don't know anything psychologically, he will be there. Refraction, it's enough. Right. I believe that
one of the things that I found useful in a conversation with somebody that is pretty hard-boiled is to make them admit, not make them, but make them understand in the conversation that they have to admit that they don't know. So when they say that, they hear themselves saying it, not just saying it in their head, but when they confess it, then it becomes a reality that they don't know. So when they don't know, then they're like, "Ooh, I really don't know," right? It starts to make sense to them, and then that barrier that they had, where they were feeling very assured of the knowledge, it starts to chip away at that barrier. And then soon enough, maybe they need some more time to go and think about it, come back another day or something. And then you remind them, you're like, okay, remember you didn't know, so do you know now? Because if you have the verification or the demonstration, then we can move forward. But if you don't know, then you can't have this conversation like you do know. And if you this is the thing though, you have to make them realize that they don't know. Because you can have a 2 or 3 hour conversation with somebody on something they don't know. So you're going to be just enjoying a back and forth with somebody who does not know. And then that's what it boils down to. That's the thing, that's the barrier. The barrier is everybody that's walking around thinking the earth is a globe has this head knowledge that the earth is so because they've been taught it. And they're looking at everybody funny who thinks otherwise. So this is the psychological barrier that everybody has coming into this conversation. But it's never pointed out to them that they don't know. It's only shown to them that the argument is illogical. So if it's shown to them that the argument's illogical, they're going to come back at you with their logical, in their mind, logical argument to counter yours. So that's why I'm saying you always have to make them realize in a conversation that they don't know. And when you have them on that, then they realize, hey, I'm speaking to you about a topic I don't even know. So, and then it becomes easier for you to kind of lay the foundation, but you can't lay it if they already have a foundation there. So that's kind of the thing in this arena and where we're at here. Everybody's so self-assured of what they know. We got the flat and the globe. Both are very sure on what they know, and it's just coming back and forth. It's just like a back and forth. But until either side admits that they don't know, then you're never gonna get somewhere. Because once somebody admits, hey man, I don't know, we're gonna look at the moon, both of us. I'm flat, you're globe. We both look at the moon. I don't know what it is. I can see it, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Now, once I do make a claim, I'm gonna have to support that claim, and I better be something you can verify. And so if I can't do it, then what? Why are we talking about the thing that I can't verify? That's a moot point in this conversation. You catch my drift? You know what I mean? No, like that's.
Yeah, I understand you. That's your 3 point.
But that's what happens, man. In these calls when we have with the people in here, we get wrapped up in the idea that our points, and they're great points, man. I gotta say, they're great. But we get wrapped up in the points, and it's just like beating somebody over the head with something that you think you're right with. And to them, it's like, man, this guy's being pretty nasty, man. It's not the fact that you're being nasty. It's that your point is logical. Their point is illogical. But on their standpoint, they're doing the very same thing. Hey, you're not letting me get my point across because I'm very logical with what I'm saying. But once you make them realize, hey, do you really know what's going on? Do you know the information you're telling me? Because if you don't, then how are you ever going to propose that what you're saying is reality? I can't go out there and check to see if the earth is a globe. There's no way I can do that. Nobody can. Bunch of ideas that people have. So, yeah, it just boils down to that, man. You're just dealing with a whole bunch of people that are been taught the information.
I was that people.
How did you?
How did I?
Did you come into the server like a long time ago, Sasha?
Well, I don't know. On this server, maybe 2-3 years ago, but I was before on Nathan and Jernism and blah blah blah. Like I don't know.
Were you trolling them?
No. I was suspicious because of the title, like flat Earth. What the fuck is that? You know, that's some cult. What the fuck? I don't want to. And I didn't look into that because I was watching so much ancient culture videos, and I was looking at flat Earth, flat Earth. What is going on? I don't want to look into that. That's some idiots. What the fuck is that? And then after, I don't know, 5 months, maybe 6 months, something like that, I said, well, okay, let's look into that because I want to see what the fuck is that. When I look into that, it was so obvious for me in the first moment that I started. I wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to go out and shut like that in Bitsit. If you see that Bitsit video when that black woman screaming, yeah, I wanted to do the same thing. Fuck.
You want to piss people off, huh?
No, I was like, fuck. I cannot believe that I missed the. I was no, I don't know, but it was so obvious on the end because of videos. I did research. I didn't want to make conclusion. I watched every day video by video. In the time was easier to find. Even it was there. Now it's not there. Now you know what happened. The last 2-3 years happened that you cannot. And because of that, also we have problems because people now, young people who type the flat Earth, they will find that Professor Day, blah blah blah. They will find first 100 videos, 200. Who knows? I one day I scroll it. I could not find the video. I was scrolling for the 5 minutes, you know. And when people cannot find anything, of course that their mind it's like this is debunked, this is bullshit. I knew it from the beginning. That's the point. Maybe if I'm young now, if I go there and if I type, if I do that research, maybe I will do the same thing. Like what the fuck? I knew it was the stupid thing. But I'm when people come here. And then you offer them informations, some other informations from other people, and observation and blah blah blah, and like NASA. My God, I watched the NASA. I don't know documentary like 6-7 hours of fake things, not one GIF or whatever, you know. And people, if they see that, they will like everybody else. They will see. I saw that it was fake. This is string, man. I see the string in ISS. Why is string there, you know? And if somebody tell me that is not a string, what's that? You know?
Yeah, they just make up lies and excuses, man. That's what usually they do. Nah, you probably made that video. It's the mind that's already like wrapped up in the whole, because like I said, like it's, I don't know, like everybody comes to the point where they realize, right? And whatever it was that did it for you, it broke that barrier. But before that, nobody could break it because, like you were saying, you thought it was stupid. There was something weird about it. Like, I mean, you didn't come to the truth like wholeheartedly. You didn't just jump right in and say, "Oh yeah, I believe it." You know, it wasn't something that you did that. It was a bit of a challenge. You know.
Listen to this, Miggy. There was like an argument rotation. I never thought about that. I went to the balcony and I look up and I thought, oh my God, why I never thought about this? You know, we are not moving. You know, immediately. You know, in 1 second. And you know, like for the 45 years, I never thought in my mind that we are not moving. You know.
Well, it does.
And then in 1 second, you know, look, we are not moving.
Well, it's strong. Yeah, I know, but it's strong conditioning for some people who, look at the world in that way. To them, it's real. It's the idea that people are going to run around the cosmos in, a rocket and fly to an exoplanet, like all that stuff. It's a reality to them. Like it's truly something that's really going to happen,
Sorry, because I interrupt you. For example, moon landing. Yeah, moon landing. We can speak about moon landing, whatever you want. Photos, these shadows, blah, blah, blah. But the interview, Miggy, of that 3 astronauts, that was terrible. There was like on the court. They was so afraid. There was like people who came from the moon need to be like, I don't know. We need to.
We talked about it. We talked about it in here. We were like,
I don't
dude,
know.
if that ever happened, like that you actually walked on the moon, like wouldn't you be doing a dance and like you'd be like, woo, I walked on the moon. Hell yeah. Like you'd be going crazy, like it wouldn't be, you know.
But yeah.
You wouldn't let people live it down. Like you'd be telling everybody, hey, do you know, by the way, I walked on the moon? I just want to let you know. Like everything that you would say and do would be all about you doing that,
Even
How's
I
everybody
watched the
doing here?
video about the guy who is Miggy, expert about lies, who made how to say about that interview, made how to say his comments and everything. I don't know if you can find that anymore on but it was some guy who is some kind of psychological who knows when people are lying, blah blah blah,
Mm-hmm.
They was afraid. They was so psychologically totally. I don't know what my language is barrier. Yeah, but that for me was like, what the fuck is this with these people? They're afraid. They're speaking like they will go to jail or something. They fucking came from the moon. We need to bring it on our arms outside and to celebrate every day for 2 months at least.
Yeah, it was weird, wasn't it? Anyway, yeah, well, I mean, people can look at it that way, but there's so much more. I think the basic points are the ones that people actually overlook, and they go to the more complicated. Like in these discussions, they get into the more, like the math or, and there's different. I mean, you could really bring the argument to whatever you want to, but sometimes I see it's so easy to have a conversation with somebody to make them see how they know what they know is real. Like, then that's really what you want them to realize. The thing that they think that is real, how can they prove it to you? Like, they're talking about a globe. Okay, provide me the evidence on how you know this is real and demonstrate it so that we can all do it ourselves. And when they can't do that, then it becomes like a challenge for them. Then they're like, you know what? I'm going to prove you wrong. Well, go ahead. Don't forget to bring the evidence. And so they'll never be able to. And that's the thing. You got to get them to think about it. But if you come at them with that knowledge, you're just going to be like, well, yeah, it's supposed to happen like that. Duh. You'll never get.
I don't know. I was watching Miggy, the stream of NASA of ISS for 3 hours. It was the same picture. Do you know what I didn't see in 3 hours? And then I turned it on after 5 hours, and it was the same. It was not the land. All the time was the sea, the ocean. 5 hours of ocean.
Oh, the ISS. Yeah.
How is that possible?
Oh, because maybe they just only flew over the oceans.
No, somebody was commenting that they're flying over the Indian Ocean. What the fuck?
They didn't want to fly over land for some reason. Who knows? Yeah, that tin can's been flying around the earth for 20 years, man. At 17,500 miles per hour. A bullet flies out of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, and that's also good information. 17,000 miles per hour, and Earth orbital speed is 66,000 miles per hour. How the ISS catch the air?
I don't know, but it's stronger than a locomotive. It's able to leap cities in a single bound, faster than a speeding bullet. The ISS. That's funny.
That means that ISS is going 66 plus that 17. 77 then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends on the vector.
Yeah. Angular momentum.
Well, no, what I mean is that the speed would be per vector in their concept. So they actually think that it's okay to go two different directions simultaneously, right?
And who measured tilt of 23 degrees?
You get what I'm saying? They think it's logically okay to go two different directions. simultaneously. Right. This is where you get in that conversation about if you're flying a plane from west to east, are you going forward or backward? And depending on the speed that you set, if it's less than 1,000 miles or whatever, a Glober would say, well, technically you're going backwards, but you're going forwards too. Right? Again, everything relative, including logic.
But that is one plane. Now take all flights now in this moment. And they are going like a gas in every direction.
But just think about it. The concepts of Einstein enshrined this concept of relativity, permanently searing it into the minds of the believers, we could call them. Relativity. It's almost synonymous with science. The word relativity.
Oh yeah.
Not in reality, but in their mind.
In mind, yeah.
Yeah.
That is like that. It's working, and you cannot question that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like gravity, that is working. You don't need to prove that or whatever. That must be that. It cannot be anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, man. Gravity is what holds everything together, right?
And it's container, and it's have more roles. It's not only one role. Mass attracts mass. It's bending space time.
It almost sounds like a sales pitch, right? One of those late night commercials. Gravity, everything keeps things together.
Centrifugal force to not keep water, everything, and then plus container. It's not only pulling down.
You believe in gravity? What? Everybody comes in all startled.
And then you have vacuum of the space.
Yeah.
And then you have moon, and then you have moon gravity there. And then you have Mars. You have again vacuum of the space, and then we have planet, and you have again gravity there, but some different. And when we are speaking about vacuum is next to us, that's for me like something is next to us. But people need to understand that we are not. That vacuum is not next to us. That we are not even dot. That something small, very small in that vacuum with the atmosphere together, going 66,000 miles per hour. That's logic.
I think you're robotic.
You're breaking up, Sasha.
I'm sorry.
It's a lot of in and out, but I don't see any newbies.
Newbies, globies. Anybody thinking the Earth was spinning globy?
I got my fishing rod in the debate text. I'm trying to get somebody in here, but he's worried that I'm gonna shout at him. And
CB, tell him that Gospel Bear will be kind.
I told him I was like the first on today, so don't worry.
I tend to burn people's feet, as the expression goes, with holding someone's feet to the fire, and I tend to beat dead horses. I'm working on it though.
You got your dead horse beater today.
Yeah. It's called tough love, Gospel Bearer.
That bat already has like the tape is already worn out on the handle.
Yeah. As for holding people's feet to the fire, I do so adamantly, but I try to do it kindly, patiently.
Yeah, we're just gonna turn the heat up just a little bit now. We're
Right.
Tell me when you feel it's uncomfortable. Yeah. Well, I don't know. All right, CB, I'm counting on you, man. Do your thing.
Working on it. I don't know. I'd probably be a little bit intimidated too. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, Sasha, he's a pretty cool guy, man. He won't get mad.
Isn't that right, Sasha?
Yeah. Why to be mad?
Except when he's trying to provide a point that they're not understanding, then he gets pretty furious. I've heard him get upset sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes when.
There's a glow motor in here that's being silent, but maybe that's a good thing. It's positive. Did my mic work then?
Yeah, we heard you.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Loud and clear, Dave.
Guess Pazza doesn't have anything to say. Sorry to single you out there, sir.
All right then, keep your secrets.
Ah, North. I just recently watched that movie. No, that wasn't North. That was Elijah Wood. But was that from Lord of the Rings or was that from North?
Yeah, someone gave me the reference before. I actually wasn't aware of where it was from, but someone said it was from Lord of the Rings.
I feel like he says that to Bruce Willis in North. Because he's like, I don't know who you're talking about. He keeps the Bruce Willis character in that movie keeps showing up as different people. He's like, "Hey, it's you," and he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And I think that's what he said. Oh, right, there you go. Never mind then. It says a very similar thing in the movie North, but obviously you got it, so never mind.
Might be a Mandela effect.
No.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't go for that.
Been a pretty chill Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, all the usual suspects hovering around the fire today. I think Paz is the only one that is not on the squad.
I've been in here a couple of times. He hasn't said anything. He must be a lurker.
Au contraire, he's talked a lot on here, haven't you, Pazza? I guess he ain't going to talk, though. He just don't want to talk to you, Mickey. You're intimidating.
Nah, I can't be intimidating. I'm as friendly as a box of puppies. Weird analogy, huh? I've heard it before a while back.
It makes sense. It works. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of like to analyze why they feel the need to cling to this idea in much kind of a way like a psychiatrist would have somebody on the couch. And I'm hearing you say things like, space. How does that make you feel?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's a wacky world we live in, man, when people are running around thinking that we are flying around the cosmos in this dirt ball.
Yeah, the messaging is, again, that relativity and the contradictory logic. You are meaningless, and therefore you are important, but only in regards as you are part of the whole.
Oh, I love it. I love that.
It's just that communist mindset of the oneness and entering everybody into a slave system and all that good stuff. Good being used sarcastically, of course.
I like the contradictory statements they do. In the grand scheme of things, you're pretty much meaningless. You don't mean anything. You know how much life there is out there? So much life, and you think you're important? You got all this life out there.
And then they hit you with but you are literally stardust.
Yeah.
You are so special that you have stars inside of you from trillions of light years away.
And what's her face? She's all like, if you guys ever want to hug a star, just go like this. And she hugs herself.
I think of myself as a complicated rock.
Think of myself as a complicated rock. I am made of iron, copper, and manganese. When you and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Nice. Oye, primo. Eres una piedra, eh?
There it is. That I got the quote right.
That explains why some people are so hard-headed, rock-headed.
Dude, hey, Jamesy, man, next time, in Spanish, you can even say that. Ya sé por qué eres una piedra, porque no entiendes, porque tú eras antes. Eras una piedra.
Yeah. Una piedra complicada.
Complicada, bien complicada.
Muy terco también.
What was that, Lalo? What did you say? You broke up, man.
¿Qué cazzo succede?
Dije muy terco también. Como immovibile.
Boh, io non capisco spagnolo e posso parlarti italiano, però spagnolo non mi va.
Está bien. We'll speak English.
Io mi faccio I cazzi miei, tu ti facci I cazzi miei.
I mean to say, you like a rock from a long time ago. Your cousin was a rock, and you a rock too. You all hard-headed like a rock.
Rock? Oh, the cousin.
The best
big cousin.
What you did, you only debunked R. At the best.
There's no such thing in my...
I am, you are. Yeah, the R is debunked already, Sasha. I am, you are. Done.
Get Biget.
Yeah.
Get Biget and Sasha, man. You guys are like
the same person.
Peanut butter and jelly, dude.
Yeah.
I can tell the difference.
Yeah. You can't take them down, man. They're like the Los Amigos. You put them together and they'll dynamic duo, those two.
I love it when Sasha says, listen this.
Yeah, listen this.
Listen to this. Yeah.
I am big.
And sometimes Get Be Get, man, can put you to sleep when he starts talking. And it's no slight to you, Get Be Get. He's soothing like butter, dude.
I'm gonna hypnotize
man.
you.
Hey, you need to make some money. Go on YouTube. Go. What do you call it? ASMR. Just you get awesome. You'd be rich by now if you ever started an ASMR deal.
Twitch is ASMR land, apparently.
We could do like, hey, Maggie, we could do some sort of like audiobook reading or something featuring Geppy Gep.
Dude, Geppy Gep.
Yeah, maybe some flat Earth book. Isn't there? What is it? What's that one flat Earth book from like 1800s or something? You guys, I'm sorry, I can't think right off the cuff. I'll know when I hear it.
To be honest, I'm afraid to
But
get
anyway,
rich.
we could do that, or we could do, like the Smoky God, reading hour brought to you by Geppy Gep.
No, that'd be gold. Get Be Get. I've been telling you that for like a year and a half or 2 years already, man. You should be doing that.
I know, yeah.
I would listen.
I would too.
Maybe. I was thinking to write something like a story for children, but about flat Earth,
Cute. I love that.
Yeah, but Get Be Get is rich, so there's no monetary incentive that he needs.
Oh, he's already rich?
No, I'm afraid. I was rich, but I'm afraid to get rich again.
Well, you were rich. Oh, well.
Alrighty
I'm
then.
losing. Money makes me lose my mind. It's better when I'm struggling.
Said nobody ever? Said no one?
I was asking coworkers the other day, but they were too young really to kind of think it. But would you rather be an angry rich person or a happy poor person? I'd rather be a happy poor person.
I tried being poor already, and I'm tired of it. Can I try the other one?
He's tired of it.
Happy
rich person.
Hey, you do you, boo. You do you.
Yeah.
Jenny, how about happy rich person?
I don't know. Like you said, it can drive you crazy. The more money you got, the higher the stakes,
But give me the money, I will buy the time. I don't need money.
Yeah.
For me, who has the time, it's rich. Other things doesn't matter. But if you have money, you can get time.
You're right. Well, because that's what money is. It's like a conglomeration of other people's time.
Yeah, I'll have a trial, and I'll let you guys know how it goes.
Okay.
Just give me the riches. I'll let you know how it goes.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd be willing to try it on for size too. I wouldn't mind it.
I'm rich, bitch.
Glad someone caught the reference.
You want to be rich by legal means or illicit?
Well, it would be more fun if it was illicit, wouldn't it?
I don't think anybody wants to, man. You want to. How you gonna enjoy you can't go out and like enjoy it knowing that you're gonna have to look over your shoulder.
I want to travel. I don't want to just stay in one spot and be looking behind my back.
True. That don't sound fun.
Oh, so you want to sleep tight, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to have to sleep with one eye open. I mean, that's no way to live.
Eyes open?
I heard there's some people that can do that, but okay.
Sleep with their eyes
open? Oh, I was sleeping with my eyes open. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Really?
That's incredible.
Yeah. But you have to
Only
train.
in Romania.
Well, you gotta
Did you
put
Did you try with closed eyes?
Yeah.
Did you ever try with the closed eyes?
With closed eyes, yeah, too.
It's fucking good.
In prison, I started practicing like sleeping with my eyes open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Get you so crazy.
It's funny 'cause
ask him
this
about
thing with,
helium. Ask him about helium.
No.
You get me there. That's the sensitive spot.
Was he a helium dealer or something? What's going on? Hey man, I got some helium right here.
Maybe some helium get you.
Yeah. Well, it will be
It's totally
something.
that you have that
If you
accelerator.
if you
That's good
can
one.
manage to drink liquid helium, I theorize that's the water of life.
Wouldn't it just
But to be able to drink liquid helium, your body has to have a superconductive state. So you need a lot of gold in your body.
And you've done that?
No, but I'm theorizing, speculating. Yeah. You know.
On the
I
day,
think
actually drank helium, and he had to be rushed to the emergency room. People there said that he only lasted a couple minutes after he was like, "Ugh."
Now people will say now people will say that flat earthers drink helium.
No, hopefully not, because it would instantly cause frostbite and necrosis of all the cells that it touched because of its temperature.
You wouldn't.
I will show you.
I
I will
think-
show you helium.
I
have
think
helium
there
in the
are
room.
only I think there are only two ways to actually increase the gold content in a human body, and this is by growing crops which you use colloid gold. So you have these nanoparticles of gold in a solution, and you feed that water to the crops, like wheat or weed, growing hydroponic weed, but with colloid gold water. And then the plant will have a high organic gold nanoparticles, which if you ingest the oils or smoke it, it should increase the gold content in your body. But of course,
Why are you not reconciling the negative 452 degrees Fahrenheit that would be required to get helium into liquid state and the transfer of heat to that negative 452 to equalize would rob every speck of heat, crystallizing and destroying every cell that it came into contact with. It makes no logical sense, regardless of what other elements may be present, that temperature could be reconcilable inside of a body.
Just mix it with Mexican salsa.
Ooh, and
muy caliente.
Chips and dip.
Maybe you're thinking in the imaginary, like Marvel comic universe or something like superhero.
You're so matter of fact, dude. You're killing Gets Buzz right now.
You'll have to switch your body chemistry from carbon to gold, like fully gold, and you will not be breathing oxygen any longer.
I get it now. I completely understand that you're operating in the realm of anything goes, not in the realm of reality. So I was just being too literal.
I didn't say this is reality. I didn't claim such things. I'm just speculating. Yeah.
If you throw away every aspect of our experience and pretend that certain things could, basically you build a new universe, then fill her up, bro.
Yeah.
And
why building a new universe? How do you know that up there in the heavens there isn't a liquid helium ocean?
The laws of thermodynamics and stuff.
Which makes the positive plane Gaussian plane.
Well, how do you know that there is? That's all I gotta say.
Well, according to Ampere's laws, yeah, and Gauss,
but
there has to be a positive plane, like in a capacitor.
What I'm saying though is, okay, so when you make, like, I'll say it again, when you make a claim, if you don't have sufficient evidence to back up the claim and then demonstrate, that you're not going to be able to stand on that claim. You'd have to let it go, just like everybody else.
Let it go.
Yeah,
Because it could be maybe.
Let it go.
They invoke this perpetual motion like in a vacuum. If you have a perfect vacuum, then when you spin a bearing, a magnetic levitation bearing, it will be spinning forever, you know. And actually, Newton's laws of motion doesn't work that way. They just don't exist the way Newton formulated them, you know. Because even if you create, no matter what low vacuum you can create, and when you spin magnetic levitating bearings, yeah, they come to a stop, full stop.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of claims out there when it comes to the globe.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're saying that it's perpetually spinning. I heard of what they, and there's many things that people hear, but I've heard that they say that it's slowing down. Earth is slowing down. So one of their proposals is slowing down at a.
It's actually their brains that is slowing down. They just can't tell.
You're not able to measure that it's slowing down. It's impossible to detect.
Why we're having increased earthquakes and whatnot, bad weather because of the Earth slowing down, according to globe logic. You know,
their story is that it is measurable and it's in the realm of a handful of femtoseconds per year that we're that it's getting, the years are getting longer by a handful of, I'm pretty sure on the scale of femtoseconds, but
femtosecond. Can you define that term for us?
No, because I'm not.
How much is
that.
it?
Smaller than a nanosecond.
Yeah, like 1,000 times smaller than a nanosecond.
I think it's the next scale after nano, but I'm not 100% on that.
Don't forget to carry the one.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, picoseconds, I know. It's 1,000 of a nanosecond.
Okay, so femto is after.
Yeah, that will be like trillion.
Definition:
Pico.
femtosecond, 1 quadrillionth of a second.
1 quadrillion. Oh my fucking days! Wow.
It already happened. It's already happened. If it's 1 quadrillion of a second, it's already happened. Like it just happened. It happened. It happened.
I think I have some of that in my pocket.
1 quadrillion dollars.
To be honest, I don't think we have any clocks capable to measure to show a femtosecond. You know.
What if we did?
No, I don't believe that.
Why not?
It's about the electron spin around the nuclei. In a femtosecond, it's like that electron doesn't get to make a full spin around the nuclei, so it's like moving only like 1 second, you know, 1 arc second of a degree.
Get, you know what you're talking about. Just have to point that out.
I mean, to describe how small this period of time is, like, It's
I don't know,
crazy.
bro. Like, I mean, what we don't know is what we don't know, and what we know, we know.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like how we got to look at life. We don't need to explain nothing to these guys that come up with these fantastic ideas, and it's a fantasy story, man. Everything that's attached to it that they come up with, and we don't. There's nothing that we need to rationalize when it comes to that. Like it's all just gobbledygook, man. That they want you to get into this realm of a discussion that sounds like it's a high intellect discussion, and really, they don't know what they're saying. And so when you kind of put it to them like that, like, okay, how do you know that? Follow the line of questioning.
You're right. It's actually the way I would like to explain it. It's the unseen realm,
I've seen that realm before.
Yeah.
I've seen the unseen realm.
Yeah. It's so small you cannot see it. So
if you guys keep entertaining this femtosecond idea, someone will come up with a clock based on these femtoseconds, and everyone is gonna be late for work.
I hope they do, man.
I posted a couple of weird articles on the subject of the measurement of femtoseconds. So, I have a feeling that you'll read through and you'll get words like in silico or simulation or something along those lines. Here, I'll just simulation. Simulation definitely shows up in the article.
Theoretical.
In silico, no, just the word simulation does show up in the article, though.
Well, Elon Musk used the simulation word a lot, therefore it's true.
Oh, yeah. Repetition equals truth. Okay.
Well, people the evolution, the no design idea didn't work as long as they maybe thought. So simulation acknowledges design, but
We'd have way better.
With you cut out, man. Is he still here?
Yeah, I might not have good service. I don't know. I was just saying that the evolution thing only lasted so long, and now it's simulation because it acknowledges the design but maintains the nihilism.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. So long as it keeps that wagon train moving forward, man, they're gonna hop on whatever one it is.
Yeah, nihilistic and materialistic is the only really important part,
Where you at, man? You out there talking with some people out there, or what?
I'm in Florida right now. I haven't done a ton of activism. I'm about to start back though, but we're just chilling in Florida right now. Kai and I are getting married in
10 days, 9 days.
9 days or something.
Oh, hey, congratulations, man! I didn't know you were engaged.
Yeah, can we just get an ovation?
Yeah, he did.
Well, thank you, man.
I don't remember the day exactly when you made the
Congratulations.
announcement in the server, but I remember I was here and I heard you guys. So yeah, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
When we're gonna get to see the flat babies?
Are we talking about flat Earth babies now?
Flat Earth baby.
We're gonna get right on the babies.
Straight to the baby.
Straight to the babies.
Listen, you can't give birth on a spinning ball. There's no such thing.
That would be pretty crazy. The baby has to fight up as you get on your back, and has to fight the spin of the earth.
Well, he or she's got to get used to the spin, man. That's why they won't be able to walk for a couple of months. Remember? They're getting
I
used.
remember that one.
They're getting used.
Motion sickness. Yeah, they have to adapt.
When you want was break, will they find level?
I can't believe that was what one of the. He was a doctor too, wasn't he? Somebody remember the name of that guy? It was a doctor that said that.
I forget who it was, but I do remember that.
Gosh, man. We heard some crazy stuff.
And know this, you haven't heard it all yet.
Well, I haven't heard anything new as far as the conversation goes, but I mean, I'm still yet waiting to get stumped by somebody coming in. And it's, Witsit, if you're listening right now, they've been coming in with the sextant argument. For some reason, is there something buzzing on the interwebs about it? Did some of you guys put out something on the sextant? Because there's two guys that came in here the other day, and they were all about that, man. Nautical navigation, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, the sextants definitely murders the globe. But it's like, what's crazy is I like it and I got behind the argument, but you could do that with like a million things, like electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth. Like the military document about that weapon system, it literally could only work if the Earth's flat. So every time it's ever used, you could do that with probably like 100 things, that work. I'll do like the sextant though, because it extends for thousands of miles horizontal.
Yeah,
well, also linear encoders. I was telling riding on eggshells today. I told him a couple of days ago about it, and he understood. And these linear encoders is like laying a ruler, a physical ruler on the ground. And they are very, very precise measuring instruments, linear encoders. And they make band strips for large 3D printing, like for Airbus, for aerospace industry, which are printing large carbon fiber structures for the aerospace industry. And these printers are 200 meters long. They are moving on a perfectly flat surface, straight, inside the warehouse, big warehouse. And these linear encoders, you have one at the bottom and plumb tools. You calibrate them, and one at the top. And when this printing head is moving from one end to the other, it gives you a precise reading, how much it traveled at the bottom and also at the top, So with a 65 nanometer precision grade. So if you have angle divergency because you're changing the position on the globe surface, so your down vector will be changing, and that will be measurable, like very, very accurately. If there is doing a calculus, rough calculus with riding on eggshells, he said that, there is like almost 1 degree, 0.9 degrees arc curvature in 100 meters distance. And when you are using a ruler, which your margin of error is 65 nanometers, I mean, it's like measuring timber wood with a micrometer, or a caliper. It's ultra precise.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank
The
you.
Globers claim that it bends like 0.02 arc seconds, and that proves curvature.
What bends? 0.2 arc
The measurement
seconds.
of two plumb lines over a distance like I don't know, like a mile.
Oh, in a mile? No, it cannot be that small.
There are measurements done, posted.
Yeah.
But question is, can you verify them?
Well, for a radius of 3959, 6,300 kilometers radius, and the distance 100 meters between the two radiuses. With riding on eggshells, yeah, it was about 0.9 seconds, so almost 1 second arc curvature. Yeah. That's he told me he had a calculator. He had the calculator at hand. He was calculating, and he said, and yeah, with these linear encoders, when you have such a big angle, yeah, you can measure it very, very precisely between those plumb tools, because at the bottom you will have a shorter distance than at the top, you know. They will look like a trapeze shape, you know.
I'm going to send you two pictures right now. See if you can address them, please. Hang on.
I'll check.
There we go. Can you hear me? Can you address that? I just sent in live text. Thank you. What do you think? This is supposedly a measurement, but you know.
Yeah, I see now. Okay. So.
Give me
Godric, did you just readdress the Bob and Alice thing? Is that what I'm seeing in the chat?
I'm having a discussion with the Glober. It's not exactly what he was talking about, but this is the argument they're presenting, and I wanted to get a rebuttal from Get Piquet or anybody.
So what? Let me read his comment. Basically, if plumb lines are measured parallel, then Earth is flat. If plumb lines diverge, then the Earth must be. So he's saying if and if, but he's not actually making a claim.
The right measurement is greater than 90 degrees. You take a look at it.
Well, yeah, but the problem with the Airbus 3D printer is that they are using these plumb tools because they are parallel to each other. And they measure the distance between them at the bottom and also at the top. And it's two parallel lines. And according to those two parallel lines, you calibrate your machine, yeah? And when it's traveling all this distance across, 200 meters, it's always perpendicularly to the ground. So that's how you will also know that the ground is also perfect straight, flat. I mean, it's moving on linear roller bearings. They are ultra straight. So and the surface of that, the floor of that building is actually the printing table. Which has to be super straight.
Somebody pretend to be a glober.
Yeah, bro. I mean, there's definitely curvature.
Yeah, I saw curvature. Just haven't you guys been in an airplane?
At the edge of the window, you saw distortion of the image, yeah, because of.
I saw some curvature today, and I was about to stop and ask her her name, but she was moving too fast.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, have you never seen a hill? There's curvature all over the place.
Well, Chuo just joined. Maybe Chuo who has seen curvature. What do you say, Chuo?
What?
Have you seen curvature? We're looking for some curvature. Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by curvature?
Well, that's a sphere, so it has to be curving.
What's a sphere?
You know, like a ball.
No, like, what is a sphere? Like a. You said it's a sphere.
The globe
Have you
Earth.
seen curvature?
The globe Earth.
Oh.
The spinning wet ball.
Spinning wet ball. That's a.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I don't know. I have not seen curvature. What?
Oh, okay. Where do you think we could find it?
I don't know. I'm here to find out.
In
Fair
NASA CGI images, icons of worship.
Yeah, we've been trying to find out.
Yes.
We've been trying to find out ourselves for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. As for me and myself, once you find out that it's falsified, I don't keep on looking. I just go, no, it's been falsified. We
Yeah.
can move on now.
Exactly.
You can turn on the TV and you can see it there.
But it has to be.
Has to be.
As G.W. Bush would say, that curvature got to be somewhere.
Someone named Pigeons with VC verified.
Hi. Hello.
Do pigeons see curvature?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just studying, so I'm using this for background noise for now. So.
But we want
Okay,
curvature.
welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I was here last time, so.
Oh,
we were talking about the Ukraine
Welcome
stuff
back.
and everything, so.
Too bad. Should have been
No,
talking
everyone came
about
back to studying.
the topic at hand.
Studying Earth curvature.
Do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
Are you talking to me or?
Yeah, yeah.
I already explained last time, and I'm not going to repeat myself. I was here with 1.0 and everything, so. But
well, so
right now,
are you a flat earther or a glober?
Flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you came to the knowledge of flat earth.
I mean, I was here with the old Discord before it got purged, so.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, so. Anyways, I'm going to go back to studying. See ya.
Enjoy your time.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple of new ones I haven't seen here. Let's see.
A glober, Sonny, a glober.
Wait a minute. We have Tony V.
Hey, what's up?
He's a VC verified. Hi, Tony.
Hello.
Yeah, I've been here off and on a few times.
Okay.
I think that I've worked on my anger issues, so I might be able to make it more than 5 minutes without flipping out.
Okay.
Let's hope.
Great.
I'm reaching for 6 this time. 6 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, Geppy has a question for you.
Baby steps.
Yep.
Okay, so do you believe that we live on a spinning ball?
I'm so glad I got the person with a cool accent. Cool. It's spinning ball. I mean, it's spinning spheroidal object.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really wet though. There's wet spots on it.
Well, yeah, the oceans. It's water. Water is making wet. Yeah.
It's only 2% of the globe,
It's
though.
not dry everywhere. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Huh? 2%? What do you?
Yes, the oceans are like. Actually, the oceans are like.
He's speaking volumetrically.
What's that? Yeah, I think 2.something% of the globe. Yeah, volume. Yeah, I'm speaking volume. Sorry.
70%.
But they did say that they found some. They did say they found like big pockets of water, even deeper, that could hold a lot of water.
Did you hear about the lake underneath the ocean?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Have you seen that one?
Cool.
That one is just absolutely incredible. The guy even said we tried to puncture through it and we could not. It was so dense, it just was like bouncing.
Really?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
almost like
It's a whole documentation. Documentary. Go research that, please. It's amazing.
Sorry, Justin. I just had to appreciate CB for a second. Please continue, sir.
What did he do? I want to laugh.
He's doing sound effects.
Do it again, CB. Ah, that was the symbol. Nice.
I love that one.
Is that like the symbol for a clueless person getting it, or for when water's found deep that's really thick and viscous?
Yeah, that's dense.
Is the viscous symbol? Cool.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, dude. The ocean, the lake under the ocean. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible to understand and to look at.
Well, they're all saying that there's so much water that could be discovered underneath just the top crust, that there could be creatures down there that are huge. Oh my gosh. OMG. Give me a symbol. Give me a symbol for that one.
There was a shark that had markings on it, and it looked like a bigger shark had come and attacked it. But this shark that they were talking about was like 70 feet long. So incredibly, like, this other shark must be like, I don't 200, 300 feet. Like, that's just incredible.
Or the civilization before us was Pacific Rim, and Pacific Rim was the true story.
Ooh, that's actually incredible.
That's real talk.
It's a little bit too much.
I know, I delved too deep, sorry. I'm trying not to get to the 6 minutes, so I'm trying to stay calm, and I have to say dumb things to stay calm. Okay, go on.
6 minutes, you did good.
Have you been through the 3 points questions?
Yeah, I've been here for like since the beginning.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Of time.
Cool.
It feels like. But we can go over it again. I mean, if you want to. I mean,
what's the
I might
main thing
say
which makes you believe that you live on a spinning spheroid?
Well, I would like to first say that I believe that we did not go to the moon, at least the way that they say that we did. And my observations, like when I was younger, I lived in Hawaii, and we used to go up to the top of Mauna Kea, like on special occasions, because my friend had a pickup truck, and we'd go get snow up there.
Yeah, you saw quite a wide horizon. Yeah.
Well, no, just the way Maui would pop up in the distance. It was because it's so clear there. And when you go up Mauna Kea, the higher you go, then Maui starts popping up, and we used to canoe to Maui too, which is like a really long time. It takes a long time to do, but we do that for practice.
How far is that island from
Maui? It's like 100 and something. It's like 100 or 200 or. God damn, I was like 9 years old. I have to check it out. Yeah. Google, hey, Siri, tell me something about Maui. Someone Siri that.
What do you want to know? I'll do it.
How far the Big Island is from Maui? I'm thinking 300 miles. No, 200 miles. Maybe 52 miles. Maybe 12.
I think somewhere about 100
miles.
Yeah, 120, I think. How much?
96.8.
Okay, cool.
100.
And do you know what the tallest peak in Maui is, by chance?
No, not Maui. I don't know the tallest peak. I just know Mauna Kea and stuff. I've never been to Maui except for like the beach.
Yeah, I don't think it's over 6,000 feet.
According to Hawaii,
if it's 100 miles,
a huge swath of land across Maui's southeastern region, Haleakala is home to the highest peak on Maui at 10,023 feet.
Haleakala, that's it. It's called Haleakala.
Well, in 100 miles, there should be 6,667 feet of vertical drop. You would not see the water going up to the island. You would only see the very top of the peak sticking up above the horizon.
Yeah, and when you get closer to it, like it just more of it pops up until you're on the beach, on the sand. Then you're like, oh, I'm at Maui.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
You would not possibly see the entire island of Maui, no matter how high, because you just wouldn't be able to. It would be impossible.
But you see it, I mean, you'd only see like 4,000 feet of it, the first initial 4,000 feet, and then when the closer you got to it on a boat or on a canoe, the more the island would pop up.
You only see 4,000 feet of it?
Well, I don't know. You said 10,000, right? And then you said that, so it's 10,000, and then 6,000, so 4,000.
Yeah, but
the highest peak is 10,000 feet.
Yeah, but I bet you any money, you could get to some point and you could see the shoreline.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, it gets to that point where you do see the shoreline, and you're like 20 feet from it.
You wouldn't see a shoreline, though, if it was curving.
Well, no, I mean, you don't see the shoreline until you're, to the point where you can see the shoreline. I mean, it's like 20 miles off or some stuff like 30 miles. Depends. Like, there's a lot of turbulence there, too.
Do you think there's a earth bulge in between you and that island?
Well, I think like I'm on the apex. I'm on the peak of everyone is on the peak of and yes, there's a bulge between you and whatever you're looking at. Yes, there is
okay, so what proof do you have that bulge is actually there?
I mean, still seeing it, the hemisphere. You can't do it that quick though. It kind of takes. Well, I guess it doesn't.
So,
you can't put the chirps in there that quick. Jeez, give me a second.
So, in your opinion, it can't be done?
No, I'm saying don't put the chirps in before I got to thinking, because I think slow. I've done a lot of marijuana in my life.
Yeah, but you were talking and you weren't saying anything, so that's why the crickets. Because you weren't answering the question, actually.
I know, and I said, could you please don't put the crickets on so quick, because I think slowly. Because I don't want to say anything stupid.
Okay, I'll ask you. You have plenty of time.
I'm not saying it as in I'm mad or anything. I'm just saying it as it's mainly a joke.
So what proof do you have of the Earth curvature?
Well, there are. What do they call land surveying? I know that's a real thing. I know that geodetic surveying is a real thing, but I don't know much about that. I just know that I have a friend that knows about it, and I just defer to him and hope he doesn't lie to me. But Yeah,
So you're
like
just
people lie.
trusting somebody that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, we all trust people.
But geodetic
don't-
survey is not a measurement of Earth's curvature.
Yeah, and you don't need to trust people. You can just go out and check the Earth.
Yeah, and I see a bulge. Like I see a bulge. When I see the when I see when I see the horizon, I think bulge. Like I don't see how the horizon could be on a flat Earth.
That's in your mind.
Yeah, you're just projecting your own preconceptions. about
How
what
am
the
I
Earth is.
projecting? It's a
Because
it's a horizon.
if you weren't
It's right there.
projecting, yeah, no, that's the exact problem right there. Is there is no geometric horizon of the Earth. So whenever you're looking at it, you're just looking at the horizon and just projecting your expectations onto it.
Could the problem be that you're projecting your expectations on my expectations or my projection?
No, the problem is we've done the basic geometry and you haven't, I guess. Otherwise, you would
No,
know
we
that the
have.
horizon is not geometric.
No,
Okay, then
it
why?
definitely. Well, I mean, if we have a radius for the Earth, then it's definitely geometric.
Yeah, that's
And
what we meant.
geometric's
It's not reality. Sorry.
Wait. One
Your
moment,
radius is
please.
made up. Well, he
CB,
says he's got a geometric horizon, so let's see the horizon at
But
1.2
you're
miles
made up
to
that
the square
there
of a second.
isn't one. But there is one. I mean, if there's a radius, if we have a radius, then we know that we can have a
Over what we're saying here.
CB, CB.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
How am I skipping over it? I'm seeing the horizon. You're saying that I'm wrong.
No,
You're saying
there's a
that we
horizon.
haven't done it.
No, you said I hadn't done it first.
No,
And then I
listen,
said maybe you guys haven't
stop,
done it.
Tony, stop, please. Let me make sure that you understand this. We have the globe Earth model. We have all the measurements. We know them. We know them by heart. Because what we did is we went on the ground out to the ocean and tested those measurements. We don't have any measurements of flat Earth.
How did you test it?
Globe Earth. What
How
are
did you test it?
about?
We did
How
what
did
you
you
should have
test it?
done, Glober.
I've witnessed these tests, so I know what needs to be done. What did you guys do? What test did you guys do?
Well, check the live stream
Laser
voice text and witness one right now.
The black swan. How we can see over 10 miles.
The black swan. He had 5. Wait. Let me say this real quick, please. Can I say this real quick?
Over 10 miles, and we shouldn't.
Okay, I heard you. You don't have to repeat yourself, dude. I heard you.
The globe, Tony.
No, I don't think you heard it because that's a geometric impossibility on the ball you think you're on.
He's skipping the measurements of the globe. You are skipping the measurements of the globe right now, Tony.
Let's share.
You are.
Talk real quick. I mean, you guys are just like not letting.
I really want you to understand, though. We have the measurements right there. They're the measurements for the globe. Those are the measurements everyone is given. They're right there.
Tony, we're not going to put up with you talking about how we moderate our chat. So I would stop that, and I would focus on providing the answer.
I didn't say anything about moderation.
Asking because you're.
The answer is I am going about to do it, but you guys aren't letting me do it.
That's why you're being muted.
Because you're saying I did something I didn't say. I didn't say anything.
Well, let's
I
give
was
it.
talking, and you talked over me again. That's why you're being muted, bro.
Let's calm down.
Don't you get that part? When someone's talking, you better just shut up and listen until they stop. As a matter of fact, when they stop, give it a breath and make sure they've stopped. Okay?
Well, we got to appreciate that we've got some company, so let's give them a chance.
For real, 3 fucking people are talking to me, man, at once, and then one's yelling at me about something, and the other person's yelling at me about something else, and the other one's trying to get you two wrangled up.
Let's move on, Tony.
I really
This is all I want to say. This is all I want to say. One thing.
Answer the questions that are being asked. That's all.
That's all I want.
Yes, what I'm saying is.
Let him say.
Go ahead. Oh, you're cutting.
Yeah. What did you want to say? I heard you were trying to get.
This is what I want to say. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I was picking yogurt.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. This is what I want to say about that observation. I think I should be able to say about the observation. He did 5 observations. He had 5 pictures that week. He took a picture every day. There's only one day where it looks like it's a flat Earth, and there's 4 days that it looks like it's a globe Earth. There's a horizon. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Okay, but you want to know what?
Now you're lying,
That's it.
or you haven't looked at his
Get
video.
one and it's over, dude.
Do you know how many times that observation can happen on the globe you believe in?
Refraction. I've got this.
With refraction, yes.
No,
it happened 4 times looking like a globe, though. You couldn't see those. You couldn't see those oil places.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So you said 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4, whatever it is. So if you hired a private detective to watch your lady friend or whatever, relationship you got going on there, you hire a private detective, and only 1 out of the 5 days is she caught cheating on you, or whatever, the person is caught cheating on you, does the 4 other days that they're not caught cheating on you invalidate the fact that they were cheating on you?
Well, if she was an ocean that isn't sentient, then yes, then I'd be okay with it. But
Tony,
she's a sentient human, and we're talking about an ocean.
The number of times.
The fact that you
It's about falsification.
It's a bad analogy.
Yeah.
It was a bad analogy.
No, it's not actually. It's about falsifying a claim. It's about falsifying a claim. And if the claim is chastity, right? If that's the claim and it's been falsified, then it's been falsified.
Yeah.
You guys have falsified it. It hasn't been falsified by
Tony.
a majority.
That's all you need.
Majority.
Yeah, like as if truth is a
What? Tell me something in life that you don't think the majority's view of that's what's real. Like when you go to the mechanic, do you just tell the mechanic what you think's wrong with it?
Yourself.
Do you believe in it?
You just got yourself because through most of history, the majority said the Earth was flat. So does that mean when the majority said that it was flat? And
That
now
was
it's a globe
way.
because the majority
Then
said this?
it flipped.
Okay, but you're at problem
Go back up until the 1920s.
No, it's small faction is here. Small factions here because there's 5 people yelling at me and it's hard to talk.
Yeah, but we don't care what people think. Here's the problem.
I know
What
you
we're
guys
seeing in the
don't.
Black
And you
Swan-
guys, can I just say you guys are known for that, like 24/7.
What's happening on the Black Swan? It can never happen on the globe that you believe in. The number of times that can happen is 0.
One time.
5 people yelling at me about
one time,
Wait,
Tony. You even said there was 1 out of 5 times that it looked flat. That's all you need because we need it to be a globe all the time, and it's not.
Okay. So if you take 5, if you are playing horse with someone and they miss all but 1.
You just explained it to us that only 1 time out of the 5 it looked flat. Does that matter? Yes. Because we need it all the time to look like a globe.
Why would you? We have refraction.
You are not listening to yourself.
Yes, I am. Hey, there's refraction. I'm sorry if you think 1 time destroys everything else, but it doesn't. In reality, you're never going to do something 1 time and be like, "Oh, that's the way it is," even though it happens the other time, a million other times. It shows globe Earth.
It does
You guys got
destroy.
me yelling already. You guys
The one
suck,
time
man.
does destroy the globe, and it's more than once.
You guys are
anyway.
terrible at debating, man. Like, why do you guys don't let people talk? You guys are like, this is like a spider web. This is a spider web, and you get people in your spider web, and you all attack them.
We don't want to bullshit it. We don't want to bullshit you, Tony. Not at all.
At the same, everybody getting at the same time. Come on, come on, guys. Everybody, come on, Justin. Come on, everybody. Yell.
Everybody at the same time. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Roar.
Yeah, this is what you guys do. Tell me about celestial spheres. How does a celestial sphere work on?
Relax. Everybody
No,
relax.
you're not
Tony.
going off to that, Tony.
Show me
Hold
where
on.
your geometric
Justin.
horizon is.
Guys, 1 second. Tony, I just want to address something.
Go ahead, CB.
I just want to address one real quick. Do you understand why it's been dubbed the Black Swan?
Yes, I do, because you guys tend to. Yes, I do, because it's happened 1 time. Therefore, the Black Swan. If there's, it's
Wrong.
the case. It's the
It's already
case.
wrong.
It's the
Let him
case
continue.
if it's happened once.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, guys,
And that's just not the way reality works, though. Because if it happened once, but it happens a million other times the other way, it's the other way.
It was the whole day. You know, it was the whole fucking day that it was flat.
Yes,
So,
and
you're
the
not
5
getting
days
it.
after that
You
was
aren't getting
not
it,
that.
dude. It was.
You're
the
not getting it. The
whole
5 days after that did not
day.
show
You
that.
could see more than 10 miles.
Yes, and every other day after that, you couldn't.
You're an
You
idiot.
couldn't see.
That's
You
not
couldn't even
true.
see that.
Answer me this, bud.
Does that mean the horizon? Does that mean the geometric horizon? Sorry.
So you guys.
Hold on.
Holy shit.
Oh, this is good though. We're all worked up here. That's good.
Well, guys,
Excuse me.
Only because you're lying to us.
Oh my God.
I'm not lying. I don't lie. First off, I don't lie.
You don't.
I don't corner people and try and tell them that they're speaking wrong.
That is a 100% lie. You don't see a curve. Thank you.
No, it's like you don't know what a lie is. Then
I do know what a lie is.
Oh my God.
Then you guys are all living a lie in here. Then
I was saying the same.
Get out of this. Why don't you guys get out of this room once in a while? Jesus,
Tony. I was saying the same thing you were, Tony.
Can we some good moderation? I think Elbow's trying to get a word in. Can we just share the microphone, pass it back and forth? Tony, we really appreciate you being here. We want to have a conversation. So go ahead, Elbow.
All right. So my question is, bud, does the globe change size every once in a while?
I don't think he can
No.
hear you.
no, that's crazy. Refraction makes it look
No, it doesn't.
like it's undulating and stuff. But
What's the standard?
oh wait, actually, does it? Wait, does it? Are we still taking in?
At least
Wait, I wasn't done.
No, yeah, but you are done as soon as you say refraction.
Let me have a conversation.
Yeah, but Elbow.
Oh, so you think I'm done?
Elbow, wait a second. Everybody shut up. Elbow. Hold on. Elbow. The reason. Elbow. Just a second, Elbow. We can't hear you. You have to go to your settings. You're too low. I got you to 200, and I still can't understand you, Elbow.
Well, if y'all be
Yeah,
quiet,
sorry.
you'll
Yeah.
probably hear me because he was able to hear me when I asked him the question, did I?
Yeah, I still can't.
It's only when other people were talking. I heard it. Yeah, I heard the question. Yeah.
Everybody, breath. Elbow, please continue.
All right, but so when you say refraction, you're pretty much telling that you don't have this geometric location because if it changes,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah. So if it changes, and you say it was because refraction, then where is your geometric horizon?
Well, I don't think that it's actually like changing. I think it's our perception of what we're seeing is skewed because there is stuff in the way. I wouldn't look through smoke and say that what I'm looking at isn't 50 feet away because I can barely see it through smoke. It's still going to be 50 feet away. Now, it might look like it's further or whatever would make it look further, like this, whatever.
You don't even know.
Let's pretend I said something really smart there.
So tell me this: when do you actually see the actual horizon?
Probably on cold days, like you see. I mean, you always see the horizon. It's just you see it at different, distances, maybe. Or
this is the issue, man. The horizon changes. So where is your geometric horizon? We haven't found it. We know that the horizon is an optical illusion, right? Because it's caused by the atmosphere. Well.
I mean, this is the way I look at it. I see what you're saying. But the way I see it is on a flat Earth, I would think it would just fade out. You wouldn't see there wouldn't be any hard horizon at all. I don't see how you guys put a conclusion to the fact that when there's a hard horizon, that's flat Earth. I don't get it.
We are not, though. That's the thing, Tony. We are not putting any kind of model to it. You keep going to a flat Earth model. We do not say anything about a model. We don't know the model.
I didn't say model. I didn't say model. I'm saying the way that you're reading our model is wrong.
Right now.
No.
We're talking about the model right now. And we don't.
No, our model. Yes, the globe model.
Wait,
The
Tony,
way
The globe model.
All of them.
I'm trying to make sure that you get a fair shake in the floor to speak. So just try to
my bad.
Speak, but try to let other people finish as well. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Well, the way you're reading your own model is wrong. What's the standard formula for atmospheric refraction that you're using to explain away the black swan? Do you know what it is?
0 to 7.6. Is that standard? 0 to 7.6 is standard, right? 7.6, they say you can see your ass, right? I guess I guess it's more. I don't know.
Well, the standard formula.
I just want you guys to know real quick. I was there the day that
I'm not done with that point.
said that.
I'm not done with that point.
The day they said that in the room.
The standard formula is 7/6R. Okay, so
Yes,
that inflates the
7/6.
radius to about that inflates the radius from about 3959 to 4600. So where are you getting the other 260,000 miles of Earth radius to explain away that 10-mile horizon width?
I don't have vision to see that, and we're not seeing that much, so therefore we don't have to account for that. No, we're not. We're seeing a small portion of. Wait a second.
No. Be quiet. That is no, you can't because
so when you think when you think I'm wrong, then you interrupt me and say I'm wrong. Even though I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong.
I don't want to get 10 steps ahead on some fallacy. So to have a 10-mile
It's
horizon...
not a fallacy. That's not, what I said was not a fallacy.
Guys.
I was not done talking. I wasn't done talking. You interrupted me.
Because you said something incorrect, and I'm trying to set it straight. So
you think it was incorrect. I think it was right.
It's objectively correct. It doesn't matter.
That's not a conversation, dude, that I'm going to be part of.
Somebody mute.
When I'm having a conversation with someone in an adult forum,
Okay, so what you said is objectively incorrect, because to have a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height, the Earth radius has to be around 264,000 miles. So how are you using refraction to inflate your Earth radius by that much? You've made it to about 4,600. You still got 260,000 miles to go. Figure it out.
Repeat yourself 3 times. Gotcha. I'm not looking at that much of the Earth. I'm looking at a small portion, probably 3 or 4 miles. I don't have to use all that other excess. I don't have to. Why would I? Why would anyone even think you had to use that?
Yeah, you're not.
It doesn't make sense. It's excess.
You are not getting what I said.
Yes, I am getting it. You're obviously not getting it. Why would you have to account for all the rest of the fucking Earth if you're only looking at 4 miles ahead of you?
No, to get a 10-mile horizon, you need to have a ball with a radius of 260,000 miles, give or take.
Yes. Okay,
so
cool.
The purpose of your 7/6R reification refraction formula is to inflate the Earth radius so that you can push that geometric horizon a little bit further, so that you can fudge it, okay? But that's the standard formula, 7/6R, and it doesn't get you anywhere close to where you need it to be. But
I'm not using that much of the Earth, okay? You go use 10. No, you don't. Just let me chill here. And beyond that 10, wait a second. I'm not done talking, dude. I'm not done talking. After that 10 miles, there's not going to be the same fucking refraction. Don't mean to cuss. There's going to be different because it'll be land or something. So I don't have to even worry about all that. Why would I have to worry about beyond what I can see?
You don't even understand what your refraction claim is.
Yes, I do understand what it is. Of course, yes, I do.
You have no clue what you're talking about. You have absolutely
yes, I do.
You don't understand what
I understand that.
You don't understand what
I understand that it inflates the whole Earth. I understand that. But you don't have to account for all that excess when you're only looking at 10 miles. Yes, I understand that it inflates it, but it doesn't literally. You guys think we think it literally inflates the Earth that bit much?
All right,
no.
Tony, here's where you're getting it wrong, Tony.
Will you guys stop saying I'm getting it wrong?
No. You're not going to cut me off. I'm trying to say something, okay? Here's what's going on. You're saying I don't have to use all of that, and you're referring to distance across the surface of the Earth. The issue is what's being referred to here in the equation for refraction is the letter R, which doesn't stand for refraction in this case. It stands for radius. So you keep saying, I don't have to use all of that, but in effect, what you're saying is, I don't have to use all of the radius. But again, that's illogical. Do you understand the mismatch of you saying, we don't have to use all of that because you don't have to use all of the radius? You're referring to distance of, across the surface, but what's actually being referred to in the conversation, again, is the radius. It's a mismatch. Are you getting that? Does this make sense?
No. Do you think that the radius is a portion of the globe? It's not the whole fucking globe. It's a portion of it.
The radius is what gives
what's the radius of a sphere that's 3,000?
What's going to happen? The radius is what gives you your angles and the curve measurements and all of that. That's the purpose of the radius. So you can't ignore that if that's the foundation of your claim. So the R is the foundation of the claim for the globe. Okay. So if it's either the R is what it is or it isn't, that's what's being discussed here, not the distance across the surface. Go ahead.
It's only up to measurements of barometric measurements and temperature measurements from where you are to what you're looking at. That's the only thing that's being refracted in between there. What's beyond that, you don't know because you're not looking at that. So you have to have the temperatures from the ground up to your eye level, all the way across to where what the thing you're looking at. Do you understand that much? Maybe it's you guys don't understand what the hell's going on with this whole refraction thing.
Amazing.
No, it's definitely.
Why would I have to use that? I'd have to get temperatures for the whole Earth behind it. Why would I use those temperatures?
I don't know. Ask Andrew Thomas Young. That's how it works. That's how your geometric horizon formula works.
No, that's not how he did it. He did not do that.
Yes, it is. That's the whole point of having R in the formula.
You guys have misunderstood it.
That's how it works.
You guys have been told that. You misunderstood that.
That's how a globe Earth horizon calculator works as well. They're inflating the radius and from that they get a further distance to the geometric horizon.
To the observation.
Yes, within that distance, right? So within that distance that you're looking at, what they're saying basically is we've blown up the radius of the ball by that much, well, artificially using light, right?
That portion of the ball. That portion of the ball we have blown up.
So you have 260,000 miles of apparent Earth radius to account for in that observation.
Why would you guys think we actually think it's blowing up that much? We don't think it's inflating.
We don't think that that's happening. You do. That's your claim.
No,
So
I don't. No, we don't. You guys have misunderstood it.
This guy.
I've heard it a million times. You guys don't know what we're doing. What we're talking about. You have no clue what the globe is.
Maybe
Why do you guys even argue this shit?
Explaining it to this guy because he's not getting it.
Yeah, the whole thing is
no. It's why is everyone in here think that I'm wrong? That why would I have to up to the observation point? Why would I have to?
Yeah, you are wrong because you think you're on a globe and you've provided no information. There's no proof of the curvature. You're just using words to diffuse and distract the conversation away from the actual point, which is you have no curvature of your globe Earth. It's only a belief.
Talk about curvature anymore. I want to talk about the northern star and the southern crust.
You don't get to.
Well, I'm not talking about just a stupid conversation. It's the only conversation you guys have.
If it's stupid, then go away. See it. Like, come back later then.
Well, this is our.
That's ridiculous.
These are only. Come back. Let's give him the floor.
But no, I'm good. I got to do something anyways right now. That was fun though. I got my heart rate up. I have to go out to dinner. I have to appease someone real quick and make them happy. So I'm neglecting them. So I won't neglect you guys for too long. I'll come back.
Proof of your globe.
Yeah, come back.
I'm gonna go out to 7-6 restaurant.
You don't have to go dinner. You can pass.
We're still here. Telling you the same
All right,
thing.
you guys think about that southern and northern star question, please. Thank you.
Yes.
And you want to be in the sky when we're on the ground. It's awesome.
Because the sky has a lot to do with what is going on around us.
Go make your dinner.
Why do you guys want to deflect from the sky?
You cannot go to the sky, so why are you even talking about it? Thank you.
Why are you deflecting from the ground?
Yeah, just don't let it.
It's because
have you guys seen the Milky Way?
He's still talking. Doesn't even listen.
I know. I'm getting out of here. It's hard to go because you guys are fucking fun to
amazing. He just wants to talk over us.
He's talking continuously.
When we are just asking,
for guys, for the sake of his relationship, I disconnected him from the chat. I'm trying to help the guy and his life out. It's not nice.
Well,
so, and I'm being facetious when I say that a little bit, but
well, that's cool because I muted him right before he muted.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the radius thing, I don't understand. He didn't understand the implications of what the radius implies with the geometry, and he just wanted to ignore that, basically. This is a matter of not a patient communication.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I think we needed to specify that the radius dictates where the horizons should be, and I don't think he understood that.
Yeah, he really didn't. I don't know if it was like the way I was explaining it or something, but he just was not getting it.
No, this is what it is. It's basically like in 1984 when the people are just booing over top of anything that's ever said to them, and they just can't even hear it because they're just repeating propaganda the entire time.
Yeah, and he doesn't even know his own claim, so what can you do?
Well, remember, Tony TV is an anti-flat earther, so you got to take that into account too.
Yeah, religious or whatever.
But it will be better if at least one
person engage with him until a logical conclusion about something instead of 3 or 4 people trying to talk at the same time. It's kind of annoying.
Especially with a guy like that who barely lets anybody get a word in with him.
Yeah, somebody that high energy needs to be a one-on-one, in my opinion. I'll shut up.
Yeah, makes sense.
It was, and I'm sorry that I cut in a bunch of times too, but that guy was not.
No, you're not sorry.
He comes in, first thing he comes in and says, I hope to stay longer than 6 minutes. It's like, really?
Yeah, I likened it to an
You're gonna
alcoholic going into a
expect
bar.
I just can't hold back when the Black Swan comes up and the hand waving starts.
And then, I mean, he doesn't even listen to what he actually said. He said 5 pictures were done, and one of them looked flat. It's like, are you even listening to what you are saying right now?
Justin, my analogy was perfect too.
Black Swan means. That's what the Black Swan means.
Yeah, how many times is it possible to have that observation on your globe? 0.
Well,
What was
how
your
many
analogy?
times? My analogy was how many times does it take? So you hire a private detective to spy on your partner or whatever, right?
Perfect.
And one time is all it takes to prove, right? And he's like, oh, well, the ocean isn't sentient. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
My
Oh,
girlfriend's
boy.
not cheating on me, even though that one time. It's okay.
Okay. That's why it's appropriate to call people, cuckolds for the globe, because, gee, bro.
Unreal.
It was fun, though.
He will be back.
I mean, people don't understand the process of falsification. Well, if you only falsified it one time, I mean, come on.
But to add to that, it's not even just one time.
I know it isn't, because in addition to the Black Swan, you got the Lookout Mountain that I won't stop talking about.
But even if it was one time, that's why it's called the Black Swan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
But
there's a
more
30
than
mile
one
Black
Black
Swan.
Yeah, well, no, the thing is no, it definitely wasn't one time. It was just called that for the one example. The same guy who took that video, BMLSB, has gone to the same location and made the same observation, if not better, numerous times. There's only been one. There's been like one time where the horizon appeared to be shortened, and it was during really shitty weather.
Yeah, with swells and big waves and shit like that. But that's why I always go back to the refraction picture. It's like, are you telling me that the horizon is moving right now?
Well,
in
he
that day lapse
claim for a second. He was like, "Oh, you guys think the Earth is inflating?" It's like, no. I mean, if you're being honest.
So personally, sorry, Simi. Personally, I would start with: do we see the horizon? Is the horizon apparent? You start with that, and you're like, they should say, yeah, it's apparent. Then why must it be curved? It's as simple as that.
I thought it was interesting. He said, "But we don't understand the globe." It's like, well,
yeah.
I don't
projection.
think.
Big projection.
Basically.
And that's why we're here, because we looked into the globe. All right.
Yeah, I got no problem. I got no problem with the Globers saying that we don't understand the globe. Yeah, that's how we got here. That's how we started looking. You're right. We don't understand it. Explain it to us. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, you can't stand on the globe. You have to stand on it.
I like it.
Problem is we got to explain their globe to them. So how can you even have a debate with somebody like that? You have to give them their own debate points.
This way or this way? I cannot that way.
And then when you do that, they don't even understand. So
Oh. Now we're coming here because we should just come front and do what you're gonna do. To go. Please. But over there, they're not very toddler. I can't see over there.
Gems, you got to open mic.
You can turn it on.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Well, time to cast my fishing rod back out into the chat. See if we can get another one in here.
Nice.
That's a good graphic. I'm gonna save that one. Thank you. Is that a browser? Yeah, that's browser based. That's like a Google app or something.
I think Indio made that one.
Oh, yeah, okay. GeoGebra.
Or well, that's where I got it from. Was Indio?
Yeah.
But that's about.
Go ahead.
Well, that's the amount of refraction, basically, that they're trying to invoke to explain that away. Like that's what they're blowing the globe up by in that observation.
Sorry, the Glover's argument is that since it's an apparent horizon, they don't need to show curvature. Is that the whole presentation?
Okay, so I would add some words to that to make it even more clear. On the upper right, the blue line on the outside, I would add, this is how flat it actually looks if the Earth were still a globe. Or something to that effect. Maybe more clear than even the way that I said it. I mean, that is what it says, but I feel like it needs a more, kindergarten level sentence added. This is how flat it would have, or this is how big it would have to be in order for it to still be a globe, which is obviously absurd.
Yeah. The thing is it's like really hard to get through to them that this is what they're claiming is happening. Like what just happened with that guy. He just could not understand that essentially this is what his claim is.
Yeah. If I was a religious glober, I would actually be like, yeah, so what? Yeah, I say that light does that. Right?
So
I would just double down and be like, yeah, light bends like that. Absolutely. What's the big deal? Because it's an infinity card. And we talked about infinity the other day. That's what it is. It's a get out of jail free card. It's a Joker in a deck of cards, right? You get to play it, and it's whatever you want it to be. Refraction is whatever you want it to be. It makes everything okay.
You can just patch any old hole in the model with it.
Yeah. Why not?
The funny thing is, though, is I've never even had one of these globers actually cite a refraction formula or a model or anything that would actually account for that. They just do what this guy just did and just ham wave it or spiral in some way or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I'm convinced that really none of them even understand what they're actually arguing when they say that.
I can't be bothered to explain these things to you.
Yeah, like usually the conversation doesn't go past like, well, look at that bendy oil rig.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, well, what implications does that have for your 10-mile horizon? Like, how does it explain that? And just look at the bendy oil rig.
There are some people, they're not stupid, they're full of shit.
Just a total disconnect going on here.
That doesn't take very long to spot either, does it? Take you about the same amount of time. You'll be listening to some guy and saying, well, He's fairly intelligent. Ah, he's full of shit. Then there are some people, they're not stupid, they're not full of shit, they're fucking nuts!
Gotta love it. So ahead of his time. Well, that was fun. When's the next Glober coming by?
You'll be listening to some guy, you say, this guy is fucking stupid!
You know what's really interesting? I have to post this in the chat. I just looked up falsifiability, trying to get clarification on the deepest meanings of this word. Look what comes up.
2 black swans. Crazy.
Thanks, Wikipedia.
It's like they've been following along.
This is hilarious. You look up falsifiability, and it really just drives the point home.
The black swan.
Not just one, but 2 black swans right there.
Precisely. Oh. A standard of evaluation. A standard of evaluation. Not a theoretical, philosophical component of hypothetical scientific manipulation. It's a standard of evaluation.
You can't falsify my radius just once. No, twice isn't enough. No, 50 times isn't enough.
Although I see that scientificamerican.com wrote an article in 2020 titled, "The idea that a scientific theory can be falsified is a myth." And this is why it's time we abandon the notion. Yeah, I'm going to post this article. This is why you can't win. It's a religious adherence. How can you win? This is why they are religious zealots.
That's Scientific American?
Yeah, I just posted
God.
The idea that a scientific theory can be falsified is a myth. It's time we abandon the notion.
It's time we abandon science, says Scientific American.
Not a Babylon Bee article at all. It's
That's some crazy doublespeak right there.
Yeah. Fortunately, falsification, or any other philosophy of science, is not necessary for the actual practice of science. Yeah, these sorts of articles are always pretty funny to read, but they give you insight into the depraved mental status of the people that you're arguing with.
So basically, they can just shovel any old horse shit they want, and it can't be proven wrong.
They have falsified the. Yeah, there's an interesting paragraph. They are making a meaning. So I'm gonna read this because I can't post. I posted the article, but so when anti-blank or anti-blank or climate change deniers point to this or that result to argue that they have falsified the scientific consensus, they are making a meaningless statement. That is the quote, apart from me changing the words to blank. And they believe that falsification is meaningless. How could you possibly expect to make any ground or progress with such a person?
So falsification is meaningless, but consensus is everything. So not science, politics.
Yes. Good answer. Because they go on to say what they need to do is to produce a preponderance of evidence in support of their case, and they have not done so. And it's referring to anti-redacted, and climate change deniers. It does not refer to flat earthers in this article, but the same psychological depravity applies. So very interesting. I'm glad I found that article.
Just a quick question. Is Dr. Flat in anyone else's DMs right now?
Yeah, he was in mine for a bit before I blocked him.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm playing soft, trying to get him in the VC, but
a few people have told me that that's Phil.
I wouldn't be surprised. He claims he's a professor or something. He's like, I'm working with students. I can't join the VC right now. Okay, buddy.
LOL.
Yeah,
Broken back gang.
Yeah, a couple other people told me it's 100% Phil. Maybe they've had to run him with Dr. Flat. I don't know.
Funny you say that because that's the vibe I was getting. I was getting the feeling that this was Phil. He would name himself something like that, Dr. Flat. Like, come on, dude. What?
All right, Dean. Dean has some words to share. Go on ahead, Dean. Hello.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Welcome.
How's it going?
You just joining, or did you catch the last conversation, or what's going on? What brings you around?
Yeah, no, I just caught halfway through. I was just listening to you guys there. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm just interested in the topic for different reasons.
Everyone's welcome. You definitely don't have to be a flat earther to be here. So we love conversations.
Oh, that's good. So, I guess, obviously, I'm not a flat earther, so I don't have the same beliefs that you guys do. So, I just want to. I have a couple of questions actually. If there's anybody here proficient enough in the flat Earth model.
Well, I get what you're asking, but I think most people would say that there isn't a model. But sure, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I suppose I'll start with the idea of like I've spoken with a couple of flat earthers before, and they told me that there's no model for a flat Earth, which to me doesn't really make much sense.
Okay, why?
Well, let's say if I ask you like, does flat Earth have a model, and you say no, what do you think that I mean when I ask, does it have a model? Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, you're looking for a Hot Wheels of the Earth, and we're not able to provide that. There's a lot of things that we don't fully know or understand, so I can't model things that I don't know. So I don't want to give you a Hot Wheels that's incomplete. You understand?
Well, you're saying you don't understand everything about the idea of a flat Earth, which is fair enough.
No,
but I'm like,
not necessarily, but there's just elements of this world, this realm that we don't fully understand. What is the sun? What is the moon? You know, and then equally, the globe side has some unknowns as well. They would say things like, "Well, we've explored outer space more than the oceans," so you know it's okay to have some unknowns, and we can't model those.
Sorry, here's a good analogy. Do you need a model of your house to find your way to the bathroom?
Well, I need to understand what a house is to be able to discuss a house, if that makes sense.
No, you live in the house. Again, do you need a model of your house in order to find your bathroom? Why are my questions always people it's like people think that my questions are trick questions. My questions are like meant to be as easy as possible. It's not a gotcha question.
I don't think it's a gotcha question. It's not a great analogy, to be honest. Like,
well, you think that all you need to say is no.
No.
Yeah, the answer is no. You don't need a model to find your way to the bathroom. You live in your house. You know how to get to the bathroom. It's simple. So the desire for a model is coming from somewhere, but it's artificial. The desire for a model is an artificial desire.
Well, I use models to understand things. Like, I can see my house in total. I stand outside it, but I can't see all of the Earth from every point. So it's a bit different. Would you not agree?
Can I give you another analogy that might be helpful?
Is it better than the last one?
Maybe. You can decide. But I usually say that, like, imagine I have a grape vineyard in my backyard. I make wine, homemade. And you come over and you're like, damn, bro, this is some good wine. Like, what's the brand? You got a bottle? You got a label? And it's like, you don't need a representation of the experience itself. So, no, we don't have a model. You don't need one to experience the Earth. In the same way that maybe like on a Thanksgiving dinner, you don't need a menu to represent the food. You can still experience the food, the dinner, without having the representation of the meal. So you'll hear people say that the menu is not the meal, the map is not the terrain, the model is not reality. So hopefully that helps.
Not really. But so in your analogy, then I could say to you, well, you're eating dinner. We don't know what it is. What are the ingredients?
Okay, but you're talking about using a model of the Earth to make predictions about the Earth, right?
Yeah, well, we have one of those, and it kind of works very, very well.
Well, it actually doesn't work very well at all, because the first thing it should be able to predict is curvature, but it completely falls flat on its face there, so that's pretty much it for the rest of it.
When you say it doesn't predict curvature, oh, hold on, let's start again. So, I was talking to one of you guys before, and I was given an explanation that's, well, I'll just repeat it and see what you think. So, I said to this guy last time I was talking to you guys, I said, if I'm in Ireland now and I look at the moon and somebody is in South Africa, which is basically just south of Dublin, a long way, if you believe the globe model, or closer to the edge of the disc compared to if we go with what you believe.
Well, it's not a disc. Just know that.
Okay, whatever flat shape it is.
Yeah, topographical plane.
Also, flat's not. But please continue.
Okay, well, let's go with it with the inflow plane for now. So if I'm standing in Ireland and I'm looking at the moon, yeah, and there's a guy in South Africa, and I'm on the phone to him, and he's looking at the same moon. Now, obviously, when I look at the moon and when he looks at the moon, he sees the same face of the moon, the same craters, the same everything, just upside down, correct?
Yeah.
So
sure.
the explanation that I was given by you guys was to imagine yourself in the middle of, say, like you're.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Yeah, cutting out.
Sorry, I keep slipping. So I'll repeat that again. The explanation I was given was to say, imagine if you're standing in your living room, imagine that the central light in that room is analogous to the sun. Okay, and then if you imagine, say, like
you draw a 6, you walk to the other side, you look at it, it's
and
a
it
9.
looks like a 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right, but here's where that falls down. So imagine instead of putting a picture frame on the ceiling, replace that with a sphere, with a ball, and then write a number 2 on the side of that ball that's illuminated by the light in the middle, i.e. the sun. Yeah.
So it sounds like what you're doing is presupposing that the moon is a sphere.
Well, you can see the shadows on the moon change with a telescope.
Well, the image itself never really changes. It's the same image through all recorded history. Like you just said, we only see the one face ever of the thing, so I just don't see where that gives us a reason to think that it has another face. Or that it's
the moon is not a ball. For the record, the moon is not a ball.
The moon absolutely is a ball. You can see that there's a shadow on one side that changes as its
but you don't know
angle
that
to the sun changes.
Right, but what you're trying to do to prove that it's a ball is explain to us why we only ever see one face or one angle of it. So, it's kind of silly.
But we know why
it's a problem. If you're claiming it's a ball and we only ever see one face of it, that's a problem. So you have to kind of use explainaways and excuses and stuff to make that work. But if you just accept, well, maybe it's some sort of like a flat projection type of thing or something like that, then no need for that excuse.
I'm still trying to follow his number 2 argument.
I can't necessarily make a positive claim as to what it is. I would say the jury is out for me as to what exactly it is. I just don't see any particular reason to assume that it has more dimensions than those that we see.
You want it on? What about the fact that the shadow changes exactly like the ball?
About something we can't test, though. Why are we speaking about the sky that we can't test?
Because he wanted to run away from curvature, because that was the very first thing of the model that he said works, right? And he wanted to get right away from that as quick as possible.
Can you test the moon?
I can look at the moon. I can watch the shadows change as it changes. It's relative
what is testing to you, Dean? What is testing to you?
I'm looking at the shadows change.
You just think looking is testing?
In this case, it looks exactly like a sphere.
Looking at an object just testing, and then that's it. You just look at it and it's tested?
That's like me saying everything you've ever seen.
I am asking a perfectly fine question because that's all I can do. That's all me personally, Dean. I cannot go and test the sun or the moon. I cannot test the sky at all. I can only fly up about 45,000 miles in the sky because it's regulated. Anything else higher is space, and you have to go through people to actually get there, right? So what have you done to test the moon?
I observe it as a sphere.
End of story.
Shadow changes.
Observation isn't a test.
What have you done? What have you done to test the shape of the Earth? Nothing.
Okay, well, we've done a lot.
I have tested the Earth. I've tested the ground.
So because it's flat locally,
I don't need to test the sky to test the ground.
Hey,
I don't
hold
understand.
up. Justin, hold up, man.
Well, we can see the moon. We can see it's a sphere.
Hold up, man. Dean, hold on. Justin, yo, this dude was like super chill.
I'm sorry.
And he was answering honestly.
Really can't speak about the sky, though. We are all speaking about the sky, but
then stay muted, man. Stay muted.
I don't understand why we are speaking about the sky. That's the whole thing about. We need to be speaking about the ground.
Oh, dude, I'm just gonna mute you because you're not helping. All right, Justin, I'm sorry for muting you, man, but like you get what you give. If you're gonna,
yeah,
I think we need each other.
Yeah,
that was a good move by Justin. Actually, that's funny.
Yo, I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence.
What the fuck, man?
We're all living in this world
What
together.
the fuck are you?
Alrighty, so
Well, I mean, I think that we went to the sky because we were talking about the predictions of the
You
globe
do that
model,
again, and you are fucking gone. I'm going to talk to the admins about this now. You cannot fucking mute me, dude.
Justin.
Guys, inside
Take it to another channel.
I only wanted the conversation. I didn't mean to cause a big breakup.
I would just like to point out, like, as moderators, if a moderator it needs to be muted, like, we do have the power to mute each other. You also can unmute, but it's a way to give somebody a hint or whatever else.
That's not just taking away. I was saying a fact here, okay? We don't need to be speaking about the sky at all.
Well,
even
one thing,
for
though.
observation purposes, because we are not testing it, and that is a fact.
You know, though, him going to the sky doesn't really help his case anyway, because he started out talking about how the globe model helps to explain all these things about what we experience and observe. If you wanted to use it to calculate a lunar eclipse, you would fail miserably. That's why NASA, when they calculate them, that's why when NASA calculates them, they use the Saros cycles, which were devised by the ancient Babylonians, who were flat earthers and geocentrists. They just bypass heliocentrism altogether because that model doesn't work for calculating any of that stuff, because it's not reality. Because, like I said, the first thing that it would be able to predict is curvature of the ground. It fails miserably at that. Therefore, the rest of it's false too, because it's not a ball. And I can give you a link on that if you want. They don't use the globe model; they use Saros cycles for the eclipses.
And can you post the guy that is saying the globe model? Can you post the globe model so I can look at it? Can you post it? The globe model?
Post the globe model. Like, just generally, Einstein's equations of general relativity.
Yeah, we're looking for the scientific model of the globe.
That's not really how scientific models work. There is no, like,
you don't have a scientific model.
Globe. There is a scientific globe model.
Okay, give us one scientific experiment that validates anything about the Earth being a globe.
Well, gravity itself. How do you think gravity works?
Okay, what's the experiment?
Well, I'm going to talk to you about Cavendish, and you're going to say that's a load of bullshit.
Well,
probably.
We can walk through it one step at a time, Dean. We don't have to just do that. You can present the hypothesis, the variables.
What's the hypothesis?
We can walk through initial observation. Let's start with the scientific method. Let's start with the observation.
Yeah.
So now observations are okay, but when I look at the moon to be a sphere, that's not good enough.
Okay, well, that's where the scientific process starts, is with an observation, right? What's the first thing you observe with Cavendish? Does something fall, or what happens?
Oh, he was looking to see what kind of effect one mass has on another. And you know that already, because I've heard you talking about it before.
Right. Did he isolate the thing that he thought was...
It's done... Well,
actually, that's not even what it's about.
The thing is the Earth. One of the things is the Earth, so did he isolate the Earth? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it's actually about the density of the Earth. So, what are you going to use with this to prove
it's about
gravity?
the mass of the Earth. It's not about the density of the Earth. It's about the mass of the Earth.
Well, I can grab the paper if you want. But
you can do what you want, but the density and mass are interlinked. But it's actually looking at the mass of the Earth, because that's the important thing.
Okay.
Density just measures how much mass exists in a given area.
And so, this experiment substantiates the existence of the pseudo force called gravity?
You think it? Well, you call it pseudo force. Is that because you're going to say, "Oh, look, it's not a real force"?
No, that's because that's what it's been redefined to since that. No, that's because that's what it's been redefined to since that non-experiment was done in the 1700s by Einstein.
You think that's a non-experiment? By the way, that's done in universities on a daily basis.
Yeah, so
it was forced done in the 70s.
What does it prove?
Completely irrelevant. It proves that masses interact with each other relative to the ratio of their.
And what's the cause? Mass attracting mass? The thing that you call gravity? Is it space-time curvature? What's doing that? What's causing that effect that you observe in the Cavendish?
Gravity is the result of curvature of space-time.
Okay, that's your assertion. So how do you use Cavendish to demonstrate that that's what's going on, that space-time curvature is pulling masses towards each other?
We don't just use Cavendish to do that. That was the first time we've done it.
Well, that's the one you gave, so...
How do you think satellites get up into orbit?
I don't think that they do, but go on.
Have you ever seen Starlink?
Dean.
How does your GPS work on your phone?
Dean,
show me a picture of a satellite.
Dean, do you mind if I get a quick word in?
Yeah, go for it, CB, sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, but we're sort of jumping around a whole lot. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you could post that we could all take a look at together?
I've seen you guys take a look at a lot of different things, and you still haven't understood any of it, because you're still here talking the same shit.
I mean, we're trying to have a conversation, Dean, so if you could just maybe post something we could all take a look at, that might be helpful for the listeners.
But Dean, what have you presented that we're not understanding here? Just galloped from one thing to the next, and you've abandoned all of your points so far, just going from one to the other, and not substantiating anything about this model that you said that you have that makes all these great predictions. So the first thing that you should be able to show us, if your model has any merit at all, is a geometric horizon or some curvature of the Earth. Just start there, because if you can't do that, the rest of it's ruled out. It's over.
Well, there's a big problem there, because you don't understand refraction.
Wait, Dean.
I don't think that you do.
Dean.
Well, you're going to point towards the Black Swan image, which is an image of two oil platforms, one further away than the other.
Okay, this is great. And your claim is refraction is causing the horizon to appear at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height? That's your claim?
Nope.
Oh, okay, then why did you just bring refraction into this?
Because that's the thing that actually makes a difference in the Black Swan.
No, but that's the thing that it would be doing. So you just exposed yourself. You said that we don't understand what you're presenting to us, but you who doesn't understand, because that 10-mile horizon is the thing that you need to use refraction to explain. I asked you if that's what you're using it to explain, and you said nope. So I guess you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll make this easier. Why on certain days, in certain atmospheric conditions, can you see further or less far?
Obviously, because it's not a hard... Oh, yeah, that's very simple. It's obviously because it's not a hard geometric location. Because if it were, it wouldn't change all the time, would it?
Because you don't see... How do you think your eyes work?
They have a resolution, angular limits, and... Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
So
but anyway, you're getting off track here.
What is that?
Yeah,
That's
okay,
just
so
light coming from that direction.
What is the horizon? Here's what it's not. A geometric sphere edge at that specific 1.2 miles times the observer's height in feet distance, because if it were, that's where it would always appear, but it's orders of magnitude further than that. And when I didn't actually bring this up, you did, but you used refraction when this all started to explain that away. And then you said, well, no, I'm not using it for that. So what are you talking about? Be specific. Why are you bringing refraction into this, and what does it do to explain away the black swan on your sphere?
So the black swan, you could go to the exact point where that picture was taken on different days, and you will see further or closer depending on the atmosphere.
Okay. So yeah, sorry, CP, I'm rumpusing you a bit.
Well, isn't that the point?
That's how you know it's not a geometric horizon.
That's the point. Yeah. That's why I loved the Black Swan.
I want to ask him a good question. So on your globe with a radius of 3959 miles, how many times can you see a 10-mile horizon at a 1 foot observer height? How many times can that happen?
Did you say at a 1 foot observer height?
1 foot observer height. How many times would it be possible to see a horizon at 10 miles on the 3959 mile radius ball?
I don't know, because I don't know all the other relevant variables, such as the atmospheric conditions,
Well, I can just give you the answer. The answer is 0. That's why it's called a black swan. You see a horizon at 10 miles from a 1-foot observer height even once, it's over. It's not a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
Well, if it was flat, why does the horizon point keep changing then?
Same reason you can't read a book from 5 miles away.
Okay.
That's not true at all. No, it's not.
Here's another aspect of this argument.
Changes the distance by which you can see the horizon.
Hello, Dean. Hello.
Nope, not by that much.
So there are people who adhere to the religion of the globe that have argued that even if they were able to see their own bottom, because even if they could see the backside of their head, they would still believe it was a globe, and they would still use refraction to justify their belief. Okay, I'm asking the question, are you one of those people that even if you could see the back of your head, you would still believe, not that you could see the back of your head, it's illogical, but hypothetically.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all, to be honest.
It doesn't, right?
Yeah.
I agree with you, but the point is refraction, this argument of refraction becomes absurd at that point, but actually it's absurd from the start, because this refraction is dependent on this other thing called the radius.
And atmospheric conditions which change, which is the reason why sometimes that black swan image will look completely different.
Okay, why can you see Kentucky? Why can you see Kentucky from Chattanooga, Tennessee?
Because the conditions are such that the light bends enough for you to be able to see it at a certain height. But you can't on other days because the atmospheric conditions are different.
That's a cool claim. You need to quantify that for us now. Tell us by how much it's bending. Give us the formula that you're using to calculate the 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height.
I have no idea, and it's irrelevant.
Okay, so you have no idea what you're talking about. You might as well just concede then. You don't know what your refraction claim even is. So why should we listen to anything else you have to say?
What really happened there was I made a good point, and you tried to deflect away from it.
No, I'm trying to get you
again if you want.
I'm trying to get you to substantiate your claim.
Why is it you can see to different distances depending on...
You just told us that you have no idea because you don't even know the refraction formula or anything that you're using to get that horizon to that extent. So why would we listen to anything you have to say about it? You have no clue.
Wait, Dean, can I add something real quick? It seems like you're saying that the black swan being only noticeable in this one instance, which it isn't just one instance, is a problem. That's the point. It's not an issue. That's the point of the argument. That it does change. It's not a geometric system.
Yeah.
Correct, Dean?
Well, that's the whole point, like, because of refraction, because of the change.
Okay, yeah, refraction. That's a word. You've said that over and over.
You will see the horizon will change depending on those atmospheric conditions.
Okay, quantify it. By how much and how is it possible to get a 10-mile horizon? Then you don't have a claim. Just stop.
Right.
Why does it have to be curved?
How big, what shape is the fucking flat earth then, I could say? And you say you don't know. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. I can make
not like you. We don't make claims about things that we can't know.
For a conversation, does it?
We're intellectually honest, unlike you. That's the problem.
Dean, why does it have to be curved? Dean, why does it have to be curved?
Why does it have to be curved? It doesn't have to be curved. It happens to be curved based on the evidence we have.
Well, you're assuming that in your argument. So my point, hold on. You're assuming that in your argument. So when you're talking about we see the horizon wherever it is based on the conditions, why are you assuming it's curved then?
Because all of the evidence points towards it being curved.
Okay, so let's talk about that evidence then.
The fact we see the Earth going around the moon, we have satellites, we've been to space.
There you go.
I know you don't believe any of that. Have you ever seen a satellite?
It's not evidence, buddy. Those are stories.
Starlink. Have you ever seen Starlink?
Show us.
Have you seen Starlink?
Go ahead.
Dean, you're running away from the claim now. We're talking about the horizon.
As am I. You were asking for further evidence, and I'm giving it to you. So I'm telling you, have you ever seen Starlink, the satellite? Or are you too afraid to talk about different points because you know you can't hold yourself up on them?
Dean, you're pointing up at the sky now. Okay, it's kind of running away from the original claim.
Do you think that the sky is not connected to the Earth?
The red herring.
Do you think that Do you think that
this is a good question.
Okay, so do you think that the sun and the moon are local?
Wait, but notice how you've changed the subject.
Yeah, he ran away. He couldn't explain to us how he gets 10 miles.
Hey, you can't explain about curvature.
No, you're projecting. You have a talking point, which is Bagach refraction, and you can't even quantify it for us or explain what kind of refraction or how it is getting a horizon to 10 miles, 10 times the maximum geometric distance on your ball. You don't know what you're talking about.
Or if you do, maybe you could post something in the chat that everyone can take a look at. There's people listening on your side as well.
That is a waste of time for you.
What, posting to back up your claims is a waste of time?
Well, is that what you're doing? You haven't even got a model. You have a lot of bullshit talking points about how you don't have a model.
I think you missed the part where you don't have a model. You don't have a model because it falls apart on its core claim. So bye-bye.
Wait a minute. So, Dean, notice how you red herringed away again. We're asking you just to back up your claim. Now you're talking about me. So just why don't you just provide some sources or some citations that back up what you're saying?
I'm on my phone. I'm not going copying and pasting physics calculations for you guys to not look at.
Well, we've
looked at them.
So
I can tell them.
Can we get a conversation on his refraction?
I can tell you.
You don't care. You don't care about the truth. You care about being right.
Dean, you're ignoring that there's an audience listening and people listening on YouTube that aren't just flat earthers. There's people on the fence. There's people on your side. So go ahead and post things so that everyone can be on the same page. It's not that we're just going to ignore the evidence. It's their claims.
And Dean, I'm not going to ignore action formulae. I actually can post them for you here in the chat if you want. I know them already, so I can help you out with that if you want.
No, you're okay. We can just keep talking if you like, and you can keep avoiding the points I'm making.
Well, I'm not avoiding them. I addressed them head on, and now you're trying to avoid that by going away to satellites and stars and lunar cycles and whatever.
You think they're not relevant talking points when it comes to the shape of the Earth?
They are relevant. You're trying to run away from the core problem. You have no curvature. You don't have a geometric horizon. You don't have a globe.
How do satellites work?
That's a red
herring. Listen, you're scattergunning us, right? What you're doing is hurling elephants, right? And you're expecting us to catch them, right? You're throwing too much. You're asking too much. Bro, you are making relevant questions, but you're doing too many at once. So just slow down. I don't know if you're a race car driver or what, but just slow down. We can have the conversation. We want to see it all the way to the end of each point. That way you don't circle back around and shoot us with the same thing, right? We're just asking you to slow down a bit.
Okay, then I'll go back to my original point about the moon.
Wait,
so,
we're talking.
A person is standing in Ireland and a person is standing in South Africa. They're looking at the same face of the moon. We see.
Dean, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Okay, so that's the point that we're on. Let's not get sidetracked to looking up at the sky again. So let's try and back up the claims that you made.
Yeah, exactly. We've already heard your assumptions about how the thing that only presents one face actually has many faces and is a ball, but that's irrelevant to the ground, which is you're saying is curved.
Well, actually, the point I was trying to make was your analogy falls flat because you're trying to say that if you place, say, the number 2 in a picture frame on the ceiling and the person at the wall will see it upside down, that's analogous to the person standing in South Africa, and the person standing in the middle of the room will see it right way up, which is fair enough. Except that's not what we see. Because in that analogy, what would happen is the person standing at the wall would see the unlit side of that sphere. That's not what
okay, so you're just doing it again. You're just reasserting that the thing you only ever see one face of actually has many faces and is a ball. Who cares about that? Those are just your assumptions. Can you please measure some curvature?
You would genuinely understand this. You see how much.
No, I understand it. I know what you're doing. You're just assuming that the thing that has one face is a ball. It's not interesting. Can you please show us a geometric horizon or some curvature measurements of the surface of Earth that you say is a globe?
Indeed, you can't use.
Look at the moon. It's a ball with the shadow.
No.
Yeah. Okay. It's just asserting it's a ball again.
You can't use fallacious reasoning to assert a position and then claim that you're debunking us. So, again, you're running away from the surface of the Earth to look up at the sky. So let's stick to the ground.
Yeah.
The moon is a sphere, correct?
No.
Yeah, you whistled right past the graveyard with the black swan that you brought into this conversation, by the way.
This goes back to my question. Is the Earth the moon?
Nope.
But it is a sphere, yeah?
No.
Again,
no.
I asked this question on purpose. Is the Earth the moon? Then let's not talk about the moon. Because the answer is no. The Earth is not the moon, so let's not talk about the moon.
Very relevant. It's very relevant to the
Well, you assume it's relevant. You assume that it is relevant. Okay.
Dean, we're basically playing whack-a-mole with you right now, so just try and stay on one topic at a time.
Yeah, I am staying on the topic. Shape of the moon. It's a fucking sphere.
No, you can't.
He means wrong Discord. You were trying to go to the Discord channel, the Flat Moon Society. That's a completely different Discord server. This is actually the Flat Earth Discord channel. You got to check out your titles of the server that you're in, not the Flat Moon Society. That's a completely different thing. Most of those guys are LARPers, by the way.
Yeah, Dean, you didn't answer the question. Are you there, Dean? Is the Earth the moon?
Is the Earth a moon?
Is the Earth the moon? Is the question.
Is the Earth the moon? Well, clearly it isn't, because we can see it from the Earth and we're standing on the Earth.
Then why are you comparing the moon to the Earth?
I'm not comparing it to the Earth. I'm saying it's a sphere.
Okay, it's a sphere. The same way
irrelevant?
It's a sphere the same way the Earth that you can't measure any curvature for is a sphere.
It rotates around the Earth. The moon orbits the Earth.
More cool stories. It's just all a bunch of cool stories from your doctrine. Just measure the curvature of the ground, the thing that you say is a globe.
We're trying to build a foundation here, Dean, right? We can't build a house starting at the roof. You're trying to start up in the sky. We're trying to start at the ground, right? We need to build the foundation that there is actually some curvature, right? So we're not just going to divert away and start staring up at the sky. So please, stay on topic.
You'd have no problem talking about this if you were as certain as you say you are. No problem at all.
Wait a minute, bro. The problem is you keep going from subject to subject. We're not going to be led around in a circle, right, on all the topics related to everything that you can think up in your head, bro. Let's address one little BB at a time instead of you hitting us with a bunch of birdshot and being like, well, you didn't address all my BBs. It's too many to address at once, bro. Just slow down. Like I said, relax. Right, you did a few fallacies. I don't know how much logic you know about, but this is basically what you said. You're a man, you're Irish, therefore I'm a man, therefore I must be Irish too. Right? That's faulty logic, bro. What if I'm a Texan instead? Right?
Man, that is the worst. No. All right, let's go back to the start. Right. The moon, whether you like it or not.
We're not going back to the moon. We're talking of the Earth.
Let's go right back to the start of the whole globe question. Is it a globe? If so, where's the curvature at? Where's the geometric horizon?
It's too flat for a flathead like you.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. We can't measure curvature. It's too flat. You heard it from the globe himself.
Locally, but it isn't flat because it's very big and round.
It can't be flat locally.
It's too big for you to measure the way in a way that will satisfy you.
Okay, it's too big to measure curvature of. I guess no one ever measured curvature. Bye-bye ball.
It's a bit of a Ron Jeremy
Not really.
Dean, saying it's too big, that's vague, right? They've already claimed a specific size to the globe. It's not just vaguely big. So, no.
Yeah, they gave very specific dimensions and a specific curvature rate that goes with the radius value and everything, a specific distance to the geometric horizon, which never holds up. So, like, you don't have a globe, and you're just whistling past the graveyard.
It changes depending on the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, that's right. It changes depending on the atmospheric conditions. It's optics. It's an optical phenomenon. It's apparent. It's not geometric. That's the whole point. Yeah, you agree. It's not geometric. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Refraction's been an argument since day one.
Now you observe
you can't just you can't just hijack our argument and claim victory. No, we've been saying refraction since day one, before the black swan. So you're gonna have to post some citations or something, man. We all need to take a look at what you're claiming.
I'm claiming the moon's a sphere. How about that?
Well, you don't have
a claim.
That's a story, and you don't have any evidence to support that. You haven't posted anything. So
everything you are talking about, that's just stories as well, is it? Because that's all you got.
No.
What are you cherry picking bits and pieces that you think add up to the same as a flat Earth?
Nothing's cherry picked. We're showing you things that are impossible on your globe.
Yeah, we're talking about the geometry of the globe that's been given a specific size. This isn't any flat earther math. This is the globe that you think you live on.
If satellites aren't real, how does GPS work?
That has nothing to do with what we were just talking about.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah, towers and balloons. So where's the curvature of the ground at?
Balloons. How many balloons need to cover the Earth for that to work?
I don't care. Where's the curvature of the ground
Where
at?
are
Is
these
this in a
balloons?
globe or not?
Show us the balloons.
I don't know. There's plenty of videos of NASA launching balloons out of Antarctica and stuff like that. You can look those up if you care. Or you can just cling to your globe doctrine. I don't care. But just measure the curvature for us, please.
You cannot get around the fact that there isn't any curvature, right? So just pointing up at the sky, talking about things up there, isn't going to verify that the ground is curving. You have to verify it first. So let's do that.
Why is it that you see satellites appear on the horizon, go across your head, and
You see lights in the sky that you have a story about. Is the Earth a globe? If so, where's the geometric horizon at? Show us.
Focus, Dean. Focus.
Yeah. So you brought up the black swan, and then before I even mentioned it, you explained it away with refraction, said that gets your geometric horizon at a 1 foot observer height to 10 miles. I asked you to quantify it. I asked you to give us a specific type of refraction and how it is bending light like that to make that observation possible. You gave us nothing, and you just whistled right past it and started talking about cartoon satellites and shit. So,
actually, the point I made about the black swan was, why is it that you can take the same picture and it looks different depending on the atmospheric conditions?
Our point, Dean.
By the way,
that's the entire point.
Yeah, that's our point, not yours.
Why is it then for example, ships disappear from the bottom up? They don't.
Ships disappear from the bottom up at over the horizon, which is not geometric.
Well, the horizon is always going to be apparent because the light is always traveling through an atmosphere to your eyes.
Okay,
always.
So the ships are disappearing.
Depending on the condition of the.
So according to what you just said, ships are just disappearing over an apparent location, not a geometric one that has anything to do with Earth curvature.
From the bottom up, though. That would make no sense. Would it on a flat Earth from the bottom up?
No,
it makes perfect sense. Look at the voice text.
It makes 0 sense. If you think that makes sense on a flat geometry, then you haven't a clue what you're talking about.
Dean,
why is it that you disappear from the bottom up?
Dean, when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about the straw man, sloppy, flat disc that you made up in your head. Okay, so
I'm talking about anything that isn't a sphere governed by gravity.
Man. You still need a geometric horizon that we just debunked. So
yeah,
on that.
Yeah, you can't say boats. You can't say boats disappear over a geometric horizon that we've just debunked. That you yourself have conceded is apparent, not geometric. And also, coins disappear from the bottom up on a table if you slide them away from you. Is a table curved? Is there a geometric horizon on a table?
Must be curved. If it's flat.
They don't disappear though on a table, do they?
Okay, well, just more hand waves and denial. That's cool.
You've just listened to con artists like Nathan Oakley making stupid little videos and you're convinced by it.
I'm just looking at a video of a coin doing exactly that. I'm not listening to anybody, so maybe you can take your blinders off and do the same, buddy.
Yeah, Dean, have a look in the chat. It's 18 minutes past the hour. There's 2 posts, one from Justin and one right above that from Brad. Take a look. Take a look and tell us what you think. And don't bring up Nathan Oakley because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. So there's some evidence. We actually posted something to back up what we're saying. Maybe if you have something to back up what you're saying, maybe you could post that.
Yo, now there's a break in the conversation. Just for the blind audience and the YouTube side. So all the points are valid. Everybody that's speaking up, making solid points. I do agree with everybody. Dean is kind of just hand wave dismissing and changing subjects, which is fine. But it's like 5 to 6 versus 1. So can we have a little bit more mic etiquette and, people that aren't really a part of the conversation? From what I can tell, CB, Central Banker, and I think Hank are probably the main 3. If you're not one of those 3, man, just try to keep your mic muted. It makes it a little cringe to listen to when I'm trying to hear people's statements and arguments or points, and then I have somebody in the background that I got to discern the background noise with. So yeah, like I said, let's just try to have some mic etiquette. Thanks. That's all I got.
Cool, for sure. Well, I mean, I think we've kind of beaten this horse dead anyway.
Well, Dean, what do you think of the evidence that we posted in the chat? You can see this coin disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you've gone below the level. It's not analogous at all to looking off the table. Yeah, the table's in the way.
The case?
Sorry?
Well, you said that the camera's below the table. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's completely exactly flat. It's at the exact point where the back of the table and the front of the table are at the same point, which means, yeah, of course you'll see the coin when you zoom in. That's not analogous to what we're doing when we're looking at the horizon.
It is. With the Earth, it's just a bigger scale with the Earth. Same thing, larger scale.
No, it isn't, because when we zoom in on a boat, if we look at a boat sail away from us and we zoom in on it, half of the boat disappears.
No, it doesn't. It comes right back.
Away. That's not happening with the coin, is it? You're not zooming in. The back of the table is the same height as the front of the table, and you can't understand that because you're a fucking flat earther.
Well, you can't show us a geometric horizon, and you think you're on a globe. So, I mean,
well, Dean,
the horizon is always apparent, depending on.
Dean, if you can
this is a guy who thinks he lives on a globe, and then he just keeps repeating that the horizon is not geometric, and then he insults you.
Well, Dean, let's just leave the ad homs to the side, okay? If you can just, stick to the arguments.
Yeah, the ad homs just prove that you're spiraling and desperate, that you don't really have anything. You came unarmed, and so all you have is insults.
I mean, Dean, are you looking in the chat?
I am.
Okay, so what do you think? I mean, we've been posting things to back up what we're saying. Is there something that you could post for the audience that maybe will support your claims?
No, I'm not going to bother with that. You guys have seen enough stuff.
That's fine.
You guys have seen enough to know. If you don't understand now, if you don't understand now, and you're posting videos like that coin, which is literally just a camera where the back of the table and the front of the table are the same height. Of course, you're just zooming in on the coin.
You know what he's doing though?
What we're doing, we're looking at horizon.
He's actually ignoring the other coin video where it doesn't do that, and he's just pointing at the one where he thinks he's got a way out here.
But didn't he say that that things don't disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Is that correct, Dean?
That's exactly what I said.
That's not what I said. I said when we look at the horizon on the curved Earth, we see things disappearing from the bottom up. That's what I said.
Okay, so what he's trying to infer here is that it's disappearing from the bottom up because there's a geometric Earth curve horizon that is obstructing the ship as it goes away. So if that's the case, once it disappears, it's gone all the way over the hump of the Earth, and you can't see it anymore because it's physically obstructed. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. At some point, it will disappear from the bottom up, and you won't. It doesn't squash down or anything like that. None of the Nathan Oakley bullshit of angle of refraction or anything like that.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I just wanted clarification on your claim that it's disappearing from the bottom up because it's going over an Earth curve hump. Okay, so I've posted in the live stream voice text, and a bunch of others have too, video of boats disappearing from the bottom up and zooming all the way back in until they come completely back into focus. Now, how that possible if they went over a physical obstruction? It wouldn't matter what angular resolution limit you have, you'd never be able to zoom it back in. It's not physical. Same reason it's not at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. It's just apparent, like you yourself keep saying. That's the only thing the ship is disappearing over, an apparent location.
Just a bit of history, the boats going over the Earth curve is a pre-Black Swan argument. This has been around for a while. So what were you guys arguing back then? You guys were arguing for a geometric, physical Earth curve position that's blocking the boats and the buildings. And we would argue, well, there's other factors. There's atmospheric conditions. There's observer's height, refraction, right? There's different factors. So Black Swan comes out, debunks a geometric horizon, and what do you guys do now? Well, you try to hijack the refraction argument. So how are you going to do that? When that was our...
Yeah, sorry. I don't want to take it off the point that you just made, so yeah.
Dean, are you there? We appreciate you posting some stuff in the chat here. You want to talk us through it? Or maybe respond to what was said?
Yeah, well, look, what do you want me to say? Like, there's loads of videos of boats disappearing from the bottom up as they go over the horizon.
Why can we zoom them back in after they go over the horizon?
You can't.
That's not what we're looking at right now in the live stream voice text that you're obviously ignoring.
No, I'm not. What that is, that's a boat that hasn't gone over the horizon that you've just zoomed in on.
Did it disappear?
No,
did the boat disappear?
It didn't go over the horizon, did it?
I think it disappeared before we zoomed it back into focus. So I think it went over the horizon, which is, as you say, apparent, not geometric.
I think what you've got to show is zooming on a boat that you can't see.
Well, if we're standing there with no camera and we're looking out, you would say, well, see, look, it's gone over the Earth curve.
Exactly. That's what these guys' claim has been for hundreds of years. It went over the Earth curve. Here's a P900 camera. Oh, it's back. I guess it didn't go over a curve.
And then you turn around and say, well, it's not actually gone over the Earth curve yet.
Yeah, just move those goalposts. Say, now your geometric horizon has to be at 10 miles, right? Not 1.2 mile foot height. It's got to be at 10. Just keep pushing those goalposts. How big is this ball you think you live on?
I keep trying to sign out. The computer's glitching. Is it glitching out for you?
Yeah, you're glitching a little bit, and hot mic in a bit, I think.
I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so the thing that you posted is not of a boat going over the horizon. The boat that you zoomed in on that hasn't gone over the horizon yet.
Okay, before it was zoomed in, was the boat gone?
No, because that's not what the video is. It's a video of a boat not gone over the horizon. If that's all you have, I'm just going to go.
Let's ask it this way then. When we're not zoomed in, is the boat gone?
Dean, can I ask a question?
It's hard to see because it's far away.
Oh, so it disappeared.
Dean, can I ask a question?
You just can't see it very clearly.
You can't see it, but it didn't disappear.
Dean, can I ask a question about that boat?
When you zoom in, it's still there.
Oh, so it's sort of like the horizon that it went over that you couldn't resolve beyond with your eyes. It's sort of like it's just an apparent location. Like you keep saying, right?
If you can't be intellectually honest enough to admit that is a video of a boat not gone over the horizon, that's why you can zoom in.
Okay, so I'm standing there. I'm looking out at the horizon with my eyes. I'm looking at a horizon with my eyes. The boat goes over the horizon. I can't resolve it anymore. I can't see it anymore. I grab a P900 camera, point it at where the boat was. I can zoom it right back into focus. And now your claim is, oh, it didn't go over the horizon. It just went too far to see. But that's what the horizon is. And that's what you are saying the horizon is when you say it's apparent.
Yeah, classic moving the goalpost here, Dean. So...
yeah, you don't have a geometric horizon like anywhere. It's just so stupid. And then you project that we're the ones being intellectually dishonest. You're crazy, bud.
So the geometric horizon is what you would see if there was no atmosphere. There is an atmosphere, so the apparent position of that horizon changes dependent on the local atmospheric conditions.
That's really cool.
You or no?
Yeah, it makes sense to me that the horizon is an apparent location. Now, can you please quantify the refraction that you're using to get a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height?
No, I can't. Not for you.
Okay, then you're just talking shit. I think I understand it a little bit better than you do, because I know what I would need to know if I were in your position, which is how exactly I can use refraction to get the horizon to that 10-mile distance. You don't seem to have a clue. So, more projection.
Do you understand how complicated it is? The fact that the local conditions.
It's too complicated. Too complicated for you to prove your claim.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
The atmosphere varies a lot.
Okay, how complicated is that complicated like this, that we cannot find in any publication that some phenomena extending horizon? Is that complicated? You understand me? I cannot find in any publication, in any book, in anything written that some phenomena extending horizon. You are telling me this. Can I find somewhere where it is written that? Anywhere.
What?
Can I find the publication, whatever, experiment, work of some scientist saying whatever, in some book or somewhere, there some phenomena extending horizon?
Are you asking, is there science that explains why horizons appear to change?
No, man, you said what you said. Can I find the phenomena? Somebody wrote this. Look, this is happening in this because we make observation, and then it's happening this weather, whatever condition, and because of that, horizon is moving 10 times further. Can I find that somewhere written?
If you're asking, can you find information that explains that the apparent horizon will change due to atmospheric conditions? Yes.
Can you find me only this sentence? The phenomena extending horizon. Because you are saying that horizon, we are saying that horizon is 10 times further, and you are saying that is because of refraction. Can you find now which refraction, who wrote, who made experiment, and where I can read that? Because you are only saying that, you are saying. Can I read like John Smith, 1979, discover that that this phenomena extending horizon? Can I find that?
I doubt
it. So you don't know your own claim once again. You have nothing backing you, but everybody else is the one that's misinformed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you didn't actually address a single point I made. You just neglected everything.
No, we addressed everything that you've said head on, and you actually haven't had a point so far.
You didn't. And luckily this is recorded. So
Dean,
you should rewind the tape.
We've had to tie you
because you invoked refraction. Can you tell us now which type of refraction is happening on that black swan example?
Which type of refraction?
Yeah, we have 5 types of refraction. We have 5 types of refractions. Which one is happening on black swan example?
I have no idea at all. I'm not afraid to say.
Why are you invoking something what you no idea?
Dean, refraction is more than just a word that you write on a piece of paper and make claims about.
I understand. Yeah, of course. There's different kinds of refraction.
You don't even know what the thing is you're claiming is moving that horizon by that distance. So why should anybody care what you have to say about it?
I do. You don't even know what shape the Earth is. Why should anybody listen to you?
What shape is it, Dean? Did you figure out where the geometric horizon is?
The geometric horizon is exactly where it would be if we had no atmosphere and you looked directly off into the horizon. That's where the geometric
you figured out what the shape of the Earth is by begging the question and having no proof whatsoever. Oh, okay.
Nope, I figured out the shape of the Earth based on standing on the shoulders of giants of the people who came before me. Did lots of experiments, all the technology we have, the fact we can see satellites, the fact that...
Did you see the curve when you were standing on those shoulders?
I
think he was just high when he thought he saw the geometric horizon.
see the curvature, if that's what you're asking. I've never been to space. Have you?
No, it can't exist as
Got your head in
stated.
the clouds?
No, I've never been to a vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system. It's kind of a stupid, postulation.
So let me guess. Do you think that vacuums suck?
Hell no. Take your straw mans and leave them somewhere else. No one said that.
I asked you a question.
Question for you because you now question. Listen, now question for you because
Hold
you
on a minute.
asked.
No, wait a
question.
second.
Now hold on a second. Hold on a second. How much? How pressure is in that vacuum?
Irrelevant. I'm asking you. Does vacuum?
It's not irrelevant, man, because we cannot produce even something near to that. It's
Dean,
not irrelevant.
No one thinks vacuums suck. That's a straw man. So you can leave that.
What mean 10 to minus 17 torr? What that
Do
mean?
you think that? How is that a straw man? I'm not making a claim about what you.
Well, it is a straw man because nobody thinks that a vacuum sucks. What they think is that gases disperse to fill the available volume always, unless you can demonstrate otherwise. Set up an experiment with a vacuum chamber using some gravity to get some gases to coalesce into a ball or some shit. If you can't do that, you're just making up cool stories again, which is all you've been able to do.
And I'm not sure what you
can.
keep asking
Maybe
to say.
he can tell us what is vacuum is. What he thinks. What
Do you,
vacuum
at least understand how gas pressure needs a container?
Okay, so why does the gas pressure decrease, atmospheric pressure decrease as you go higher?
Yeah, but do you understand to have gas pressure, you actually need a physical container. You need something physical for the molecules to collide with. You can't have an oxygen tank without the tank. You can't have a helium balloon without the balloon. You need a container to contain gas. Like you cannot demonstrate. Alright, so gravity. Is gravity a physical container? And can you demonstrate gravity containing gas? No, you can't. It's impossible. Alright, go on.
Okay. Why does the atmospheric pressure decrease as you get higher? As you get further away from the gravitational force?
Because it's a dynamic system. Does it thin out all the way to 10 to the negative 17 torr?
No, you can't just step over that. You literally just said that gravity is causing that, so prove it. If gravity can manipulate and contain gas, prove it. You're not getting away from that point. That's what you've said is happening, is gravity. Prove it.
You see the way the gas doesn't just fly off into space?
Begging the question.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're literally going against what, like, you cannot demonstrate gas without a physical container. It is impossible. Show me oxygen. Show me an oxygen tank without a tank. Give me helium without a balloon. Give me a tire for a car without the fucking tire.
Yeah, man.
It's literally impossible. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. Your gravity, I can't just, let's just prove that gravity is going to contain some gas. Physically impossible. I can't just look at the sky and go, oh yeah, that's gravity. No, it doesn't work like that. Prove what you're saying.
You think that the sky is like some solid dome?
No, we want you to just give us an experiment. Show us a vacuum chamber where you can use some gravity to get some gases to come together.
We're literally playing global.
That is what you're saying. You're saying that that's what the Earth is doing to the gas that you call the atmosphere. So show us that that's even possible.
The atmosphere is the thing.
Says that gravity is the one doing it. Like, I could just turn around and say to you, there's a container. Because that would make logical sense, because you need a container to create gas pressure. You need something physical for the molecules to collide with to create gas pressure. Might make sense because it follows everything we can prove and see and demonstrate. What you're saying cannot be seen, proven, or demonstrated. So who's sounding correct here?
Yeah, but I'm asking questions like, why does atmospheric
But you're not answering. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, are you
comprehending? I'm asking either.
I'll answer what you're saying. Can you at least comprehend what I've just said to you?
Say it again.
You need a physical container to have gas pressure. You saying gravity is stopping these gases from dispersing and finding their equilibrium. cannot be proven or demonstrated, and sounds crazy. You're grasping at straws like, oh, it's gravity. I can't explain how it's actually happening, so I have to say gravity. Whereas if I was to say, oh, well, it has to be a container of sort because that makes sense. That's how we observe gas pressure. It needs to be contained. My one makes sense. Your one, my one can be demonstrated and proven. Yours cannot.
All planets that have atmospheres.
Oh my God, you're just begging the question again.
And again.
But what I'm saying is, can you demonstrate and prove that they have no container and can contain gas? Like, how do you prove that it's gravity that's doing it?
So, are you trying to say you have proof of some kind of a dome that's holding it all?
No. You're skipping over what I'm saying. I said that it would make sense for there to be. I'm saying that to have gas pressure, that there needs to be something physical, because you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without something physical. It's impossible. Like, you literally cannot have helium just kicking about.
Gravity is physical, and you can test.
Okay, let's do the test. Show us the experiment.
Watch how fast it drops. 9.81 meters squared.
Okay, but that's just you dropping something, making an observation about how it fell, and then ascribing some kind of a fantasy cause to it. It's the cause we want you to test and to verify for us. So give us a vacuum chamber where you used gravity to coalesce some gases into balls or whatever.
Nope. So why
you don't have it? Okay. Then that's the end.
You gotta let me talk. You know what I think? I think you guys are afraid to have this conversation.
We're afraid that the guy doesn't have a geometric horizon to show for his globe? No.
Let's just entertain you for a second. All right, okay, let's entertain you for a second. Go on. What are you trying to say about gas?
Why does pressure decrease? Why does pressure decrease as you go higher, away from the Earth's surface?
What, there's a gas gradient?
Why
what
is
else?
that?
It's a dynamic system.
Why is there a gas gradient? Why is there a lot more gas molecules closer to the gravitational source?
Because of specific gravity.
And less as you go.
What is the gases? But what is the gases that's at our level? See where we are. What's the kind of most gases that are down here? What have we got down here? I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You're asking me a question. Just answer me a question. You're afraid, aren't you?
You need to understand the levels of gases, like what's at the top, what's in the middle. Do you understand that, like, where gases sit and what's where? What have we got down here? It's oxygen. Why is that? Why do we not have oxygen away up there? Because there's not a fucking tree or the ocean up there. We've got fucking oxygen down here. Like, do you understand how gas gradients work and where the fucking gas is being created? You cannot ask a question if you can't comprehend gas.
So do you think that the composition of the atmosphere changes as you go higher, or does it just get less dense?
Do you comprehend what I've just said?
Yeah, and it's ambiguous, so I'm asking a question to clear it up.
Okay, but the whole thing is that if we can... Yeah, so the whole thing is you just want to beg the question about how the atmosphere just thins out to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Where are your measurements that demonstrate that that's what's going on?
I never mentioned that I have measurements.
Well, that is what you're doing. You're going with the default position of outer space, which is what I just said, which is the atmosphere thinning out to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. If you can't show us that, then why should we even care? It's a dynamic system, like she said, with gases being produced at surface level. So
basically, we can measure the gas to a gradient of 0, yeah? But you think that we need a container. But I'm claiming gravity works to hold the atmosphere to the surface of the Earth.
That's a really cool claim. Can you show us that happening in a vacuum chamber or like that? Can you give us an experiment? You don't need an experiment to validate your wild claim?
No, I said you don't need a vacuum chamber.
Okay, just use whatever you can to manipulate gravity.
Decreasing as you expect. You guys are afraid to have these conversations.
Okay, wait. It decreases as we'd expect. So this is back to the question again. Does it decrease all the way to 10 to the negative 17 torr, all on its own with no physical barrier?
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, show us the measurements that you used to substantiate that.
Actually, that's easy. Get a weather balloon. Get a weather balloon that goes almost all the way up.
I'm going to get a weather balloon. I'm going to go past 250,000 miles into so-called outer space with a weather balloon.
Yep, nearly outer space.
Okay, well, you're just crazy, dude.
You're ignoring the point that you need gas pressure to have the gradient to begin with.
Yep.
Yeah, and the point I'm trying to say is that gas pressure is created by the act of gravity on all the gaseous molecules.
Okay, that's really great. We heard you assert that like 10 times. Can you please give us an experiment that verifies that claim?
I have an experiment that you guys can actually try to demonstrate this.
Oh, we can manipulate gravity in our own backyards? This is going to be fun.
You can just let me fucking finish.
Yeah,
you can just let me finish. Maybe that. No, just let me finish, yeah?
Okay.
Get a big swimming pool, yeah? Fill it full of flat earthers. The flat earthers on the bottom are going to be more squashed than the ones at the top. Is that correct? Why?
Sure.
It's because of fucking gravity.
So describing your cause again with absolutely no evidence or proof. We asked you for an experiment that isolates and manipulates gravity to demonstrate that it's the cause. Okay, well, you know what? Here's my version of gravity. Invisible lawn gnomes. I'm not afraid of your question, baby.
From gas to water.
We're not afraid.
You guys are all afraid to have an honest conversation.
Well, what are you talking about?
You just gish gallop from gas to water.
That's what you guys do. You guys gish gallop.
You just jumped from gas to water, and you're claiming that we're afraid to have the conversation about it.
So
you literally made a completely irrelevant point in the floor space you had to talk, and you ruined it.
Yeah. And in the time that you've been gish galloping here, have you found that geometric horizon yet? That you can't explain how it's being refracted to where we see it? Have you found it yet? I'm really afraid of the guy that asserts he's on a globe but can't show us the geometric horizon to go with.
I can't show you a geometric horizon unless I remove all of the atmosphere. Do you not understand that?
Oh, so you just 100% beg the question. So you cannot show us a geometric horizon. You can't.
Someone can't show you a geometric horizon from a distance because to some extent that light has to pass through an atmosphere.
That's really interesting.
Causes some level of refraction.
Okay, because we have an atmosphere, we cannot...
Are you afraid of what I have to say?
No.
Are you afraid?
No one's afraid of you. You're goofy.
That's the point, though, because you're repeating the same stuff over again.
Just
get to your point. The reason people interrupt to you is because you're not getting to the point. Spit it out.
Come on, man. I move kids. I'm so afraid that I move kids, man. I move my kids now from the room because I'm afraid. Don't say anything else. I'm so scared that I cannot believe.
Right, let him finish what he's saying, but get to the point.
Well, his point was that we can't see his geometric horizon. That's the end of his globe right there. You can't measure a distance to it. You can't even see it, according to him, the horse's mouth.
His point is this. His point is this. We have refraction, extending horizon, but nobody ever proved that. Nobody ever written about that. But that is happening. Is that true? Some phenomena extending horizon in reality, but nobody wrote nothing about that. Nobody made experiment about that. But you are saying that is happening.
Earlier, you said
So, the geometric horizon, yeah? You need to remove the atmosphere to correctly see that. Do you understand that or no?
Oh, so no one's ever seen it before then. Okay, well, that's another concession.
Yeah, so stop asking for something that's not really possible. What you can see is the apparent horizon.
Okay, stop teaching it to kids if it's not really possible.
It appears through an atmosphere.
Why don't we? Okay, so where do you stand as an intellectual then? Do you say that you know for 100% what the Earth is, or do you admit that this is just a belief system because you can't prove it?
I try not to have beliefs. I have understandings, and I update them as I learn more information. I recommend you try it.
You've been given a lot of information,
but the word belief fits it perfectly to a T, and you can't deny that because it's not 100%. It is genuinely just something that you believe to be true because you can't prove it otherwise.
I have a lot of evidence. You have no evidence. That's like me saying, well, you have no evidence or model or any experiments to show the Earth is flat. You just
have
look
a
at
lot
it locally and think ignorantly, maybe it's flat because the air is flat.
You have a lot of evidence. What you just said is that you don't have any. You said you don't have any evidence. You said you can't even see the geometric horizon that you believe in. What is this a lot of evidence you have?
But hold on, wait, who sounds a bit more crazy here? I'm telling you, when you go to the water and you look out towards the ocean, what you see is what it fucking is. You see a level horizon, you look up, and it looks really pretty at night. What I'm telling you is what it is. What you're seeing is what it is. You're telling me it's a massive ball with this invisible thing called gravity that's just breaking the laws of thermodynamics and entropy and just containing gas pressure. I'm just telling you what you see it is what it fucking is. You need a container for gas pressure. You can't demonstrate otherwise, then it's a belief. It's just a religion.
Get wrecked.
You can go to a rocket launch and watch it. You can literally download an app that'll show you when the Starlink.
Yeah, we've never seen a fucking rocket launch before, Linda.
I've definitely seen satellites, though. Have you?
And if I see the rocket launch, that will that will make the curvature in the reality.
I'll post a video of a rocket launch for you right now, going up to 50 miles, the so-called edge of space. There will be no curvature. What are you going to do then? Well, you're going to see that there's no Earth curvature from that height either. So what are you going to do then?
Dean, notice how what you said had literally nothing to do with what Bambi just said about gas pressure.
You guys are afraid. You're afraid to have an honest conversation about this.
You need to stop with that you're afraid there shit, Linda.
You need to hang out. Watch a little bit voice text chat. You need to watch.
Maybe you should hang out for a few days and hear how we hear the same shit from your side day in and day out. You know, it's refraction and oh yeah, it's gravity. You can't prove none of that crap, Linda. Stick around for a few days.
Aye. And as for your rocket thing, I possibly, maybe if I had the money, don't know if I could go and see something go up into the sky, but what the fuck is that proving to me? How is that proving that gravity exists? How is that proving I'm living on a fucking Bossack? It proves nothing. Literally nothing. You go out to the ocean, you see the level horizon, it's still fucking level. Nothing has changed. Nothing has been proven. I've just watched something shoot up into the sky. Like, aye, okay. How the fuck do I know where it's going and what's going on up there? Still nothing has been proven.
Yeah, it proves nothing when you see it in person. I live in Florida. I've gone to multiple launches. I've seen multiple launches in person. What is that supposed to prove to me?
So, did it smash through the dome that holds in all of the gas? No.
No. Did it go straight up?
It did not go straight up.
They do a parabolic trajectory. Why do you think that is?
It went off in the distance until I could no longer see it visibly, but it looked as though it was going up and then going down.
Yeah, parabolic means up and then down. What do you think it means? Yeah, parabolic as in it goes up and then down?
No, it means it goes in a kind of a parabolic curve.
Oh, so up and then down.
Not up and down.
Well, what's a parabola?
If I run around a football, am I going up and then down? If I run around in a kind of an oval shape around something on the ground, am I going up and then down? No, I'm not.
So if something goes up and then down, is that a parabolic trajectory?
Are you stupid or deaf?
Well, are you aware of what a parabola is?
Yes, are you? You think it goes up and then down?
Yeah.
It curves back on itself like a circle, except stretched.
2 hemicycles.
Yeah, the orbit of a satellite around the fucking Earth.
So we got rockets going on a parabolic trajectory, not smashing into any dome or anything, not going into outer space as far as we can tell. So what now?
So now we just get the app and we look at the fucking Starlink satellites flying over our heads. And
those lights that you point to and make up stories about. No, how about just measure a geometric horizon for us?
You can literally see it. I told you I can't remove the whole atmosphere to measure a geometric horizon.
They can launch
the fact you keep saying that, it's just demonstrating your lack of understanding.
I think it's demonstrating yours because it's still proving fuck all. I open up a thing on my phone and it's telling me a couple words on my screen about where something is that's above me. Still proves fuck all because they could literally put up, right, we've fired up another satellite. It's called Titty Wankers 2.0 and there it is there and it's coming across your head now. But you look up, you can't see it. There's no way to tell it's there. Like, what are you fucking looking at? But my phone says it and the app says it, so it's got to be true. You're still proving nothing. We're back to square one.
Yeah.
What about when you see it with your eye? You've never seen Starlink. Go onto YouTube and just type in Starlink satellite into YouTube. You have millions of people videoing it, thinking it's a UFO.
Hey, I got a better idea. Why don't you go to Google and search real pictures of satellites in space? Find me the one real picture if you can find any.
Wait, but who
literally
cares
just
the rockets and
type in
stuff?
Starlink
You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Loads of people taking video.
Yeah, there's other ways for that infrastructure to work. It doesn't need space-time curvature or a globe that you don't have a geometric horizon for.
Oh, really? Right. You explain what the Starlink satellites that I see with me naked eye.
I don't know. Grab us a picture of these lights that you point to and make up stories about that is clear enough for us to make anything out and we can talk about it.
How about stop being ignorant? Do a quick Google search to see millions of people have videoed and photographed Starlink satellites. How about you do a bit of work?
Okay.
Well, this is your claim. Why don't you work to prove it? I've given you tons of stuff that you've hand-waved, so if you have something for us to talk about, bring it here.
But what does any of this have to do with the fact that you can't have gas pressure without a container? Okay.
Or a globe without curvature.
It's space theater. It's not evidence that you can have gas pressure without containment.
Pointless. Listen, this is pointless, so I have to go. Gas pressure exists on the Earth due to gravity. The gradient is zero.
Assertion.
Yeah, no, you lost, bro. Go away. You lost.
That's honestly, Hold on, that's honestly a really cute belief. It is literally just a belief. That's all it is. It's a cute one, and I commend you for your imagination, but you can't prove it, and it's a belief. Technically just a religion at the end of the day. You can't prove it. So why don't you come back when you can?
So the funny thing is, Starlink satellites are claimed to be roughly the size of a table, whatever that means, take that for what it's worth, and to be 340 miles up. Do you think you would be able to see a table 340 miles away?
Correct.
Fuck, man, you can barely see a jumbo jet and it's in its flying over your head.
Wrecked. Completely wrecked.
This guy's
the
on all
distance
kinds
they
of
say that they are, like even for example the ISS, the distance that they say that it's at and the size of it compared to a fucking jumbo jet. Like, what the fuck? You can't see one. You just see a white streak coming at the back of it. But I can see the ISS and all these wee satellites kicking about.
And the claim is that the light you see from these satellites or the ISS is the reflection of the sun off of them. Please explain to me the angle that the sun is hitting these things and then directing it not only back to you in one spot, but as it traverses the whole sky, how you're able to see a reflection at every angle across from horizon to horizon. None of this makes sense.
It's my favorite.
Isn't that during the nighttime as well, yeah?
Do you believe in magic? That's what it is.
That's what gravity is. That's what
If people say they see, if they see satellites during the day, it's just absurd. But if they say they see satellites at night, it's even more absurd, right? Because you're on the dark side of the supposed ball Earth. What's reflecting on the dark side of the Earth? It's the stupidest crap ever.
Yeah. And where are you getting this ball from without that geometric horizon that you can never show us?
Yeah, where's that geometric horizon? I keep wondering because I keep hearing, they keep saying it.
It's on TV.
We keep zooming in. The boat's back. So now, the boat didn't go over the geometric horizon. So when does it go over the geometric horizon? Oh, it doesn't when you can't see it? Oh, then why are all these globers in here saying you can see boats going over the geometric horizon? Thanks, Dean.
And he gone.
Jacked your own side.
What a copy.
I like how he kept accusing him of being afraid to have a conversation. That was hilarious.
Can you repeat that question, Sonny? That was really good, that about can you see or not see?
Yeah, he said the boats are going over the geometric horizon almost in the next breath. He goes, you can't see the geometric horizon.
Yeah. He also said some other really stupid stuff like, well, if the boat goes too far away for you to see it anymore, but then you zoom it back in, it didn't go over the horizon.
Right.
What?
So the zoom camera is stopping boats from going over the geometric horizon just by zooming in? Interesting.
But the horizon is apparent, even according to him. But if a boat disappears over it, but you can zoom it back in, it didn't actually go over the horizon.
Mm-hmm. See, this is the question because they don't have any other choice. Either zoom cameras can zoom in across a curved surface.
And when they show the half boat, Sunny also, when they're saying they're both going over the horizon, they never ever have the data of that. For example, this is the drop, and this is the curvature of, and every observation will show that this is the distance, this is the half boat because of 66 foot, 100 foot, 200 feet, doesn't matter, but that will show every observation plus refraction, but you will have always that, always that data. Look, that distance, 20 miles, then you have drop, and then you see a little bit of both, and always it's like that, But you don't have that data, never. You have only videos of pictures. Look, there is a curvature, half boat. Yeah, but what is the distance? What is the elevation? Oh, well, I don't have that. But we have that. But we don't want to look into that. That's the point. At least with Zealot, nothing else.
He says stuff like that, but yeah, we're afraid of his big brain.
Yeah. We're so afraid, but I never heard him answer one single question. He never answered. He just diverted to another one. Every single question.
I think that he knows all arguments, and he's paralleling, all things, satellites, blah, 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 gravity, refraction, and moving from the argument all the time.
And then it's really funny, he himself even admits he doesn't know his own refraction claim. He doesn't know what kind of refraction would get the horizon to that distance or how, or the mechanics or the math or anything about it, but he's going to teach the room.
As soon as brother said, go ahead and search an image of a satellite, okay, I gotta go now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Isn't that a definition of doctrine or dogma, what you just described? Was that CB? Or was that gospel? Oh, gospel's not here. Must have been UCB.
That's Flatman, right?
Yeah, like isn't it doctrine when somebody's quoting something from supposed literature or documentation, but they don't know anything about it, but somebody does. But they're putting forth this idea from a book or it's doctrine. It's
like Real Madrid 1972 won against Manchester United, but they never ever played that game.
Yeah, sorry for Rumpus in there. I was kind of cutting you off a bit and stuff, CB. Sure.
Hey, no worries at all. I thought you did a great job.
Thanks. It's just too irresistible.
Here, so listen to this, see if it fits. Here's the definition of doctrine. 1, a principle or body of principles presented for acceptance or belief, as by a religious, political, scientific, or philosophical group dogma.
Can we call that cardboard box and a cat?
Dogma.
If it fits, it sits. Moving on. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Hank?
Not important. Moving on, bro. I'm so... Mike, just I'll be quiet.
I'd sure like to discuss who those giants were that he was talking about.
Just some hacks he appeals to when he doesn't know anything, which is always.
Yeah.
That was a funny way to phrase it.
Yeah, we know who they are.
I stand on the shoulders of giants. Little hint of rumpus there.
Even that statement alone was doctrine, because that's Richard Dawkins or some asshole said that shit, or Niels and Ass Tyson. Like, we stand on the shoulders of giants. So he just took their shit and used it for himself. I stand on the shoulder of giants. I still don't see curvature.
I stand on the unsubstantiated claims and assumptions of giants.
You must firm their atmosphere to see.
It's the fact that he couldn't even admit that it was a belief. He was like, "Oh, well, I don't like to say belief. I like to say it's an understanding." What the fuck? It's a belief.
Try to get him to explain what this understanding is based on, and he just has nothing. Just moves the goalpost somewhere else.
Did you hear the guy he was with kind of like giving him little pointers and stuff? Did you guys catch that?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
There was definitely someone like Google in the background.
Wow, that's rough.
And he got so defensive when he was like, I know what a parabola is, do you?
Yeah. I mean,
like, somebody who actually knows what it is would not be that defensive.
His explanation was more like the Fibonacci sequence than the parabola.
I just like it that he himself is the one who said it was a parabolic trajectory. It's like, oh, okay, so just talking about like a parabola, it goes up and then down.
Yeah, he was trying to say it was like going around a football, right? Like,
yeah, what is? Yeah. Okay, that's cool, but what's the rocket doing?
He meant a soccer ball.
I don't know. All I recall from my TI-85 calculator is that the parabola never wrapped back upon itself.
Am I roboting today?
Sounding good right now.
Yep, coming through clear.
Cool. Yeah, so first thing I noticed, I only got here at like 5, so I missed most of it. But I just noticed how he couldn't stay on the topic, like, no matter what. So it's no big deal. He had somebody Googling for him. That's not the thing. It's just he couldn't, like, finish out a conversation without going, but what if, but what about this? What about that? What about this? And it's like, if he would just come back and, like, one subject at a time, like, we could have the conversation. It's just, he was just going everywhere, all over the place.
Yeah,
and I don't think he was doing tactics, really, honestly. I think he was just making fallacies on accident.
I kind of get it, because like when I first heard about this stuff, like that was sort of my response too. Like, well, what about planets? Is everything else flat? You know, what about space?
Right, so he's welcome to come back, right?
I never got as emotionally invested in it though as these guys do. That part I don't get.
I invited him to hang around for a few days, but I don't know if he'll ever come back.
What was he saying about like other planets? He was like, "Aye, and they've got atmosphere." What?
Yeah, have you been there and tested that? I wanted to hit on that too, because he's inferring that the Earth is a planet, but I mean, things just kept going, so.
He was just gish galloping. Like I questioned him on proving it, and he was like, "Yeah, but the other planets have it." Okay, but you've not even proven that we've got that. Like we've got this gravity that's causing it. Like, and he's saying that all the other planets have got something like that. Can't even prove your own, and you're pointing to things that are above you that you're not even standing on top of to prove.
Yeah, every time you got him, he just tries to squirm out of it to another thing.
And then he's automatic, like his defense system is like, "You're not answering my questions." No, we're not giving you the answers you want to hear. We are answering them. It's just not what you want to hear.
Yeah, and it's not like he was answering that many questions either.
Yeah.
He avoided everything. We just asked him to back up his claim of refraction for the 10-mile horizon, and nope, not a clue.
Yeah, like he wanted us to say, yeah, you're right. The boat, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. Like that's all he wanted to fucking hear. He didn't want to actually sit and have a conversation. That wasn't someone who was going to have a conversation with you. He wasn't open-minded. He wasn't willing to listen or admit that he even had a fucking belief system.
Well, that was a lot of fun. I got to bounce out of here for a bit. See you guys later.
Later, Central.
Cheers.
I kind of think when we use the swan, we need to go over the history, what Creation Bear did, how it was built to go over the horizon, and then we were saying that it's atmospheric conditions, it's refraction, it's making things appear the way that they do, right? And now they're saying that, well, you guys must think there's no atmosphere. Like, no, we were the ones telling you about the atmosphere. And the Skunk Bay time lapse is a really good demonstration of what the atmosphere actually does, right? Because you can demonstrate things disappearing from the bottom up. This thing just happens to be a bay, but any object, that's long enough will do, right? And if things disappear from the bottom up and there's false horizons, meaning that, and I said it, there's multiple horizons, right? And that just means that it's due to atmospheric conditions. But it's not like refraction like two media. So we got to differentiate that too. It's like it's one medium. That's it. So the amount of atmospheric distortion is going to be minimal, unless there's because think about the imagery of the nukes, right? If that's what's going on, and it's not just a shit ton of dynamite and napalm and explosive material put in one spot, then if that's the nuke, then how come there's no nuke on the other side of the curve? That way we're safe, and then we watch it heat up, and then all the atmosphere refraction happen. I mean, weren't the nuke images clear? Wasn't there different temperatures between the observer and the explosion? So where's all that refraction? If they're saying temperature is what's causing it, that should look like some sort of warpy, take 8 hits of acid and glue some kaleidoscopes to your face. The most amount of refraction possible, anyway. Or how about when a cold front comes in? Wouldn't that cause, you to be able to see around the curve. Like if a storm came from the west, like, oh, there's that city over there. Must be a cold front coming in. Right?
The globe's supposed to be right?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Hank.
Yeah, you were coming in fine. I wasn't answering because I was agreeing. So by me being quiet, I was agreeing and still listening.
What up, boys? Man, it's quiet in here. Why do people come here and just chill on mute?
They're waiting to see my awesome memes that I post.
Oh, my bad. I got a crap echo. You got some memes, dude?
I'm always throwing them up here and there, yep, in and out. Sometimes I hang around, tell the Glober to stop spiraling there, Linda. Just calm down there and relax, you know?
I love when you do that.
A lot of times, my name's not Linda, it's and they try to say their screen name, and I'm like, okay, there, Linda. Yeah, still no bendy water.
Nope. No bendy water over here. Not that I can see.
If they had it, they'd have showed it by now. They've had enough time.
I love it when they leave and they say they're going to come back with some of it, and they never do.
Damn it, Bobby.
I just love it if some of them once in a while pop back in and went, okay, there is no curvature. You're right. It's observably flat. I'm with you. They've lied to me all my life. We've never been to Mars. We're not going to the moon. We've never been there. Blah, blah, blah. But no, they just say, I'm coming back. I'm going to show you the curve. And then they never come back.
But the moon is a sphere, so the Earth has to be a sphere. It's like you're an Irishman, so is the man on the moon. Is he an Irishman too? I mean, it's just like the logic that keeps people don't understand logic. And I have to admit, I was one of them. I understood a little bit, but not as much. I mean, there's classes on logic, right? And there's like all kinds of logic that people deploy and they don't realize that it's faulty. I think that's a problem too. It's a huge problem for some people.
Agreed, sir. Thank you. To me, it seems like they're down to their whole argument is basically NASA pictures, appeal to authority / consensus,